How's it going, bros? Are you smart enough to work at Google? I don't know what your answer is, and I don't know if you're smart enough. But this book contains fiendish puzzles and impossible interview questions from the world's top companies. It has been written by William Poundstone, and I would like to welcome you to the Widener Library of Harvard University. Virtually, of course. To other video, or the narration rather, we will go and explore the entire library step by step. This is my first narration of a book. The following video will have my narration of all of the chapters and all the questions in the book. My narration will get better and better with each chapter, so please bear with me. These are important questions that you must know. It doesn't matter if you are working at Google, if you want to work at Google or not. My voice might go up and down depending on the length of the chapter, and there might be background noises sometimes, but that's just my background. Please do support the author by buying the book yourself. But for now, let's begin our journey together. I hope you're ready. Chapter 1. Outnumbered at the Googleplex. What it takes to get hired at the Hyperselective company. Jim was sitting in the lobby of Google Building 44, Mountain View, California, surrounded by half a dozen others in various states of stupor. All were staring dumbly at the stupidest, most addictive TV show ever. It is Google's live search board. The ever-scrolling list of the search terms people are Googling at this very instant. Watching the board is like picking the lock to the world's diary, then wishing you hadn't. For one moment, the private desires and anxieties of someone in New Orleans, or Hyderabad, or Edinburgh are broadcast to a select audience of voyeurs in Google lobbies, most of them 20 and 30-year-olds awaiting a job interview. Giant print Bibles, overseeding, Tales of Fantasia, World's Largest Glacier, JavaScript, Man Makeup, Purpose of Education, Russian laws relating to archery. Jim knew the odds were stacked against him. Google was receiving 1 million jobs a year. It was estimated that only 1 out in 130 applications resulted in a job. By comparison, about 1 in 14 students applying to Harvard gets accepted. As at Harvard, Google employees must overcome some tall hurdles. Jim's first interviewer was late and sweaty. He had biked to the work. He started with some polite questions about Jim's work history. Jim eagerly explained his short career. The interviewer didn't look at him. He was tapping away at his laptop taking notes. The next question I'm going to ask you, he said, is a little unusual. Let's walk forward. Alright. You're shrunk to the height of a penny and thrown into a blender. Your mass is reduced so that your density is same as usual. The blades start moving in 60 seconds. What do you do? The interviewer had looked up from his laptop and was grinning like a maniac with a new toy. I would take the change in my pocket and throw it into the blender to jam it, Jim said. The interviewer's tapping resumed. The inside of a blender is sealed, he countered, with the air of someone who had already heard it all before. If you could throw pocket change into the mechanism, then your smoothie would leak into it. Right. I would take off my belt and shirt then. I would tear my shirt into strips to make a rope with a belt too maybe, and then I would tie my shoes to the end of the rope and use it like a lasso. Furious key clicks. I don't mean a lasso, Jim plowed on. What are those things Argentinian cowboys throw? It's like a weight at the end of a rope. No answer. Jim now felt his idea was lame, yet he was compelled to complete it. I would throw the weight over the top of the blender jar, and then I would climb out. The weights are just your shoes, the interviewer said. How would they support your body's weight? You weigh more than your shoes do. Jim didn't know the answer. That wasn't the end of it. The interviewer had suddenly warmed to the topic. He began taking off quibbles one by one, and he wasn't sure whether Jim's shirt, shrunken with the rest of him, could be made into a rope that would be long enough to reach over the lip of the blender. Once Jim got to the top of the jar, if he got there, how would he get down again? Could it be realistic that he would be able to make a rope in 60 seconds? Jim didn't see where a word like realistic came into play. It was as if Google had a shrinking ray and was planning to try it out next week. "It was nice meeting you," the interviewer said, extending a still damp hand. We live in an age of desperation. Never in living memory has the competition for a job opening has been ever more intense. Never have job interviews been tougher. This is the bitter fruit of the jobless recovery and the changing nature of work. For job seekers, Google is a shining city on the hill. It's where the smartest people do the coolest things. In the US, Google regularly ranks at the or near the top of the Fortune magazine's list of 100 best companies to work for. The Google Mountain View campus, the Googleplex, is a cornucopia of amenities for its presumably lucky employees. There are 11 gourmet restaurants serving free organic locally grown food, climbing walls and pools for swimming in place, a mural-sized whiteboards for sharing spontaneous thoughts, ping pong table, football and air hockey tables, cutesy touches like red phone booths and topiary dinosaurs. Google employees have access to coin-free laundry machines, free flu shots, foreign language lessons, car washes and oil changes. There is a shuttle service between home and work, 5,000 rebates for buying a hybrid, communal shooters for anyone's use on campus. New parents get $500 for takeaway meals and 18 weeks leave to bond with their infant. Google pays the income tax on health benefits for the same-sex domestic partners. All employees get an annual ski trip. The perks aren't necessarily about generosity, and unlike the workplace gains of previous generations, they haven't been negotiated by unions or individuals. It's good business for Google to offer such benefits in an industry also dependent on attracting the top talent. The benefits not only keep employees happy, but also keep everyone else with their nose pressed against the glass. Google is not so exceptional as you might think. Today's army of unemployed has made every company a Google. Unsexy firms now find themselves with multiple well-qualified applicants for each position. That is very good for companies that are able to hire. Like Google, they get to cherry-pick the top talent in their fields. It's not so good for the applicants. They are confronting harder, ruder, and more invasive vetting than ever before. This is more evident in the interviews. There are, of course, many types of questions traditionally asked in a job interview. These include the behavioral questions that have almost become cliches, which could be, tell me about a situation where you could then get along with a team member. Describe a time when you had to deal with a rude customer. What is your biggest failure in life? Did you ever find yourself unable to meet a deadline? What did you do? Describe the most diverse team you have ever managed. There are questions relating to business. How would you describe Holland and Barrett to a person visiting from another country? Tell me how Waitrose competes with Tesco and how we should reposition our brand to gain market share. How would you get more customers for Halifax Bank? What challenges will Starbucks face in the next 10 years? How would you monetize Facebook? Then there's work sampling. Rather than asking job candidates what they can do, companies expect them to demonstrate it within the interview. Sales managers have to devise a marketing plan. Attorneys have to draft a contract. Software engineers have to write code. Finally, there are open-ended mental challenges, something for which Google is particularly known. Questions like thrown into a blender are an attempt to measure the mental flexibility and even entrepreneurial potential. That's been important at Google because of the company's fast growth. A person hired for one job may be doing something else in a few years. Work sampling, while valuable, tests only a particular set of skills. The more offbeat questions attempt to gauge something that every company wants, but few know how to measure the ability to innovate. For that reason, many of Google's interviews questions have spread to companies far beyond the Mountain View. Google's brand is now estimated to be the most valuable in the world, worth $86 billion according to Millward Brown Optimer. Success breeds imitation. Corporate types vow to be more like Google, whatever that means for the kitchen flooring industry. Not surprisingly, that includes hiring. What number comes next? The style of interviewing at Google is indebted to an older tradition of using logic puzzles to test job candidates at technology companies. Consider this one. The interviewer writes 6 numbers on the room's whiteboard. 10, 9, 60, 90, 70, and 60. 66, my bad. Alright, repeating again. 10, 9, 60, 90, 70, 66. The question is, what number comes next in the series? Similar riddles have been used on psychological tests of creativity. Most of the time, the job applicants stumble around, gamely trying to make sense of a series that gives every indication of being completely senseless. The majority of the candidates give up. Only a few have a flash of insight. Forget maths. Spell out the numbers in plain English, which gives you the following: 10, 9, 60, 90, 70, 66. The numbers are in order of how many letters are there in the names. Now look more closely. 10 is not the only number you can spell with 3 letters. There are 1, 2, and 6. 9 is not the only 4-letter number. There is 0, 4, and 5. This is the list of the largest numbers that can be spelled in a given number of letters. Now for the payoff. What number comes next? Whatever number follows 66 should have 9 letters in it, not counting a possible hyphen, and should be the largest 9-letter number. Play around with it and you'll probably come up with 96. It doesn't look like you can get anything above 100 because that would start 100, requiring 10 letters and up. You might wonder why the list doesn't have 100 in place of 70. Million and billion have 7 letters too. A reasonable guess is they are using cardinal numbers spelled in correct stylebook English. The way you write out number 100 is 100. In the online encyclopedia of integer sequences, you can type in a series of numbers and it tells you what numbers come next. You're not allowed to use it in the interview question, of course, but the website answer for this sequence is 96. In the recent years, companies in all sorts of industries have adopted this question for interviews. Often the interviewer throws it in just to make the poor candidates squirm. At many of these companies, the one and only correct answer is 96. Not at Google. In Mountain View's 96 is considered to be an acceptable answer. A better response is, here we go, 10, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, triple zero, 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 0. Great. AKA 1 GOO GOL. Goggle. That's not the best answer though. The preferred response is, here we go again. 100. Triple zero, 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 triple zero. 10 Google. Alright. That response can be tracked back to 1938 or thereabouts. 9-year-old Milton Sirota and his brother Edwin were taking a stroll one day with their uncle in the New Jersey Palisades. The uncle was Edward Kastner, a Columbia University mathematician, already somewhat famous as the first Jew to gain tenure in the sciences at the Ivy League institution. Kastner entertained the boys by talking about a topic calculated to appeal to bookish 9-year-olds, namely the number that could be written as 1 followed by 100 zeros. Kastner challenged his nephews to invent a number for the number. Milton's suggestion was Gogol, Googol. The word appeared in the 1940 book, and Kastner wrote with James Newman, Mathematics and the Imagination. So did the name for an even bigger number, the Googleplex, defined as 10 raised to the power of a Google. Both words caught up on and have permeated pop culture, turning up on The Simpsons and on the name for the search engine devised by Larry Page, Sergey Brin, according to Stanford's David Kohler. Alright, let's walk forward into the library. You must be bored. Sean Anderson and Larry Page were in their office, using the whiteboard trying to think up a good name. Something that related to the indexing of an immense amount of data. Sean verbally suggested the word Googleplex, and Larry responded verbally with the shortened form Google. Both words refer to specific large numbers. Sean was seated at his computer terminal, so he executed a search of the Internet Domain Name Registry database to see if the newly suggested name was still available for registration and use. Sean is not an infallible speller, and he made the mistake of searching for the name spelled as google.com, which he found to be available. This Google spelling, by the way, is Google, which he found to be available. Larry liked the name, and within hours he took the first step of registering the name google.com for himself and Sergey. Edward Kastner died in 1955 and never saw his number's namesake. More recently, the Google lineage has become a touchy issue. In 2004, Kastner's great niece, Perry Fleischer, complained that Page and Brin's company had appropriated the word without compensation. Fleischer said she was exploring her legal options. The best headline ran, "Have your Google people talk to my Goggle people." The Google puzzle has layers like an onion. First, you have to realize that the spelling of the numbers, rather than your mathematical properties, is relevant. That's hard enough. Then you have to know about and remember Kastner's number. An average mortal would think himself clever to come up with one Goggle and be ready to call it a day. But then there's still doing the final layer. 10 Goggle is bigger than 1 Goggle and ought to be the answer. Alright, let's keep on walking forward, but this time 2 steps ahead. Alright, back to the book. Imagination and invention. In this question, too insanely hard to ask of a job candidate, not at Google, of course. But puzzles like this still have their drawbacks as interview questions. The answer here is a simple matter of insight. Either you get it or you don't. There isn't a process of deduction to relate, and thus there is no way to distinguish someone who solves the problem from someone who already knew the answer. At Google, of all places, anyone applying for the job knows how to use the search engine. It's expected that the candidates will Google for advice on Google interviews, including the questions asked. Consequently, Google encourages its interviewers to use a different type of questions and more open-ended with no definitive right answer. In the Google philosophy, good interview questions are like takeaway test, home tests. The challenge is to come up with an answer that the interviewer has never heard before that's better than any answer he's heard. Google's interviewers are not warm and fuzzy people, as one applicant told me. Another word you hear a lot is numb, the utter lack of emotional effect. The interviewer sits blandly, tapping at the laptop. You can say something you think is brilliant, no reaction, the keystrokes don't change. This is by design. Google's mental challenges tend to be cryptic. Candidates are not to be told whether their train of thought is getting colder or warmer, or whether their ultimate answer is right or wrong. Google challenges often have more than one good answer. Sometimes it's considered good, some are banal, as some are brilliant. The interviewee can leave the room with the little idea how well he did or she did in the interview. This has led to intense speculation and outright paranoia among Google candidates. It has also led to the curious phenomena of other companies adopting Google's interview questions without really knowing what the answer is supposed to be. The quintessential Google perk isn't sashimi or massages. It's the messages. My bad. It's the 20% project. Google's engineers are allowed to spend one day a week on a project of their choosing. That's a fantastic gamble. You can't easily imagine Procter and Gamble giving its staff a day a week to dream up on new shampoos. At Google, it works. It's been reported that over half of Google's revenue now comes from ideas that began as a 20% time projects. The list includes Gmail, Google Maps, Google News, Google Sky, and Google Voice. How do you measure a talent for invention? Business schools have been asking that question for decades. It's clear that many intelligent people don't have that extra spark, whatever it is. The issue was well put by Nicole Gogol. The issue was put well by Nicole Gogol, which name is a frequent misspelling for Googol and Google. In his story, The Overcoat, Gogol remarks on the abyss that separates tailors who only put in linings and do repairs from those who sew new things. Google is betting 20% of its engineering labor costs that it can distinguish the competent software tailors from those capable of creating killer apps out of whole cloth. The Blender riddle encapsulates the process of inventing a new product. You begin by brainstorming. There are many possible answers, and you shouldn't be in a hurry to settle for the first that seems to be good enough. Coming up with a superior response requires listening carefully to the question's wording. Imagination is more important than knowledge. Einstein said, "You don't have to be an Einstein to answer the question well, but you need to have the imagination to connect it to some knowledge that you acquired some time ago or some acquired long ago. For many of us, the knee-jerk response is a fastidious one. One try posted on a blog, one might assume that since the blender is about to be turned on, the food will be entering. So I would probably just put my neck on the blade rather than suffocating by some rancy health drink. Great. The two most popular serious answers seem to be lie down below the blades and stand on the side of the blades. There ought to be at least a penny's width of clearance between the whirring blades and the bottom or the sides of the blender jar. Another common reply is number 3. Climb atop the blades and position your center of gravity over the axis. Hold tight. The net centrifugal force will be near 0, allowing you to hold on. Like many of Google's interview questions, this one leaves a lot unsaid. Who or what has thrown you into the blender, and for what reason? If a hostile being is bent on making a human smoothie, your long-term chance of survival will be small. No matter what you do, will liquid be added to the blender? Is there a top on it? How long will the blades be spinning? Should the blades spin a long time? Answer 3 would make you dizzy. That could cause you to lose consciousness and fall off. You are welcome to question the interviewer on these points. The canonical responses are, don't worry about hostile beings. No liquid will be added. There is no lid. And figure the blades will keep spinning until you are dead. Another approach is to number 4. Climb out of the jar. The interviewer will ask how you propose to accomplish that. You don't have suction cups. Our one right response is, at that size, you're like a fly and can climb glass. A dumb answer is to use your phone to call or text for help. This depends on your phone having been shrunk with you and being able to access the nearest not shrunken mobile phone tower. It also depends on 999 or your triple pose sending help in less than 60 seconds. Still, another popular answer is to rip or unravel your clothes to make a rope and use it to climb out of the jar. Or number 7, use your clothes and personal effects to jam the blades or motor somehow. As we have seen, both have problems. Alright, let's keep walking and let's keep coming back to the book. Of Mice and Men. None of the above answers scores as many points at Google. Current and ex-Google interviews have told me that the best answer they've heard is jump out of the jar. The question supplies an important clue. That word density, being shrunk to the size of a penny, is not a realistic predicament. For starters, it might mean eliminating 99.99% of the neurons in your brain. To deal with a question like this, you have to decide where to suspend disbelief and what to take in earnest. The fact that the interviewer mentions a detail like density is like a nudge. It says that things like mass and volume matter in a question, while neuron count might not, and that a successful answer can use simple physics. In short, the question wants you to consider change of scale effects. You probably remember hearing about them in secondary school. An ant is able to lift about 50 times its body weight. It's not because any ant's muscles are better than human muscles. It's just because ants are small. The weight of an ant, or of anything, is in proportion to the cube of its height. The strength of muscles and the bones and the exoskeleton supporting them depends on their cross-sectional area. which is proportional to the square of height. Were you shrunken to 1 by 10 your present height, your muscles would be only 1 by 100 as powerful, but you would weigh a mere 1 by 1000 as much. All else being equal, small creatures are stronger in lifting their bodies against gravity. They are more able to bench press multiples of their own weight. A classic treatment of change of scale is J.B.S. Haldani's 1926 essay on being the right size, which you can find by Googling. By using a few basic principles, Haldane was able to account for many mysteries of the biological world. There are no mice or lizards or other smaller animals in the polar region. Yet, polar bears and walruses thrive. The reason is that small creatures would quickly freeze to death. Having a relatively large surface area for their volume, insects fly easily, but angels are impossible. Wings would require too much energy to support a human body. Haldane's reasoning has been disregarded by decades of cheesy sci-fi movies. Gravity would crush a giant mutant insect like a bug. The advantage would go to the heroes of the bad movies like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, or the incredible shrinking something. Shrunken humans would be fantastically strong, and relatively speaking, in the 1957 film, The Incredible Shrinking Man fights off a spider with a needle, lodging it like a telephone pole. Actually, he would be able to maneuver that needle easily. Do you see where this is going? Where you shrunk to penny size, you would be strong enough to leap like Superman, right out of the blender. And that is the kernel of a good answer to this question. But Google's interviewers are not looking for someone who has the basic idea. The best response supplied a coherent argument. In the mid-1600s, Giovanni Alfonso Borelli, a contemporary of Galileo's, deducted this remarkable rule: everything that jumps about the same height. Think about it. Unless you are disabled, you can probably leap about 30 inches, give or take. That's how far you raise your center of gravity. The 30-inch figure isn't far off the mark for a horse, a rabbit, or a frog, or grasshopper, or a flea. Now, sure, there's variation. A species whose very survival depends on leaping will be optimized for it and do better than one that has little cost to jump. There are species that don't jump at all, like snails or turtles and elephants. But when you consider the huge variations in size and anatomy, it's amazing that Kobe Bryant and a flea can each put about the same amount of air beneath their feet. Google doesn't expect anyone to know who Borelli is, but they're impressed with candidates who can replicate his reasoning. This isn't so hard, really. Muscle energy ultimately comes from chemicals, the glucose and the oxygen circulating in the blood. The adenosine triphosphate ATP in the muscle cells, the amount of any of these chemicals will be proportional to your body's volume. So if you're shrunk to 1 by n of your usual size, your muscle energy will be reduced by a factor of n to the power cube. Fortunately, your mass will also be smaller by the exact factor 9 to the power cube. Consequently, being the size of a penny should neither increase nor decrease how high you can jump, ignoring air resistance. The jar of a blender is about a foot high. As long as you can jump that high right now, you're good. You might worry about coming down. A blender is something like 20 times the height of a penny. You wouldn't want to fall about 20 times your height now. That shouldn't be a concern post shrinking. You'll have 1 by n to the power square the surface area versus 1 by n to the power cube the mass. That means you will have n times more surface area per mass to resist the fall and to hold your guts in your land. Basically, anything mouse size or smaller doesn't have to worry about falling from any height. Haldane drew this nice little word picture. You can drop a mouse down a 1,000-yard mine shaft, and on arriving at the bottom, it gets a slight shock and walks away. Provided that the ground is fairly soft, a rat is killed and a man is broken. A horse splashes. Above, I gave an answer 4, in which you simply climb out of the jar like a fly. This too can be justified with this change of scale argument. You may not think of your hands as sticky, but neither are the footpaths of an insect climbing up the pane of a glass. Try rubbing a pane of glass with your hand. There's resistance. The fact is, every surface clings a little to every other surface. Once you have been shrunken, there will be n times more hand and foot surface per mass, and that much more relative clinginess. That might be enough to play Spider-Man. The Spider-Man answer is still not good enough as the Superman answer. Climbing is slow. In proportionate terms, scaling the inside of a 12-inch high blender jar would be like an expert rock climber ascending a 500-foot wall. It would be necessary to place each hand or foot carefully. That's going to take time, more than 60 seconds. The blades will be whirring before Spider-Man is over the top. One slip could be fatal, and Superman's solution is faster and safer, and should you fail to jump clear out of the jar, you'll have another shot at it, probably several. Alright. Scaling up. As I write these words, 2.5 million British people are out of their work. Many of the jobs the unemployed once held are never coming back. People in fields like advertising, retailing, sales, media, and journalism are likely to find themselves interviewing at what they might think of as technology companies, only they are not. They are the future of business. This brings them into the contact with a new and alien culture of intense interviewing practices. The blender question is a metaphor. The growth of a company or of anything we humans care about is all about the change of scale. Solutions that work when something is small do not necessarily work as its scope expands. For the last year, my biggest worry was scaling the business, said Eric Schmidt, then Google CEO in 2007. The problem is we are growing so quickly. When you bring people in so quickly, there is a possibility that you'll lose the formula. Difficult interview questions are one way that Google attempts to preserve its formula. Google knows more about scaling up than most organizations because of unique nature of its business and its quick growth. But its experience has lessons for all of us in this slippery, ever-changing and ever-contextual new world that includes both employees and job seekers. Hiring at today's selective companies is predicated on the disappointment of the many. This is often a profitable strategy for employees, and it demands a new strategy for its job seekers. This book will survey today's super tough questions, what they are, how they came to be, and how to best answer them, whether you are in the job market or not. Here's a chance to match with your wits with employees of some of the world's smartest, most innovative companies. The questions are a lot of fun, as long as you are not in the hot seat. Along the way, you will learn something about that still profound mystery of creative thinking. Employees will learn much about what works and what doesn't. In interviews and what Google's approach, which goes far beyond tough questions, have been so influential. For job seekers, this book will help you avoid being sidelined by a few tricky questions. Often, all it takes to succeed is one good mental leap. Questions. A sample of today's interview interrogations. Try these questions out for yourself. It's popular in job interviews in a wide variety of industries. Answers will begin on page 138. I'll read them out right now after reading the questions out for you. When there's a wind blowing, does a round trip by plane take more time, less time, or the same time? Question 2. What comes in the following series? SSS, SCC, C, SC. Question number 3. You and your neighbor are holding garage sales on the same day. Both of you plan to sell the exact same item. You plan to put your item on sale for £100. The neighbor has informed you that he is going to put his on sale for £40. The items are in identical condition. What do you do, assuming that you are not especially on friendly terms with this neighbor? Oh no. Alright, question number 4. You put a glass of water on a record turntable and begin increasing the speed slowly. What will happen first? Will the glass slide off? Will it tip over? Or will the water splash out? That's the end of chapter 1. Give a thought on these questions. I'll count to 3. If you're ready, then we're gonna go to the answers of these amazing questions on page 137. Alright, I hope you got a good answer. Let me know them in the comments. But here we go. Page 137, answers. With a standard logic puzzle, there's a right answer, not so much with many of today's most interesting interview questions were applicable. I point out both good and not so good answers and explain why there's a difference. There are often other good answers. If you have got a better one, go for it. Chapter 1. Question number 1. You're shrunken to the height of a penny and thrown into a blender. Your mass is reduced so that your density is the same as usual. The blades are moving and start to move in 60 seconds. What do you do? Those who were paying attention in rocket science class will recall the formula for energy of a projectile. E equals to mgh. E is energy of a bottle rocket, let's say. M is its mass. G is the acceleration of gravity, and h is the height of the bottle of rocket attains. The height increases in direct proportion with energy, as long as mass stays the same. Suppose you tape 2 bottles of rockets together and light turn them simultaneously. Will the double rocket go higher? No. It's got twice the fuel energy, but also twice the mass to lift it against gravity. That leaves the height unchanged. The same principle applies to shrunken human jumping. As long as muscle energy and mass shrink in proportion, jump height should stay the same. Alright, we are going to now question 2. When there's a wind blowing, does a round trip by plane take more time or less time? Or does it take the same time? The usual gut reaction is that wind effects even out. A headwind will slow you one way, then it will become a tailwind on the return, and allow you to make a photograph of makeup time. That is correct as far as it goes. The question is the round trip gonna be exactly the same in terms of time? Say you've got a plane that travels from New York to London and back at 600 miles an hour. Coincidentally, a freak of global warming has generated a steady 600 miles per hour jet stream blowing from New York to London. This is great for the eastward trip. The hyper hurricane tailwind doubles the plane's speed, ground speed, and allows it to arrive in London in half the usual time. It's the return trip that's killer. The plane has 600 miles per hour headwind. No matter how much the pilot guns for the engines, it cannot overcome that. Even if the plane got in the air, its ground speed would be 0. Now here, you see it takes all the running you can do to keep it in the same place. The Red Queen told Alice in through the looking glass. The plane will never make it back to New York. The return trip is of infinite duration, and so is the round trip. The predicament is easy to understand in this extreme case. On a 5-hour flight, a tailwind can save you at the very most of 5 hours. A headwind can cost you an eternity. This basic principle is true no matter how fast or slow the wind is. A 300 miles per hour wind would cut 1.67 hours of a 5-hour flight one way, but add 5 hours the other way. A constant wind always increases the round trip time. To make your answer complete, you might want to talk about a crosswind. Suppose that the wind is blowing from the north at a 90-degree angle to the route from New York to London. Should you ignore the wind and steer the usual course? The wind would push the plane south throughout the trip. It would end up somewhere south of London. To correct for the sideways wind, you need to chart a course slightly north of London into the wind. That would mean that some of the plane's velocity fights the wind and leaving a reduced component for the eastward travel. The trip takes a little longer on the return. You've got the same crosswind and you have to correct the same way. Both trips take longer. In general, you wouldn't expect the wind to be blowing exactly in the direction of travel, nor exactly at 90 degrees to it. The direction would be somewhere in between. You can break the wind's velocity down into the headwind, tailwind, and crosswind components. The point is that both components increase the round trip time. The best wind for round trip air travels is no wind at all. Now, we will go to question number 3. I know that you can hear the doggos barking behind me. Deal with it. Let's go to question number 3. What comes in the following series? SSS, SCC, C, SC. By the way, this should not be a case in the chapter 2, so relax. The series is the letters of the alphabets in a silly code. A, as a letter, capital letter, is made out of 3 straight lines. Encode that as SSS. Capital B is 1 straight line and 2 curved ones, or SCC. C is 1 curved line and remains coincidentally just C. D is 1 straight and 1 curved line that brings up to the next term, which must be represented capital E. That's 4 straight lines, or SSSS. The question has become popular at Amazon, but it's probably too insight dependent to be a good test. Many smart people think of binary numbers, new Roman numerals, or other concepts that will get them absolutely nowhere. Alright, coming to, I suppose, question number 3 or number 4. You and your neighbor are holding a garage sale on the same day. Both of you plan to sell the same exact item. You plan to put your item on sale for £100. The neighbor has informed you that he's going to put his on sale for £40. The items are in identical condition. What do you do, assuming you're not especially friendly terms with this neighbor? Alright, the bit about not being on especially friendly terms should tell you that strategic response is expected. So should the fact that this question is frequently asked at the more aggressive Wall Street houses. Figure that your time is worth something. You have got better things to do than with your weekend than run a perpetual series of garage sales. Therefore, you want to price items that the probability of their selling is high. You want to get rid of nearly everything by the day's end. Assuming that the same applies to the neighbor, there must be an honest difference of opinion on how much the item in question is worth. Provided that at least one person is willing to pay £40, the neighbor can count on his item selling, decreasing the chance that your item will. Your worry is that there will be only one big spender who is willing to pay £100. And he'll buy from the neighbor, not you. The friendly solution is to pull the neighbor aside and say, now look, a mint condition Wookiee in original packaging is worth £100. You can check it out on eBay. You are throwing your money away by offering it for £40. This may persuade the neighbor to raise his price, maybe matching your £100, but this plan is not considered an especially good answer. Suppose the big spender finds two identical items on sale for £100. He's equally likely to choose either one, and the other may go unsold. Ironically, you might be better off with the neighbors lowering his price. Were the neighbor to give the item away to the first person who showed up, and then you wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. You simply want the neighbor's item off the market, one way or the other. You might offer to pay the neighbor not to market his item. It's hard to say whether he would accept. He might be offended, and he might try to extort an unreasonable price. A better answer is simpler. Buy the neighbor's item. Why? First of all, he will be pleased to sell his item immediately. He is not likely to be offended or raise the price. You can haggle like an other buyer, and you might even get it for less than £40. Why should you want to buy his item? When you put something on sale for £100, you hope to make a decent profit, compensating for the time you have invested in selling it and factoring in the chance that it won't sell. Anything that diminishes the chance of your item selling in effect costs you a significant fraction of that £100. The numbers in this puzzle were chosen so that the neighbor's price is comparable to the economic damage he is doing to you. By buying the item, you give the right to keep it off the market when that suits your purpose, plus the rights to sell it at any time the market will bear. Anything you get from selling the item is pure gravy. The best plan is to hide one item until the first one sells. Then put the second item on sale at a reduced price according to how late in the day it is. Alright, hopefully, yes. Last question. You put a glass of water on a record turntable and then begin increasing the speed slowly. What will happen first? Will the glass slide off? Will it tip over? Or will the water splash out? The question is asked at Apple. Most people understand that the question involves a centrifugal force. Equally important is the force of friction. It's friction between the bottom of the glass and turntable that sets the glass in motion. To make that clear, imagine a world without friction. Everything is slicker than Teflon, if infinitely slick. Then the question's experiment would have no effect on the glass. The turntable would slide effortlessly underneath the glass, and the glass wouldn't move. This is in keeping with Newton's first law. Stationary objects stay unless there is some force acting on them. Without the force of friction, the glass won't spin. Now, imagine supergluing the glass to the turntable, effectively creating infinite friction between the two surfaces. Glass and turntable must rotate as a unit. Crank up the speed, and the glass moves faster. This creates centrifugal force. The only thing free to react with the force is water. It's not glued down. Once the glass is spinning fast enough, the water will spill outward and stay away from the center of rotation. The question asks you to consider a case between these extremes. At first, friction will be adequate to hold the glass in the place. It will rotate with the turntable, creating a slight centrifugal force. As the turntable spins faster, the centrifugal force will increase. The friction holding the glass in place will remain approximately the same. Therefore, there must come a point when centrifugal force overcomes frictional force. Those who have studied physics or spent a lot of time on playground slides recall that an object that begins to slide experiences less friction than it did while standing still. You stick a little at the top of the slide, then suddenly slip freely. The same applies at the turntable to the turntable. Rather than accelerating gradually, the glass will stick and then slide. What happens then? The answer is it depends on the shape of the glass and how full it is. This isn't a Weasley attempt to evade the question. All the following outcomes are realistic. Fill a glass to the brim. The slightest centrifugal force will raise the water level on the cup's outward side, spilling some water. This will occur while the glass is sticking before it slides. Use a very short glass, a petri dish, with a single drop of water. Alright. That was number 1. Now we are reading number 2 of the following outcomes of the answer. Use a very short glass, a petri dish, with a single drop of water in it. No way is the glass going to tip over, nor will it be moving so fast that a single drop of water climbs the surface and spills out. Instead, when it's spinning fast enough, the petri dish will simply slide off the turntable. Number 3. Use a very tall glass like a test tube with a flat bottom. The centrifugal force effectively acts on the center of gravity because the center of gravity is so high, and so all the frictional force is on the bottom. The test tube glass will flip over rather than slide. Now, the turntable surface makes a difference too. A rubber turntable increases friction and favors spilling and tipping scenarios, all else being equal. A slick, hard plastic turntable favors sliding. Alright, so this was the end of chapter 1. Chapter 2. The Cult of Creativity. A History of Human Resources, or Why Interviewers Go Rogue. You're in an 8x8 stone corridor, announced the interviewer. The Prince of Darkness appears before you. So begins the tale of a very strange job interview related by Microsoft Program Manager Chris Sells. You mean like the devil? Asked the unlucky applicant. Any Prince of Darkness will do, she answered. What do you do? Can I run? Do you want me to run? I guess not. Do I have a weapon? What kind of weapon do you want? Something with range. Like what? A crossbow. What kind of ammo do you have? Ice arrows. Why? Because the Prince of Darkness is a creature made of fire. She liked that. So, what do you do next? I shoot him? No, what do you do? Silence. You waste him. You waste the Prince of Darkness! Exclamation mark. By this point, the applicant had a question of his own. Holy crap! What have I gotten myself into? He had gotten himself into a not entirely a typical interview in the new economy. In many industries, offbeat interview questions are a badge of coolness. They show how creative the workforce is. These questions are a feature of companies where non-HR employees do the interviewing. In highly specialized and creative fields particularly, it's thought that employees better know what questions to ask than human resources people do. This sounds fine in theory, but in practice, a largest minority of citizen interviews take this as a license to go rogue. They ask any offbeat questions that pops into their head and any question they have heard that someone else is asking. Yet it's hard to imagine that questions like the above have any much value in selecting people to hire. How did such things come to be? The deep dark secret of human resources is that job interviews don't work. This is exactly breaking news back in 1963. The behavioral scientists Marvin D. Dunnett and Bernard M. Bass wrote, The personal interview continues to be the most widely used method for selecting employees, despite the fact that it is costly, inefficient, and usually invalid procedure. A dozen years later, the recruiter Robert Martin said, Most of the corporate recruiters with whom I've had contact are decent and well-intentioned people, but I've yet to meet anyone, including myself, who knows what he or she is doing. The new economy has taken notice. In an interview, you can tell if a person is a pleasant conversationalist, and you can give some technical questions to rule out the truly inept. But beyond that, you might as well as be rolling dice, wrote the founder of BitTorrent, Brian Cohen. Google's human resources head, Laszlo Bock, said it even more succinctly. Interviews are a terrible predictor of performance. What's so bad about an interview? The above critics were all too aware of some damning statistics. The evidence for the use of fullness of our job interviews is not unlike the evidence for extrasensory perception or alien abductions. There are some great anecdotes, but the closer you look at the data, the less compelling it is. In practice, job interviews appear to have little or no power to predict success on a job, beyond what might already be predicted from work, experience, or education. Inevitably, interviewers favor candidates who do well on interviews, who look good, talk a good game, and make the right jokes. But doing well on the interview is not the same as doing well on the job. Of course, most interviews insist they are aware of all that and correct for it. Somehow, most studies suggest that they don't correct for it enough. It may not even be possible to correct when much of the deciding is unconscious and automatic. People often get hired on hunches. Behavior predicts behavior. The human resources profession has spent much of the past century trying to find better ways of evaluating candidates. One approach is by using biodata. A job applicant is asked questions about his past behavior, typically on a form, in the belief that the answers will help to predict how he will perform in the workplace. Biodata is said to have originated in the insurance industry. At an industry convention in 1894, Colonel Thomas L. Peters of the Washington Life Insurance Company proposed asking a list of standard questions for would-be insurance agents. Peters felt that by using the same actuarial analysis already in use for setting premiums, the company should be able to predict who would be best suited for the job. The premise of biodata is that behavior predicts behavior. A person who has gotten 5 speeding tickets in the past year is likely to speed in the future and hence to be at a higher risk for accidents. A classic biodata question dates from World War II. The U.S. Naval Air Station Pensacola, Florida, known as the Annapolis of the Air, was charged with training 1,100 cadets a month, over 10 times the peacetime figure. Not everyone had the right stuff to be a pilot. Training was grueling and expensive, and trainees were often ill for days. Many had never been in a plane before. The war effort depended on accurate determining who had the talent and perseverance to succeed. Military psychologists designed a state-of-the-art questionnaire covering background, education, and interest. One psychologist at Pensacola, Edward Curtin, compared how recruiters had answered the questions to how they subsequently fared in pilot training school. Curtin was astounded by what he found. One particular question on the list predicted success as a pilot better than the whole questionnaire did. The question was, did you ever build a model airplane that flew? The recruits who answered yes were more likely to succeed as pilots. That passion for airplanes, of people who had been doing it forever, ended up being predictive, explained Todd Carlis, a psychologist in Google's People Operation Division. They would stick with it, no matter how many times they puked in the aircraft. Biodata had gone in and out of fashion several times. Rightly or not, there's a perception that biodata is too cruel a tool to provide much guidance in hiring creative innovators and managers. That has limited its influence and whenever and wherever employees have sought visionaries. Creativity versus intelligence. As a human resources concept, creativity is a legacy of Sputnik-haunted Cold War epoch. The 1957 launch of the Soviet Union's globe-girdling satellite shocked Americans out of complacency. It was no longer a given that American enterprise led the world. Editorialists feared that the nation was falling behind in technical innovation. Universities revamped their curriculum to emphasize science and creative thinking. Employers decided that they needed to jump on the creative bandwagon too. They began asking whether it was possible to spot the future innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders. The space race accelerated a trend that had already begun in psychology, the shattering of the concept of intelligence. For half a century, university and employers had placed great faith in the notion of IQ. Intelligence was imagined to be a single quantity responsible for all intellectual accomplishment and as measurable as blood pressure. Psychologists churned out IQ tests for a ready market of American universities and employers. Were the sales pitches true? The task of employers should have been simple: hire the qualified applicants with the highest IQ scores. The reality was that IQ tests had little discernible value in hiring. That isn't to say that intelligence doesn't matter, but that work history and education convey much the same information and more. Equally troubling was the fact that high IQ people aren't always good employees. Some are brainy slackers who never achieve much of anything. The disconnect between intelligence and success began as an embarrassment to the IQ psychologists. By mid-century, they would have invented ways to turn this lemon into lemonade. One of Thomas Edison's assistants, the Cornell University-trained engineer Louis Leon Thurston, was so intrigued by the mysteries of intellect and success that he became a psychologist. Unlike other early proponents of IQ testing, Thurston had held that intelligence is not one thing but many distinct skills such as word fluency, spatial visualization, and reasoning. There wasn't much correlation between them, he argued. You can be brilliant at one thing, terrible at everything else. J.P. Golliford, an army psychologist who switched to a career at the University of Southern California, took up Thurston's thread with a vengeance. Guilford sliced and diced intelligence into as many as 180 distinct factors. In principle, all could be measured if anyone had the patience or cared. A key figure in creativity business was Ellis Paul Torrance from 1915 to 2003, who decided that not only was creativity distinct from intelligence, but it was the really important thing. This was a savvy career move, coming just as disenchantment with IQ tests was peaking in the 1960s. Not only was there scant evidence that employment IQ testing did any earthly good, but the civil rights movement had made American business diversity conscious for the first time. It was easily shown that IQ tests were biased against minorities, at least in the statistical sense. Employers dropped IQ tests and other standardized personality tests in droves. We all know roughly what intelligence means. It's the ability to reason well and grasp the subtleties of the world around us. Intelligent people are quirk thinkers who do well in university or business, provided they are motivated. Creativity is a more fluid term. Motivational speakers name drop Leonardo da Vinci, Steve Jobs, Shakespeare, Henry Ford, Picasso, and Oprah Winfrey, all as examples of a fungible creativity. The business end of creativity tends to be equated with success, but the story of many great successes challenges any simple identification. The idea for Google came in a dream. Larry Page woke up one night with the concept, what if we could download the whole web and just keep the links? I grabbed a pen and started writing. What separates Page from all the PhDs who don't found a world-changing company a lucky dream or something more? Torrance attempted to address that sort of question. He began by immersing himself in a study of the lives of scientists, innovators, and explorers. A key issue he had to tackle is how creativity differs from intelligence. There were two main views on this: the disjoint and nothing special hypothesis. The disjoint hypothesis says that intelligence and creativity are completely different. You can have one, the other, both, or neither. No surprise there. The nothing special hypothesis says that creativity is nothing special. Inside our heads, there is no deep distinction between creativity and intelligence. The distinction is strictly outside our heads. We look at certain consequences of thinking and ambition, Google, the light bulb, cubism, and decide that there must be a special mental attribute that created them. But this is an illusion. It's plain old intelligence, motivation, hard work, and being in the right place at the right time. By the nothing special theory, Page was perhaps lucky to have that dream. He had not had it, or a similar brainstorm, he would have not co-founded Google. He doubtless would have been successful at something else, though maybe not in such a world or changing way. Thomas Edison was a font of nothing special. Thomas Edison was a font of nothing special soundbites. Genius is 1% inspiration, 99% perspiration, he said. Of course, someone less intelligent and driven than Edison or Page wouldn't have made much of those lucky flashes of inspiration. As another saying goes, you make your own luck. It's easy to believe that there are elements of truth to both the nothing special and the disjoint hypothesis. Torrance favored a middle position, the threshold hypothesis. This says that to be intelligent in order to be creative, but the opposite isn't the case. You have to be intelligent in order to be creative, but the opposite isn't the case. If you look at a random sample of creative successful people, you'll find that virtually 100% of them are highly intelligent. But if you look at a random sample of highly intelligent people, you find that few of them are creative or consciously successful in business or life. Put another way, Mensa meetings are filled with smart losers. According to Torrance, the creative have an extra spark that distinguishes them from the mass of merely intelligent and educated. Torrance set out to find a way to identify that spark. By 1962, he had arrived at this process. Creativity is the production of something new or unusual as the result of the processes of sensing difficulties, problems, gaps in knowledge, missing elements, something askew, making guesses and formulating hypotheses about these deficiencies, evaluating and testing these guesses and hypotheses, possibly revising and retesting them, and finally communicating the results. This may strike you as both true and kind of obvious. Torrance was already monetizing his notion of creativity. He and the colleagues devised the Minnesota test of creative thinking and the Torrance test of creative thinking. These standardized tests involve divergent thinking, a term coined by J.P. Guilford for what business people have since come to call brainstorming. Guilford's classic test of divergent thinking was to think of as many unusual uses for a brick as possible. The more answers and the more original the answers, the more creative the person was judged to be. In similar tests with children, Torrance would supply stuffed bunny and challenge the kids to think of ways to improve the toy, to make it more fun to play with. For better or worse, these classic tasks reverberate through today's job interviews. Some companies actually ask the brick question. A more business-like update used at the Bank of America is to have the candidate pull an unknown object out of paper bag and devise an impromptu sales pitch for it. The scoring, though informal, is much like Guilford's with the number of distinct selling points, tailed and extra credit given for their originality. Google interviewers test divergent thinking with this question. It is difficult to remember what you read, especially after many years. How would you address this? This challenges the candidate to invent a new product on the spot. To answer such questions well, it's necessary to come up with many ideas, but to also edit and refine them. The complement to divergent thinking is to convergent thinking. This is the process of using logic or instinct to narrow the range of possibilities to decide which possible solutions best solve the problem. It's easier to understand convergent thinking. We can express a logical proof in words. It's not so easy to articulate how wild ideas pop into one's head. Nor is it easy to make ideas flow. I'm trying to think, but nothing's happening. Divergent and convergent thinking are a yin-yang duality. Successful innovators need both. Those who excel only at divergent thinking may be flakes. Those gifted with convergent thinking alone are intelligent but not creative. In 1960, the University of Minnesota held a conference on the space age. The keynote speakers were celebrity anthropologist Margaret Mead and Ellis Paul Torrance. Mead remarked to Torrance that creativity had been studied before, with little result. "Why do you think it will amount to anything this time?" she asked. "It remains a good question. Some psychologists still judge creativity research to be slow with a few tufts of good footing," as Herman Melvin said of philosophy. Torrance managed to create a new and hermetic specialty. The psychology of creativity has its own jargon and journals, with a set of canonical studies and lionized authorities. The hard question is whether today's understanding of creativity goes far beyond common sense. Today's psychologists usually define creativity as the ability to combine novelty and usefulness in a particular social context. The emphasis on a social context is new, and it's especially relevant to creativity in the business realm. There is an individualistic, characteristically American way of looking at things that places much of in the lone act of genius. The lone cowboy comes with $1 million idea that inevitably wins over the world, but it doesn't always work that way. Peter Robertson invented a square-headed screwdriver that's better than the Phillips or the slot kind of. Just about every engineer agrees that Robertson's screwdriver is better, yet it never caught on except in Canada. No one's sure why. Success is as difficult to explain as failure. Bistone, Evan Williams, and Jack Dorsey created Twitter, a fantastic success. It's just hard to say why exactly email, text messages, blogs, podcasts, YouTube, MySpace, and Facebook all existed before Twitter. There were and are other microblogging sites. Twitter added value is subtler, more contextual. It's a niche within an ever-shifting ecosystem of communication modalities. We apply the word creative to Twitter because it's successful. It's not so clear whether anyone, even the Twitter guys, could have anticipated that success. Innovators try interesting things and hope to catch a cresting wave. Oxbridge and IBM. The psychological work provided a theoretical justification for something that was already going on: the use of puzzling and sometimes bizarre questions in personal assessment. Applicants to Oxford and Cambridge have been long subjected to difficult admission interviews. Oxbridge's questions include puzzles and philosophical paradoxes, often with a distinct air of whimsy. Does a Girl Guide have a political agenda? How would you describe a human to a person from Mars? What percentage of the world's water is contained in a cow? Is it moral to hook up with a psychopath whose only pleasure is killing? To a reality simulating machine so that he can kill as much as he likes? And to Cambridge theology students, this poser: could there be a second coming if mankind disappeared from the planet? In the United States, the computer industry was particularly receptive to brain teaser interview questions. That's often traced to IBM. One of its legendary engineers, John W. Backus, was a human resource department nightmare. a man whose many talents defied measurement. After dropping out of the University of Virginia, Bacchus was drafted into the US Army during World War II. The Army gave him a battery of aptitude tests and concluded that he was too brilliant for regular service. Instead, he was sent back to university at public expense. Bacchus went on to pursue a master's degree in mathematics at Columbia University. By pure serendipity, one day he strolled past IBM's Madison Avenue headquarters. It was displaying one of the firm's new electronic calculators, a marvel of miniaturization, about the size of a Manhattan office. As Bacchus was gazing at the thing in wonderment, an IBM tour guide began asking him questions. Bacchus mentioned he was studying maths. The guide beckoned him upstairs for what turned out to be a job interview. It consisted of a series of logic puzzles. The year was 1950 and IBM was in a quandary. It was it was coming to the belated realization that software design was not electrical engineering at all, but a whole new field, lacking a name or a suitable degree program. Even the term software did not exist, and hardware meant wrenches and toilet snakes. The people IBM needed to hire might conceivably come from any background. Asking logic puzzles was an attempt, however makeshift, to identify those capable of thinking in new ways. Bacchus did well enough on the puzzles to be hired on the spot. He eventually led the team that produced Fortran, the first high-level computer language. Its importance to software has been compared to the transistor's importance to hardware. Since no one had experience or education relevant to high-level programming languages because they didn't exist, Bacchus had to cast his net widely. They took anyone who seemed to have an aptitude for problem-solving skills. Bridge players, chess players, even women, said Lois Haibt, a newly qualified maths graduate. The team grew to 10 and included a crystallographer and a code breaker. Bacchus described his creative process in terms much like Edison's or Torrance's. You have to generate many ideas, and then you have to work very hard only to discover that they don't work. And you have to keep doing that over and over until that find one that does work. In 1957, William Shoxley, the most cantankerous of the three men credited with inventing the transistor, moved west to build and market electronics. His Shockley Semiconductor Laboratory, the first Silicon Valley startup, was in Mountain View, a bike ride from where the Googleplex now stands. Shockley was so nuts about using logic puzzles in hiring interviews that he timed applicants with a stopwatch. Maybe that should have been a tip-off. Shockley was a holy terror to work for. Mere months after they were hired, 8 of the brightest employees, the traitorous 8, got so fed up that they resigned. They went on to found companies like Fairchild Instruments and Intel. Ever since, brain teaser interviews have been part of hiring in the computer industry. Selling Sergey's soul to the devil. In July 2004, 2 enigmatic billboards went up on the opposite sides of the country. One was in Harvard Square, the other off Highway 101 in Silicon Valley. Each billboard was stark black text on a white background reading, first 10-digit prime found in consecutive digits of E.com. There was no mention of who put up the billboards or what was being advertised. It was a test. As expected, the billboards grew publicity. A gaggle of mathematically inclined bloggers wrote about the billboards. Then a radio program did a piece on the mystery. One of the first to solve the puzzle was the iconoclast physicist and mathematician Stephen Wolfram. Born in London in 1959, Wolfram had been a child prodigy and had published an important paper on quarks at the age of 17. 3 years later, he had a PhD in particle physics. In the 1980s, Wolfram received a Macarent grant, worked at the Institute for Advanced Study, and collaborated with Richard Feynman. In 1987, he co-founded Wolfram Research to market Mathematica, the globally used calculating program for scientists and engineers. It took Wolfram just a simple line of Mathematica code to solve the brilliant billboards puzzle. Let me explain what the billboard was asking. Start inside the brackets with the italicized lowercase letter e. This is Euler's number, approximately 2.71828. ... One way to explain E is to say that it's a measure of the power of compound interest. Borrow a quid from a loan shark charging 100% interest, compounded daily, and you'll owe him just under E pounds at the end of the year. 2.72 pounds. Compound interest is only one of E's guises. It is an almost mystic number that turns up in diverse mathematical contexts, most having nothing to do with usury. In that respect, E is something like the better known number pi, which appears in formulas having nothing to do with circles. Like pi, E cannot be expressed in exactly in decimal notations. It is an endless string of digits starting with 2.71828 ... and never repeating. That's how it fits into the puzzle. Because the digits of E never repeat, you can expect to find any sequence of digits in E if you look long enough. Your phone number is in E somewhere. So is everyone else's phone number. Credit rating and battling average, the world's population, tomorrow's winning lottery number, and the current temperature in Tangiers are all in there. The billboards were asking for the first 10-digit prime numbers in the digits of E. A prime number is any that cannot be divided by any other number greater than 1. 7 is a prime number, and so is 23. 8 is not a prime number because it can be divided by 2 and 4, nor is 25, which divides by 5. It's been known since Greek antiquity that the distribution of primes fit no neat pattern. There are prime numbers of all sizes. Many ways are known for determining the digits of E, and for identifying prime numbers. To us in the 21st century, the easiest method by far is to Google it. Hundreds of sites will give you E to more digits than you know what to do with. Other sites will give you lists of prime numbers. This isn't as helpful as you might hope. If you wanted to locate the first occurrence of a specific short numbers, like your weight in E, all you have to do is to navigate to a page listing the digits and use the browser's search function to find the desired number. Unfortunately, there's a lot of 10-digit numbers, more than the 400 millions of them. You would have to test each one, like a thief trying every combination on a lock. Even with a helper supplying prime numbers, and supposedly you could test a new one every second without sleep. It would take nearly 14 years to run through all of the possibilities. The only realistic way to solve the puzzle is to write code. That's what Wolfram did. Fortunately, Mathematica is a streamlined to perform the short number theoretic calculations needed. Wolfram's single line of code was select bracket open from digits slash at partition bracket open first bracket open real digits bracket open e comma 10 comma 1000 bracket close comma 10 comma 1 bracket close comma prime q comma 1 bracket close. This promptly identified the 10-digit prime number as 7,427, 466, 391. It starts 99 spaces to the right of each decimal point. 2.71828171287 274,257,1382174,257,164,274,274,639,1. The billboard placed a .com after the brackets, so Wolfram typed 74274666391.com into a browser. It took him to a page that said, "Congratulations, you made it to level 2. It was followed by a second puzzle. Answering it correctly qualified the solver for the third level. Soon, very smart people all over the world were tackling the puzzles. As with a video game, the number of players dwindled with each succeeding level. Finally, at the end of the succession of puzzles came for a prize or a MacGuffin, an invitation to send a CV to Google. Perhaps no company had done so much to popularize the use of intellectual challenges in hiring as Google. As a Russian immigrant child in Maryland, Sergey Brin spoke little English, delighting instead in mathematical puzzles. Young Larry Page was fascinated by the eccentric inventor Nikola Tesla. At the University of Michigan, Page built a working inkjet printer out of Lego blocks. In Google's first 5 years, Page or Brin or both interviewed each candidate. Even today, Page still signs off on every hire. The founders were known for novel interview questions. When Alyssa Lee, an attorney, was interviewed, Brin asked her to draw up a contract to sell his soul to the devil. It had to be emailed to him in the next 30 minutes. Amid the surreal oddity of it all, Lee said, "I had forgotten to ask him all sorts of lawyerly questions, like what sort of protections he needed, what conditions he wanted to attach, and what he wanted in return for his soul. But then I realized that I had missed the point. He was looking for someone who could embrace a curveball, even relish it, and thrive in the process of tackling something unexpected. Lee was hired." Google's billboards were not quite what they appeared. The company was already deluged with CVs. The smart people who did solve the puzzles and wanted a job did not get any preferential treatment. The billboard stunt was primarily a way to burnish Google's image as an innovative workspace. For a pittance, the ads earned Google all media attention and viral marketing on the web. Not everyone paid attention, and many of who did must have concluded that Google was brimming with hopeless geeks. Yet almost everyone with the qualifications to work at Google did hear about the billboards one way or the other. The commanded the attention of world-class geniuses who didn't need jobs like Wolfram. Mainly, the billboards helped ensure that when software engineers looked for their next job, they thought of Google first. The Church of Apple. And there's a company that's even cooler than Google. It's Apple. The problem with getting hired at Apple is the amount of people that would cut off their own testicle for a job. One applicant reported he was applying for a position at an Apple store opening in Florida. As a salesperson earning about $11 an hour, he didn't count on the Church of Apple. Have you ever gone to a church where everyone is totally convinced in the idea of a loving God watching over us all? If so, you can probably relate to the interview process of Apple. The entire interview process took place over 2 to 3 month period for a new store opening. It consisted of an introduction to the company, where 4 or 5 vested employees preached the goodness of Apple products and how life-changing they are. Then there you are asked to stand up and introduce yourself. And then, after that, it's time to dance like a performing monkey to the hiring manager's approval. The entire process really smells like you're being interviewed for a pyramid scheme. You probably noticed that Apple Store staff is as carefully cast as the help at Disneyland. Everyone fits the role perfectly, no one is uncool. That's because they turn an awful lot of people away. When Apple opened its store on Manhattan's Upper West Side in 2009, it got 10,000 applicants and hired just over 200 of them, about 2%. One of the questions posed in Apple's group interviews speak volumes about the corporate culture. What happened in 2001? Mention 9/11 and you'll be coolly informed that there are other good answers. The correct responses. The iPod was introduced and the first Apple store was opened. This is one way of hiring for the subset of companies that can pull it off. The coolness ensures that the company will get dozens of applicants for every opening, and that those applicants will submit a gauntlet of interview puzzles, stunts, tests, and hazings. At the end, the interviewers scheme the most dazzling talent of the top and reject everyone else, most of whom may be perfectly well qualified. It's not hard to understand why companies do this. The mystery is why so many job seekers are mesmerized by corporate mysteries. It wasn't so long ago that job hunters scanned the want ads of their local newspapers, getting ink on their hands. Most of the employers' advertising were local. The internet and monster.com have opened job seekers' eyes to a world of options beyond their own cities. Features comparing company benefits and cultural intangibles draw floods of applications to the highest rated companies. For these companies, buzz has the same effect it does on nightclubs. The popular ones are hard to get into. In Silicon Valley, outlandish benefits have about as long a history as tricky interview questions. Hewlett-Packard was one of the pioneers offering free snacks and expensive gifts for newlyweds and new parents. Many of Google's perks were cribbled from other companies like Genentech, the informally Friday meetings, and Facebook, bring your dog to work. Today, free chef-prepared meals are the norm at Silicon Valley firms. and having a child is worth a mid four-figure sum. As Larry Page said, our competitors have to be competitive on some of these things. If this is generosity, it's the kind that Ayn Rand could have loved. When Google's early investors were leery of the free food, Sergey Brin supplied a characteristically quantitative defense. Employees who would otherwise have to drive to lunch wait to be served and drive back. Eating on campus serves 30 minutes per employee per day. Based on that, the food pays for itself. More to the point, there's evidence that companies that people most want to work for are better by almost any measure. Alex Edmonds computed that a portfolio of Fortune magazine 100 best companies to work for from 1984 to 2005 outperformed the market by 4.1 percentage points a year. Why Robert Lering and Milton Mokowitz, the authors of Fortune's annual list, have long argued that the crucial ingredient to their best workplaces is trust. It's no secret that we live in a cynical age. How much time at a typical company is spent joking about the boss? More work gets done at those rare businesses where people care about the product, their superiors, and the company itself. Page recalls a grandfather, a worker at Chevrolet's Flint, Michigan plant, who carried a leather-clad iron pipe to work. The pipe was to protect him from company goons during strikes. Page, who aspired to start a company from the age 12, early concluded that unhappy workers are unproductive workers. Companies like Google and Apple go to lengths to present themselves as creative, enlightened workplaces. The novel benefits may be the least of that, but there are one high-profile way of showing that management values its human capital. In Silicon Valley, at least, benefits were cut much when the economy tanked, and perks seem to be making a comeback. Some of the smaller gaming and social firms now make Google look stuffy and little cheap. New employees at Asana, a software firm, are treated to a $10,000 spending spree on computer and electronic gear. It sometimes seems that firms are hard to put something new to dangle before prospective employees. After Works, Scribd converts its San Francisco offices into a go-kart track. There's also a Zip line, Zynga, the social, or ZYNGA, the social network game company, promises to send someone out to employees' homes to wait for the phone or cable guy. We do have a workforce for whom this is their first job, noted ZYNGA Chief People's Officer Colleen McCreary. I worry if they ever wanted to go work for somewhere else. Perhaps it's not surprising that employers complain of a sense of entitlement among many job seekers. Jobless recovery or not, a recent study found that 41% of the 2010 graduates turned down job offers, the same percentage as in the boom year of 2007. And when interviewers ask whether the candidate has any questions, perks are often a topic of intense curiosity. One interviewer tells of a job hunter who showed unseemingly interest in the company's legal benefits. He wanted to know if it covered the cost of filing lawsuits, if it covered him if he got sued himself, if it applied to any lawsuits he currently was involved in, and if he could theoretically use it to sue the company itself. Some of today's interviews' questions are much about screening out the big spoiled babies as finding geniuses. Rakesh Agarwal, a consultant who's worked for Microsoft, AOL Search, and Washington Post website, likes to ask job candidates what they think of his company's products. Once Agarwal ran into an applicant socially and helpful, said it would be a good idea to check out the product before the interview. On the appointed day, the candidate confessed he hadn't tried the product. He explained that he had looked at the website and decided the product didn't interest him. Said Agarwal, he was interviewing to be the VP of marketing. Questions. Traditional brain teasers. Here are some traditional brain teasers long used in technology companies. Today, you'll find them at many other companies too. Answers start at page 144. There are 3 men and 3 lions on one side of a river. You need to carry them all to the other side using a single boat that you can carry only 2 entities, human or lion, at a time. You can't let the lions outnumber the men on either bank of the river because then they would eat them. How would you get them across? Question number 2. Using a 4-minute hourglass and a 7-minute hourglass, measure exactly 9 minutes. Question number 3. Find the minimum number of coins to give any amount of change from a US company, so think 1 cent, 5 cent, 10 cent, 25 cent, and 50 cent. Question number 4. In a dark room, you are handed a deck of cards with n of the cards facing face up and the rest face down. You can't see the cards. How would you split the cards into 2 piles with the same number of face up cards in each pile? Question number 5. You are given a cube of cheese and a knife. How many straight cuts of the knife do you need to divide the cheese into 27 little cubes? Question number 6. There are 3 boxes and one contains a valuable prize. The other 2 are empty and you are given a choice of a box, but you aren't told whether it contains a prize. Instead, one of the boxes you didn't pick up is open and is shown to be empty. You are allowed to keep the box you originally picked, stay, or swap it for the other unopened box. Which would you rather do? Stay or switch? Question number 7. You are in a car with helium balloon tied to the floor. The windows are closed. When you step on the accelerator, what happens to the balloon? Does it move forward, move backward, or stay put? Think about these questions. We're gonna talk about the answers in just a few seconds. Alright, let's begin. Question number 1. There are 3 men and 3 lions on one side of a river. You need to carry them to the other side using a single boat that can carry only 2 entities, human or lion, at a time. You can't let the lions outnumber the men on either side of the bank because then they would eat them. How would you get them across? There are 5 conceivable passenger lists for the first trip, namely 1 man, 1 lion, a man and a lion, 2 men, or 2 lions. Lions can't row or trim sails. You'd be surprised how many people miss this point. A boat without a man on board is a non-starter that rules out 1 lion and 2 lions. 1 man and 2 men are out. 2. They would leave the man or men outnumbered on the near bank. That leaves only 1 workable cause for the first trip, a man and a lion crew. They travel to the far ashore. Now what? Nothing's going to happen until we get the boat back to the near bank. It's not going to sail itself. The lion's not going to sail it. That means that the man must return alone. This gives us. Now, look at the options for the next trip. You can't send 2 men across because that would leave 1 outnumbered, and the only safe possibilities are man and lion or a lone man. But sending a lone man would be pointless. He would just have to turn around and come back. So, send a man and a line across. The man will have to push the line out and return immediately, for otherwise he would be on the same bank with two lions. That leaves two lions on the far bank. Once the man returns, all three men are on the near bank along with the lion. So far, every action has been forced. The next return trip presents an authentic choice. We can send two men or a man and a lion. In the latter case, the man would again have to drop off the lion and return immediately. This would create a toxic lion majority. With three lions on the far shore, there would be no safe way of ever landing a man or men there. Scratch that. Instead, send two men to the far shore. Since they are not outnumbered by the two lions there, they can get out of the boat and stretch their legs. The return has to be either two men, a pointless undoing of the previous trip, or a man and a lion. It can't be just one man because that would leave the other outnumbered, so a man and a lion return to the near shore. For the trip after that, we don't want to waste our time by sending the man and the lion right back. The only safe alternative is to send two men. Sending a single man back to pick up a lion, he can't get out, as he would be outnumbered 2 to 1. He's got to grab a lion or a coax. It's to jump into a boat. A slab of meat would be helpful. Once he's got the lion in the boat, the man returns with it to the far shore. Then the man goes back for the remaining lion. This time he can get out on the land if desired. Finally, a man returned to the far shore. That's every mammal across in 5.5 round trips. This puzzle is politically correct update of one that played a role in the early artificial intelligence research. In 1957, Alan Newell and J. Clifford Shaw of the Rand Corporation and Herbert Simon of the Carnegie Institute of Technology unveiled the general problem solver, one of the first AI problems. Its creators had asked people to solve logic puzzles while narrating their reasoning. The computer scientists then boiled down the techniques and coded them into the general problem solver. One of the test problems involved 3 cannibals and 3 missionaries crossing a river. Aside from the cast in identical to this interview puzzle, in the broadest sense, these puzzles are much older than that. The 8th century Alcuin of York wrote a famous puzzle collection, Propositiones ad Aequinodos Juvenes, problems to sharpen the young, including one about a man crossing a river with a wolf, a goat, and a basket of cabbages. He was probably old even then. Question number 2. Using only a 4-minute hourglass and a 7-minute hourglass measured exactly 9 minutes. With a 4-minute hourglass, it's a cinch to measure 4 minutes, 8 minutes, 12 minutes, and so forth. And the 7-minute hourglass readily gives multiples of 7. So you can measure still other times by adding the 2 hourglasses. Starting one the instant the other finishes. Let the 4-minute hourglass run out and then start the 7-minute glass. This gives 11 minutes in total. Similar strategies are measure 15 minutes, 4 plus 4 plus 7. 18 minutes, 4 plus 7 plus 7, and so on. This method won't measure 9 minutes. But there's another trick: subtraction. Start both hourglasses simultaneously. The instant the 4-minute glass runs out, turn the 7-minute glass on its side to stop the sand. This is then 3 minutes worth of sand in one bulb. That sounds promising. 9 is 3x3, but notice that once you use the 3 minutes of sand, it is gone. You end up with all 7 minutes of sand back in one bulb. You could repeat the whole process twice, but that doesn't permit measuring a continuous 9 minutes. The way to remedy this is a third trick that might be called cloning. Start both hourglasses at 0 minutes. When the 4-minute glass runs out, flip it over. When the 7-minute glass runs out, flip the both glasses over. The 4-minute glass, which had 1 minute left to run, now has 3 minutes after the flip. When those 3 minutes run out, flip over the 7-minute glass again. It will then have 3 minutes of sand. You have cloned the 3 minutes that were in the small glass. This gives a continuous 9 minutes. Below was a diagram that basically shows the 4-minute hourglass, 7-minute hourglass, and so below it says the above is a good answer, but just not the best one. The defect is that it requires 4 minutes of preparation time. To get 3 minutes of sand in one bulb of the 7-minute glass, the scheme therefore takes 13 minutes total in order to measure 9 minutes. Would you buy an egg timer that took 4 minutes to warm up? There is a solution that allows the timing to begin immediately. Begin with the safe assumption that we are going to start both hourglasses at 0 minutes. Then fast forward to 7 minutes later. The 7-minute hourglass has just run out. The 4-minute glass has already run out once and presumably has been flipped over. It should have just 1 minute of sand remaining in each of its upper bulbs. All that needed is to clone that 1 minute. At 7 minutes, flip over the 7-minute glass, let it run 1 minute as it measured by the remaining sand in the 4-minute glass. That brings up to the time 8 minutes. The 7-minute glass will have 1 minute of sand in its lower bulb. Flip the 7-minute glass over again and let the minute of sand run back. When the last grain falls, then it will be 9 minutes. Below is also another diagram that I unfortunately cannot explain because it's just a diagram. Question number 3. Find the minimum number of coins to give any amount of change. From a US company, so think 1 cent, 5 cent, 10 cent, 25 cent, and 50 cent. There are 2 ways of interpreting the question. They have different answers, so you should ask the interviewer which is meant. One interpretation is that find the smallest assortment of the coins that will give you exact change in any needed amount from 1 cent to 99 cents. Call this a universal change making set. How many coins are in that set? Say that you are a finicky shopkeeper who likes to start the day with just enough coins in the till so that you will be able to make change on the first day transaction, no matter what. What is the smallest set of coins that will do that? The answer is easy because the denomination of American coins were chosen to facilitate making change. Every denomination is at least twice the value of the next smaller denomination. That means that you can use this algorithm for making X cents change. If the needed amount X is 50 cents or more, put down a 50-cent piece and subtract that from X. If X is now 25 cents or more, put down a quarter and subtract from X. Divide X by 10 and take the whole part. Put down that many dimes and subtract. If the remainder is 5 cents or more, put down a nickel and subtract. Divide the remainder by 1 cent and put down that many pennies. Not only does this rule work, but it also gives change with the fewest coins. You could, for instance, skip the first line and use 2 quarters rather than one 50-cent piece, but that would mean using an extra coin. Someone wanting to make any amount of change in the fewest coins will need one 50-cent piece, 1 quarter, and 1 nickel, and will never need more than one of each. 2 dimes might be required to make 20 cents, say, and up to 4 pennies to make 4 cents. That means that there are 9 coins with a combined value of $1.04 in the universal change marking set. Obviously, you will never use all 9 to make change from a dollar. An alternative interpretation of the question is, what's the smallest number x, such as that you will never need more than x coins to make change. This essentially asks you to consider what change amount requires the most coins. You might guess that 99 cents requires the most coins, and you would be right. It takes 8 coins, namely a 50-cent piece, a quarter, 2 dimes, and 4 cents, making 94 cents change also requires 8 coins. Replace one of the dimes with a nickel. This question is considered tricky enough to appear on psychological test of creativity. Question number 3. In a dark room, you're handed a deck of cards with n of the cards face up and the rest face down. You can't see the cards. How would you split the cards into 2 piles with the same number of face-up cards in each pile? The brain teaser is popular at JP Morgan Chase. Nowadays, it's reasonable to say that you would pull out your mobile and use the screen as a flashlight. Actually, the puzzle predates mobile phones and is solvable without seeing the cards. You'll probably begin by making these observations. Arbitrarily dividing the deck into 2 equal piles won't work unless you are lucky. All the face-up cards could be in one pile. The question doesn't say the 2 piles have to be equal, only they have to contain the same number of face-up cards. You can flip the cards over. Of course, you have no way of telling whether the cards you're flipping are face up or face down. The intended answer is that you count n of the top of the deck and flip them over. That's one pile. The remainder of the deck is the second pile. Here's why it works. The n cards you counted off could have any number of face-up cards from 0 to all n of them. Let's say there were f face cards before the flip. Flipping converts every face-up card to a face-down card and vice versa. So instead of f face cards, you end up with n face cards in this pile. The other pile, the remainder of the deck, has n face cards minus the f you counted off. That's the same amount as the flipped pile. Question number 4. You are given a cube of cheese and a knife. How many straight cuts of the knife do you need to divide the cheese into 27 little cubes? To create 27 little cubes, you have to cut the original cube into 3 slices in each of the 3 directions. It takes 2 cuts to produce 3 slices. The obvious answer is to make 2 slices parallel to each of the 3 axes, or 6 slices in total. With this kind of question, the first answer that pops into your head isn't the best one. Can you do better? You are allowed to reposition the pieces after each slice, as cooks often do when dicing onions. This greatly increases the number of possibilities, and you may find your spatial intuition lagging. But there is actually no way to do this in fewer than 6 slices. Ideally, you should prove that to the interview. Here's how. Picture the innermost cubelet. After you have sliced the original cube into 3x3x3 equals 27 pieces. The cubelet has no outside surface. Therefore, you have got to create each of the 6 faces with a knife slice. 6 straight slices is the bare minimum for doing that. This is a reverse trick question. The obvious answer is right, and many found trying to devise a non-obvious one. Martin Gardner identified this puzzle author as Frank Hawthorne, a supervisor with New York Departments of Education, who published it in 1950. The notion of rearranging the cut pieces to save slices is not crazy. You can cut a cube into 4x4x4 cubelets in just 6 slices, versus the 9 needed with a single slice and dice. In 1958, Eugene Putzer and R.W. Lowen published a general solution for optimal slicing of a cube into nxnxn cubelets. They assured any practical-minded readers that their method might have important applications in the cheese and sugar-coated industries. This question loosely recalls another posed in interviews of financial firms at some financial firms. How many cubes are in the center of a Rubik's Cube? Since the standard cube is 3x3x3, the fake out answer is 1. Anyone who's ever disassembled a Rubik's Cube knows that the answer is 0. There is a special joint in the middle, no cubelet. Question number 4. There are, or 5. 4 or 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, question number 5. There are 3 boxes and one contains a valuable prize. The other 2 are empty. You're given a choice of a box, but you aren't told whether it contains the prize. Instead of the box you didn't pick is open and is shown empty. You're allowed to keep the box you originally picked, stay, or swap it for another unopened box. Which would you rather do? Stay or switch? This interview question is a version of the Monty Hall dilemma, posed by biostatistician Steve Selvin in 1975. Monty Hall was the original host of the TV game show Let's Make a Deal. Selvin's puzzle concerns a situation loosely based on the TV's final round, in which contestants choose prize behind doors. In a letter to the American statistician, Selvin argued that you should switch boxes, an answer so controversial that Selvin had to defend it in a follow-up letter. Monty Hall himself wrote Selvin, agreeing with his analysis. Since then, the dilemma has been a subject of interminable debate. It became popular with the general public after reappearing in the 1990 letter to the Parade magazine columnist Marilyn Vos Savant. The following year, the New York Times, John Tierney reported that the puzzle has been debated in the halls of Central Intelligence Agency and the barrack of fighter pilots in the Persian Gulf. It has been analyzed by mathematicians at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and computer programmers at the Los Alamos National Laboratory. The puzzle has turned up on radio shows, Car Talk, and television show Numbers. It's been used in the interviews at Bank of America and other financial firms. Cynics might detect a parallel to the financial industry risk management, in which probabilities are invisible, shifted, and someone else is left holding the empty box. The most interesting thing about Selvin's puzzle is how hard it is. One study found that only 12% of the questions gave the right answer. That's amazing when you consider that someone who's completely clueless can guess and stand a 50 chance of being right. This is a case where intuition gives a bum steer. The majority opinion is that it makes no difference whether you keep your original box or switch. The more sophisticated may add that any who think they can better cite their expectation by switching are as misguided as the losing plot machine player who insists that the machine is overdue to hit the jackpot. With any question in probability, it is important to know which parts of the story happen by chance and which by design. Say a friend tosses a coin 10 times, it comes head each time. What is the chance that the next toss will come up heads too? You can't say until you find out whether the run of heads is a freak of luck or the result of a trick coin. When Selvin posed the puzzle, the original Let's Make a Game deal was still on air and an ingrained part of pop culture. My grandmother, who watched the show, regarded Monty as a glorified conman. Her reasonings, recited loudly to the TV set, was that if he's willing to offer you that door, he must know it's less valuable than what you have already got. She wasn't far off the mark. In interviews, Hall has said that when he knew a contestant had chosen the biggest prize, he would offer cash incentives to tempt the contestant to switch. It made a better TV to see a sucker trade away a big prize for junk. Call the three boxes the chosen box, the reveal box, and the temptation box. Initially, the chance that your chosen box contains the prize is 1 in 3. Now, one of the two remaining boxes is open and revealed to be empty. In order to determine the effects of the odds, you need to know who chooses the second box and what agenda are they, and with what agenda. There are two likely cases. 1. The reveal box is chosen randomly, say by a coin toss. From the two boxes you didn't choose, this means that the reveal box might have contained the prize, though as it happened it didn't. 2. The box is chosen by someone who knows what's in the boxes and who planned all along to reveal an empty box, which he can do no matter what. Selvin's original puzzle makes it perfectly clear that the second case is in the intended interpretation. Certainly Monty Hall knows which box is the winner, and therefore would not open the box containing the letters to the car. This all-important clarification is often omitted in the retelling. As stated, the interview puzzle is ambiguous and there are no mention of a trickster MC. No indication of how the reveal box is chosen, and you should ask the interviewer for details and point out the question has different answers depending on the second box is chosen. In the first case, opening the reveal box tells you something. It reveals that the prize isn't in the box, even though it could have been. That boosts the chance of the chosen box containing the prize from 1/3 to half. It has the same effect on the odds of the temptation box, since both now have a 50-50 chance of containing the prize. There is no point in switching. In the second case, revealing one box doesn't tell you anything meaningful. Monty, or whoever, knows what's in the box can always find an empty box to show you. His scripted revelations does not budge the chance that your original box is the winner. It was 1/3 initial, and it is still 1/3. Opening the reveal box has not changed the 2/3 probability that one of the other boxes contains the prize either. But since one of those boxes has already been chosen to be empty, the 2/3 probability must now reside entirely in the temptation box. By accepting the offer to switch it, you double your chances of getting the prize. If you still have the trouble of seeing why Selvin's answer is right, imagine that there is 100 boxes. You've chosen the box number 79. Monty then opens 98 of the 99 boxes, all are empty. That leaves beside your box, and say box 18. Monty asks if you want to swap 79 for 18. You choose with the 99 to 1 odds against there being the car keys in that box, in your box. Monty's actions are just stage business. He has no intention of showing you anything except an empty box, and is fully able to do so. The chance of prize being in your box remains fixed at 1/100, while the chance of being being in the box number 18 increases to 99/100. With 100 boxes, you should increase your chances 99-fold by switching. When the psychologists Donald Grenberg and Thad A. Brown Interviewed people presented with this dilemma, they kept hearing explanations like this. I don't want to pick the other door because if I'm wrong, I would be more pissed off than if I stayed with the second door and lost. It was my first instinctive choice, and if I was wrong, oh well, if I switched and was wrong, it would have been much worse. I would have really regretted it if I switched and lost. It's the best to stay with your first choice. These are expressions of loss aversion. It's here universally human nature to recoil from a decision that might leave one worse off. Even when the odds are favorable, better than safe than sorry, anyone who invents this new product would do well to keep this in mind. The consumer thinking of switching boxes or brands may be motivated by reasons that have nothing to do with logic. Man's geniuses are as loss averse as everyone else. It's said that famed mathematician Paul Erdos got this puzzle wrong the first time he heard it. Even Nobel physicists systematically give the wrong answer, said the psychologist Massimo Piatali Palmarini, and they insist on it, and they are ready to berate in print those who propose the right answer. So, next question. You're in a car with a helium balloon tied to the floor. The windows are closed. When you step on the accelerator, what happens to the balloon? Does it move forward, move backward, or stay put? The near universal intuition is that the balloon leans backward as you accelerate. But the intuition is wrong. Your job is to deduce how the balloon does move and to explain it to the interviewer. One good response is to draw an analogy to a spirit level. For the non-so-handy, a spirit level is the little gizmo carpenters use to make sure a surface is horizontal. It contains a narrow glass tube of colored liquid with a bubble in it. Whenever the spirit level rests on a perfectly horizontal surface, the bubble hovers in the middle of the tube. When the surface isn't so level, the bubble migrates to the higher end of the tube. The takeaway here is that the bubble is simply a hole in the liquid when the surface isn't level. Gravity pulls the liquid towards the lower end. This pushes the bubble whenever the liquid isn't towards the opposite end. Untie the helium balloon and let it hit the sunroof. It becomes a spirit level. The balloon is a bubble of the lower density helium in higher density air, all sealed in the container, the car. Gravity pulls the heavy air downward, forcing the light balloon against the sunroof. When the car accelerates, the car air is pushed backwards just as your body is. This sends a lighter than air balloon forward. When the car brakes suddenly, the air piles up in front of the windshield. This sends the balloon backward. Centrifugal force pushes the air away from the turn and sends the balloon back towards the center of the turn. Of course, the same applies when the balloon is tied to something. It's just less free to move. The short answer to this question is that the balloon nods in the direction of any acceleration. Don't believe it? Put the book down right now. Go to the supermarket, buy a helium balloon, and then tie the string to the gear and stick or handbrake. Drive back home. No lead footing necessary. You'll be astonished. The balloon does exactly the opposite of what you expect. When you step on the accelerator, it bobs backward. It bobs forward like it's trying to raise the car to the next light. Brake hard enough to throw the kids' toys out of the back seat, and the balloon pulls backward. In a high-speed turn, as your body leans outward, the crazy balloon veers inward. It's so freaky that there are videos of this on YouTube. Why are our intuitions right about spirit levels and wrong about helium balloons? In a spirit level, the heavy liquid is dyed, a fluorescent sports drink hue, while the bubble is a ghostly void. We associate color with density and transparency with nothingness. The instinct is completely wrong with balloons. Air is inevitable and we ignore it 99% of the time. The balloons, on the other hand, is dressed up in pretty colors or milder and scream, "Look at me!" We forget that mass wire is a partial vacuum within the surrounding air. A helium balloon does the opposite of what a mass does because of its deficit of mass. The real mass, the air, is invincible. Invisible. Great. Interviewers who ask this question don't expect to know much physics, but there is an alternate response that makes the use of the theory of relativity seriously. It relates to Albert Einstein's famous thought experiment about lift. Imagine you're going in the lift, going to a tax accountant's office, and a mischievous extraterrestrial decides it would be fun to teleport you and the lift into intergalactic space. The lift is sealed, so there's enough air to keep you alive long enough to amuse the alien for a few minutes. There's no windows, so you can't look out and see where you are. The alien puts the lift in a tractor beam and tows it at a constant acceleration, exactly matching that of Earth's gravity. Is there anything you could do in the sealed lift to determine whether you are experiencing real Earth's gravity or fake gravity mimicked by acceleration? Einstein said no. You should take your keys out of your pocket, drop them off, and that would accelerate towards the lift floor exactly as they would on Earth. Let go of the helium balloon string and it would float upward just as on Earth. Things would appear perfectly normal. The Einstein's equivalence principle says that there is no simple physics experiment that can distinguish between gravity and acceleration. This assumption is the foundation of Einstein's theory of gravity, as known as general relativity. Physicists have been trying to punch holes in the equivalence principle for nearly a century now. They haven't been able to. It's safe to assume that Einstein's premise is right, at least for any experiment you do in a car with a 50p balloon. Alright, here's a physics experiment. Tie the string of a plumb bob, carpenter's weight, to your right index finger. Tie a helium balloon to the same finger. Note the angle between the two strings. In a lift, a parked car, or a cruising jetliner, the outcome will be the same. The plumb bob points straight down, the balloon points straight up, the two strings joined at your finger form a straight line. This is the outcome whenever you are subjected to gravity. Now picture what happens when you start driving. As you accelerate, your body sinks back in the seat. Fallible intuition may tell you that the plumb bob and balloon will each lean backward a bit from your finger. During acceleration, there will be an angle between the two strings. If this intuition is right, this would provide a way of distinguishing between gravity and acceleration. When the car is subjected to gravity alone, the two strings form a straight line. But when it's subject to centrifugal force or other forms of acceleration, the strings form an angle with your finger as the vertex. That's all you need to prove that general relativity is wrong. Forget about getting a job at Google. This would be worthy of a Nobel Prize. But since the equivalence principle has been rigorously tested and shown to be true, this doesn't happen, and you can use it as an answer to answer this question. Physics must be same in an accelerating car as in the car subject to gravity alone. In both cases, balloon, your finger, and the plumb bob form a straight line. In answer to the question, then the helium balloon does the exact opposite of what you expect of an object with mass. It goes forward rather than backward, left rather than right, and of course, up rather than down. That's the end of chapter 2. Hello everyone, welcome to chapter 3. Punked and Outweirded. How the Great Recession mainstreamed bizarre interview questions. It's said there was a time when US company Walmart had to hire anyone with a pulse. That joke has long passed in its expiration date. In this grim economy, Walmart is flooded with applications for every opening, many from the painfully overqualified, leading Walmart interview questions to become more thought-provoking. One example in this one, what would you do if a customer came into the store not wearing the appropriate amount of clothing? This may not be as difficult as Google's questions are known for, but it's subtle psychological puzzles resisting a glib comeback. A good answer would allow that there is more than one kind of possible fashion offender. Teenagers wearing provocative new fashions considered cool in their peer group are distinct from mentally disturbed adults in ill-chosen dress. Walmart likes to see candidates who aren't limited to a one-size-fits-all response. The retail giant has reason to be choosy. In September 2009, the US Labor Department reported that job seekers outnumbered openings 6-1. These unemployed numbers have spread riddles, loaded questions, and multiple interview marathons across the corporate food chain into mature and less cutting-edge industries. The same is true in the UK. If you could be any superhero, who would it be? What color best represents your personality? What animal are you? These questions aren't from some wacky Silicon Valley startup. They're asking at AT&T, Johnson & Johnson, and Bank of America, respectively. Today's employers feel a lot not unreasonable obligation to make the most of their unprecedented ability to be selective. Unfortunately, there's still no foolproof way to identify the most talented and motivated employees. In mainstream companies as well as the tech field, unusual and occasionally deceptive techniques are turning up in the name of gauging creativity or culturally fit. Most people don't interview very frequently, explained consultant Rakesh Agarwal. They do it maybe twice a year. You do the kind of things you've heard about, and it perpetuates. Weird interview questions are a meme, like a joke or a viral video. It's catchiness, rather than proof of their effectiveness, that keeps them in circulation. Screeners and litmus tests. As the job market collapsed in 2008, employers took to career fair or phone interviews in which the interviewer poses so-called screener questions or litmus tests. These are simple questions or criteria that supposedly weed out the wrong people. That said, to be necessary with today's profusion of applicants, screeners may test work-related knowledge, motivation, personality, fit with the corporate culture, and ability to handle stress. Often it's hard for applicants to tell what the point is, but those who give wrong answers generally don't make it to the next stage of interviewing. Rakesh Agarwal asked applicants to name their favorite internet product. His follow-up is, how would you improve it? The follow-up is a bullshit detector. I've heard people tell me they were really passionate about Gmail, and they then tell me about features that they wanted, that had been in the product from day one. Many companies ask trivial questions about the firm itself. It's thought that a truly motivated applicant will have done some research. Goldman Sachs interviewers ask candidates the firm's stock price. Johnson & Johnson sometimes asks for the largest lawsuit currently pending against Johnson & Johnson, a wry acknowledgement of realities of the pharmaceutical business. Morgan Stanley asks interviewees to name a recent story they read in the Financial Times. Apparently, a lot can answer. Or to give the square root of 0.01. It's 0.01, by the way. JP Morgan Chase asks the value of pi. It's believed that to be instructive to see how many digits the candidate can recite. Bloomberg LP is a big on proofreading. Some applicants are given a test in which they have to count the number of times a given letter appears, uppercase or lowercase, in a paragraph. It's a lot harder than it looks. Don't believe it? Count the H's in this paragraph. There are 15 and hardly anyone gets all of them. On Wall Street particularly, interviews can verge on hazing. At Bloomberg, interviewers may interrupt candidates as they try to answer. Everything I said, they responded, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" One Bloomberg candidate recalled. When writing the code, they would question it and laugh, trying to trip you up even when you're right. Peter Mueller, the manager of Morgan Stanley hedge fund, PDT, is famous for asking job applicants to estimate the amount of cash in his wallet. With 95% confidence, the candidate is to name two figures, a low one and a high one, and maybe 95% sure that the actual amount is within that range. Being cautious, people typically pick 0 as the lowest figure. A guy like Mueller might be beyond carrying cash, or maybe 500 as the high. Immediately, Mueller pulls out $500 out of his wallet. Would you care to revise that guess? They do. And whatever high figure they say this time, Mueller finds it in his wallet, like a magician pulling quarters out of the air. If you were a cartoon character, which one would you be and why? This is a question that Bank of America has asked aspiring personal bankers. I said Yogi Bear. One applicant recalled. I can't remember the reason why I said this, but the hiring managers were applauding it. He was given the position immediately. Questions like this, sometimes downright silly, have become more common. Since being a maths or tech whiz is irrelevant to running most of business, mainstream companies have redoubled their efforts to find the perfect match of the candidate and corporate personality. Job interviews have become like speed dating. Whole food interviews have candidates describe their perfect last meal. It's a quick way of gauging the applicant's knowledge of and passion for food. Expedia does the same thing with travel, asking questions like, if you could go camping anywhere, where would you put your tent? Schlumberger, the oil field services company. The spelling is Schlumberger. Has a very clear idea of the personalities it's seeking. Extroverted engineers. Perhaps they think that anyone sent to a recession, into a succession, of remote outposts will go nuts unless he can make friends quickly. Schlumberger's interviewing process is therefore structured around weeding out the wallflowers. Hence, overnight, recruiting trips where candidates share beers with managers and are asked questions like, what are your hobbies? Reading the latest Jonathan Franzen novel is not a particularly good answer. There is much speculation about how to best answer the scale of 1 to 10 questions that have become popular lately. For one example, Wells Fargo has a candidates rate their competitiveness on a scale of 1 to 10. In practice, almost everyone rates themselves 8 or higher, and if you won the job, you should false modesty. Online retailer Zappos has a trickier question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how weird are you? The preferred answer there is somewhere in the middle. CEO Tony Hayes explained 1 is probably a little bit too straight-laced for us, and 10 might be too psychotic. It's possible to fail a litmus test without even realizing it. According to one recruiter, Northstorm screens out more than 90% of female applicants with a simple 3-part test. Is the applicant wearing black? Is she wearing heels? Is she wearing a watch? All 3 answers should be yes. It's as arbitrary as all get-outs. But given that just about everyone in American retail is dying to work for Nordstorm, ranked 53 on Fortune's 2010 list of 100 best companies to work for, some hirers feel that little reason to consider those who don't get their dress codes right. Equally covered is the most ubiquitous personality measure, the airport test. After meeting with the applicant, the interviewer has a postmortem on his or her general likability. As Larry Page explained it, just think about if you got stuck in an airport with this job candidate on a long layover over a business trip. Would you be happy or sad about it? They want to hire people who are fun to be around. Today, the 2 most widespread litmus tests of all must be credit ratings and employment status. Many employers don't want to hire those with bad credit or those who are unemployed. Why? The theory is that bad credit reveals poor judgment, not just in the mall but in the workplace. If you see a history of bad decision making, you don't want that decision making overflowing into your organization, said Anita Orozco, a human resources director with the chemical company Sonborn. Even more Machiavellian is the practice of not hiring unemployed. This is based on the preassumption that companies naturally retain the best people when the lay employees off. Therefore, the top workers are concentrated in companies that have had layoffs, and you want to hire them. Not anyone who actually needs a job. Most executive recruiters won't look up at a candidate unless they have a job, even if they don't like to admit it. Lisa Chernonsky Singer, a human resources consultant specializing in media and publishing jobs, told CNN Money. Those lucky enough to get FaceTime with an interviewer can expect more interviews. We are definitely putting people through more paces than ever before, said Michelle Robinovitz, a recruiter for Aaron Grants and Habef, an Atlanta accounting firm that regularly heeds local lists of best places to work. In better times, we did 1 or 2 interviews. Now we really want to make sure everyone will fit, and we do a minimum of 4 interviews. Robinovitz predicts that this trend will survive the recession. Companies have learned that they need to be streamlined and that bad hires are costly. Not every company can afford to fly in candidates for a day of intensive interviewing, as Google does. More often, job seekers face a worse torture, the Kafka interview. They're called back repeatedly for an ever indeterminate series of interviews that may end up in a job, a rejection, or not even that. Sometimes the callbacks simply cease without so much as an email of thanks. Candidates may face half a dozen interviews or half a dozen days and still have no clue where they stand. By the old standards, 5 callbacks would have indicated interest. Today, it can mean nothing. The suspense doesn't always end with the interviews. It's increasingly popular to offer promising candidates a several-month trial position with few or no benefits. At Google, this is known as a contractor. Guess what? The job is really another interview. Only after the term is up does the company decide whether to offer a permanent job. This wouldn't fly with an applicant who's already had a decent job, of course. But today, as zombie hordes of unemployed and underemployed are willing to claw at anything that even looks like a job. Do unconventional interviews questions work? The unanswered question is whether today's ever more polymorphous interviews succeed in identifying better employees. The use of peculiar questions and arbitrary tests may seem to go against one of the few rock-solid precepts of today's human resources profession. This holds that any method of selecting job candidates should be as closely related to the work as possible. Most HR people place the most faith in work sampling, where the candidate is asked to perform or simulate work similar to which he would be doing if hired. Selling Sergei's soul to the devil was an example, if an offbeat one. Statistical studies of work sampling, a famous one done by AT&T from 1956 to 1965, showed impressive predictive ability. The usual justification for creative thinking, riddles, and personality assessments is that they test bored, general abilities not tied to a specific set of skills. Whether they do that is hard to say. What's certain is that pet questions take on a talismanic quality for some interviewers. Just as athletes don't change their shirt during a winning streak, interviewers keep asking the same questions because of a few remembered instances where it supposedly worked. The fact that many of the most admired innovative companies use such interview questions seem to speak for itself. The fact that many of the most admired innovative companies use such interview questions seem to speak for itself. You can't argue with success. It's far from clear that either reason holds water. The human resources profession is full of customary practices of non-demonstrable value. The psychologist Daniel Kahneman tells the tale of a test once used by the Israeli military to identify candidates for officer training. It's far from clear that either reason holds water. The human resources profession is full of customary practices of non-demonstrable value. The psychologist Daniel Kahneman tells the tale of a test once used by the Israeli military to identify candidates for officer training. A group of 8 recruits, stripped of insignia, was instructed to carry a telephone pole over a wall without letting it touch the wall or the ground. The point was to observe who took the charge, the natural leaders, and who fell meekly into place behind the followers. But the trouble was that, in fact, we could not tell that. Kamen said. Every month or so we had a statistics day, during which we would get feedback from the officer training school indicating the accuracy of our ratings candidate potential. The story was always the same. Our ability to predict performance at the school was negligible. But the next day, there would be another batch of candidates to be taken to the obstacle field, where we would face them with the wall and see their true natures revealed. Similar tactics are alive and well throughout corporate America. In today's overheated job market, a common test is to seat a group of candidates for the same job around a conference table for a group discussion. They know that only one will get the job. The discussion becomes a little reality show, with the recruiter quietly noting who takes charge. It's doubtful that it works any better than the Israeli army test did. Proving that a hiring technique works or that it doesn't work is a complex series of exercises in statistics, where one is to determine that a hiring criterion to be 100% reliable. Employers would have to hand out jobs at random. There aren't any 100% reliable criteria, not work history, not grades, not anything. Hiring is always a game of chance. Many job seekers complain that some talented people do poorly on today's unconventional interview questions. Ergo, no one should use them in deciding to whom to hire. This isn't a compelling argument for the reason given above. The psychological studies indicate that people are apt to view almost any criterion as unfair when it's used to decide who's hired or promoted. The sense of unfairness is greater when the criterion is unfamiliar. A traditional job interview is a conversation. The job offer or rejection comes days or weeks later, affording a certain emotional distance. Creative thinking questions often bring the rejection right into the interview, right in your face. If you fail, you generally know you have failed. That feels worse than a rejection days later. Admittedly, this attitude may not make sense, but when have emotions ever had to make sense? Questions. The numeracy screen. Businesses that deal with numbers often post short, tricky math questions in their initial phone interviews. You can be sitting at a computer as your answer, but it doesn't always help. Often a pencil and paper is more useful. Answers begin on page 162. According to a survey, question number 1 by the way, according to a survey, 70% of the public likes coffee and 80% likes tea. What are the upper and lower bounds of people who like both coffee and tea? In question number 2, at 3:15, what is the angle between the minute and hour hands on an analog clock? Question number 3, how many integers between 1 and 1000 contain a 3? Question number 4, a book has n pages, numbered the usual way, from 1 to n. The total number of digits in the page numbers is 1095. How many pages does the book have? Question number 5. How many zeros are there at the end of 100 factorial? That's 100 multiplied by every whole number smaller than itself down to 1. Try these questions for yourself. I'll read the answers in about 3 seconds. I hope you're ready. Question number 1 of chapter 3. According to a survey, 70% of the public likes coffee and 80% likes tea. What are the upper and lower bounds of people who like both coffee and tea? Not all tea drinkers like coffee, not all cat lovers like dogs, not all QPR fans are Chelsea fans. Draw a Venn diagram on the whiteboard or in your mind. It will have a rectangle representing the totality of survey's participants. Let most of the rectangle represent the 70% of the public that likes coffee, and draw a small circle that indicate the 30% of the public that evidently dislikes coffee. The regions must add up to 100%, though the areas are necessarily in proportion. 80% of the public likes tea. If this percentage were drawn as a circle, it would have to overlap both the coffee drinker and the coffee hater regions. There just aren't enough coffee drinkers to account for all the tea drinkers. To set up an upper bound on the people who like both beverages, assume that every coffee drinker likes tea. The circle representing the 80% of tea drinkers would therefore be split into among those who like both tea and coffee, 70%, and those who like just tea, 10%, and the 70% is the upper bound. To get the lower bound, slide the tea drinker circle over that it engulfs the coffee hater circle. Now everyone who dislikes coffee, 30%, likes tea. That leaves 80 minus 30 equals 50. 50% who like tea and also like coffee. That's the lower bound. We had the diagrams shown in Venn diagrams. 3 diagrams over here. But that's the end of question 1. At question number 2, let's begin question number 2. At 3:15, what is the angle between the minute and hour hands on an analog clock? It's not 0. At 3:15, the minute hand will be pointing due east at the 3. The hour hand will already have moved 1/4 of the way from 3 to 4. The span between 3 and 4 is 1/12 of a full 360-degree turn, or 30 degrees. Divide that by 4 and you've got your answer, 7.5 degrees. Question number 3. How many integers between 1 and 1000 contain a 3? Some numbers like 333 contain more than one 3. You don't want to count them twice or 3 times. The question is asking how many different numbers contain at least one 3. Every number that from 300 through 399 contains at least one 3. That's 100 numbers right there. There are about 100 numbers with 3 in the 10th place. 30 through 39, 130 through 139, up to 930 through 939. We have got already counted a 10th of them, namely the numbers 330 through 339. That's 10 numbers to scratch from the tally. This leaves 100 plus 90 equals 190 numbers so far. Finally, there are 100 numbers ending in 3, from 3 to 993. Scratch the 10 that begin with 3, bracket open, 303, 313, 323, dot 393, bracket close. That leaves 90. 1/10 of that 90 have a 3 in the tens place. Bracket open, 33, 133, 233, dot 933, bracket close. Scratch those 9, leaving 81. The grand total is 100 plus 90 plus 81 equals 271. Tricky question. A book, question number 4 by the way. A book has n pages, numbered the usual way, from 1 to n. The total number of digits in the page numbers is 1095. How many pages does the book have? Every page number has a digit in the units column. With n pages, that's n digits right there. All but the first 9 pages have a digit in the 10th column. That's n minus 9 more digits. All but the first 99 pages have a digit in the hundreds column, accounting for n minus 99 more digits. All but the first 99 pages have a digit in the hundreds column, accounting for n minus 99 more digits. I could go on, but not many books have more than 999 pages. A book with 1095 digits in its page numbers won't anyway. This means that 1095 must equal n plus bracket open n minus 9 bracket close plus bracket open n minus 99 bracket close. This can be simplified into 1095 equals 3n minus 108. That means that 3n equals 1203 or n equals 401. That's the answer of 401 pages. Question number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I suppose. How many zeros are there at the end of 100 factorial? 100 factorial written 100 exclamation mark is 100 multiplied by every natural number smaller than itself. It looks like this: 100 into 99 into 98 into 97 into ... 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Question number 5. How many zeros are there at the end of 100 factorial? 100 factorial written 100 exclamation mark is 100 multiplied by every natural number smaller than itself. It looks like this: 100 into 99 into 98 into 97 ... into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. For this question, you are not supposed to multiply 100 factorial out. You are expected to deduce how many zeros are at the end of the produced product without knowing that product. To accomplish that, you will have to formulate some rules. You already know one of them. Look at this equation. 387,000 into 12,900 equals to 5027131727. See something funny? When you multiply the two round numbers with zeros at the end, you can't possibly get an unround number. With no zeros at the end, on the end, that violates the law of conservation of ending zeros, a law that I just made up, but which is true enough. A product always inherits the ending zeros of its factors. Some correct examples of this: 10 into 10 equals 100, 7 into 20 equals 140, 30 into 400 equals 12,000 of the factors of 100 exclamation mark. 10 end in a zero. They are 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 and 100, which ends in two zeros. That makes 11 ending zeros in the factors which 100 exclamation mark necessarily inherits. Warning: this leads some unfortunate interviewees to give 11 as their answer. Wrong. Sometimes you can multiply two zero-free numbers and get a product that has zeros. Examples are 2 into 5 equals 10, 5 into 8 equals 40, 6 into 15 equals 90, 88 into 125 equals 1000. All but the last pair occur in the 100 factors of 100 exclamation mark. There's still some work to do. This brings us to the law of hot dogs and buns. At a barbecue, some people bring hot dogs in packs of 10. Some bring buns in packs of 8. And some bring both hot dogs and buns. There's only one way to figure out how many complete sandwiches you can serve. Count the hot dogs, count the buns, and take the smaller number of the two. The same law answers this interview question. Once you replace the hot dogs and buns with factors of 2 and factors of 5. In each of the questions I just gave, a number that divides by 2 is being multiplied by a number that divides by 5. The 2 and the 5 factors join to produce a perfect 10, which adds 0 to the product. Look at the last example, where 3 zeros appear out of thin air. 8 into 125 equals 2 into 2 into 2 into 5 into 5 into 5, which equals to 2 into 5 into 2 into 5 into 2 into 5, which equals to 10 into 10 into 10, which finally equals to 1000. It's all about pairing up 2s and 5s. Take a number like 692999. 978 456 718 000 It's got 6 zeros on the end. That means it can be written in this way: 692 978 456 718 into 10 into 10 into 10 into 10 into 10 into 10. Or this way: 692 978 456 718 into 2 into 5 2 into 5 2 into 5 2 into 5 into 2 into 5 and finally into 2 into 5. The end term 692 978 456 718 does not divide by 10. If it did, it would end in 0, and we would already have factored out another 10. As it is, there are 6 factors of 10, or 2 into 5, corresponding to 6 zeros at the end of 692 978 456 718 000. Reasonable enough. That yields a foolproof system for determining how many zeros are at the end of any large number. Factor the number of 2's by 2's and by 5's. Pair the factors of 2 into 5, 2 into 5, 2 into 5 into ... The number of matching 2 and 5 pairs equal the number of zeros on the end. Ignore any leftovers. In general, you're going to have some 2's or 5's left over. It's usually the 2's. In fact, it's always the 2's when you're dealing with a factorial. The factorial will contain more even factors than factors divisible by 5. It's therefore the number of 5's that is the bottleneck. The question becomes, how many times can 100 ! Be divided evenly by 5? That's easy to tally in your head. From 1 through 100, there are 25 numbers that can divide by 5. 5, 10, 15, to 95, 100. Notice that 25 adds 2 factors of 5. 25 equals 5 into 5 to the product, and so do the 3 multiples of 25, namely 50, 75 and 100. That adds 4 more 5's. For a total of 24. The 24 factors of 5 pair up with an equal number of 2's, producing 24 factors of 10, and leaving a lot of leftover 2's. There are therefore 24 zeros on the end of 100 ! In case you're curious, the exact value of 100 ! is 93, 326, 215, 443, 944, 152, 681, 699, 238, 856, 266, 700, 490, 715, 968, 264, 318, 621, 468, 592, 963, 895, 217, 599, 993, 229, 915, 608, 941, 463, 976, 156, 518, 286, 253, 697, 920, 827, 223, 758, 251, 185, 210, 916, 864, 000, 000. That's the end of chapter 3. Chapter 4. Google's hiring machine. How they pick the one to hire out of 130 who apply. Everyone knows Google's doing a good job at hiring smart people. Amazon hiring manager Steve Yegi wrote in a much-read 2004 blog post. It's not just anecdotal, the numbers speak for themselves. We lose a lot of our best candidates to them. What's not so clear, I think, is that Google is actually so good at technical recruiting that it's not just a difference in magnitude, it's a difference in kind. What are they doing can hardly be called as recruiting anymore. The term recruiting implies that you're going out and looking for people and trying to convince them to work for you. Google has managed to turn the process around. Smart people now make the pilgrimage to Google, and Google spends the bulk of their time turning great people away. What are all those great people looking for? It's not the money, even though Google churns out employee millionaires. The first 30 Google employees received stock worth $500 million by 2008. That's $500 million for each of the 30. What Google offers is more like an elite university or think tank. But the universities are about theory and Google is about practice. It offers the headly challenge of creating the new digital universe. In Yigi's analysis, smart people go where smart people are, which enables them to launch cool stuff, which attracts more attention, and suddenly you have a feedback loop. A signal in a lot of noise. At Google, human resources is known as people operations, or people ops. Todd Charlesley, a youthful industrial psychologist with shoulder-length hair, began working for Google's people's ops in 2004. They had a lot of data, he explained, and they didn't have anyone to look at it, analyze it, and tell them what it meant. It was Charlie's job to perform statistical analysis to determine what factors matter in hiring. The founders are engineers and they are used to looking for a signal in a lot of noise, he said. Yet, when it came to human beings, the statistical approach runs up against resistance. It's like a computer telling you this is a person you should marry. Everybody feels like they know. When they do an interview, what are they looking for? I sat people down and asked them, what are you looking for? And I got a totally different different responses from just about everyone. So, I thought, all these people can be right. Charles had explored biodata techniques at Google. I started to delve into things like, when did you get your first computer? He said. The earlier the applicant had been exposed to computers, Charles found, the better the applicant performed at Google, as measured by quarterly performance reviews and other criteria. Another predictor was an update of Curiton's model airplane question. Did you ever make a computer from a kit? Like building model airplanes. Making computers from kits may seem geeky, but the people who did it generally have a lifelong passion for computers. The passion augurs well from surviving in an intense environment where where everyone is obsessed with all the things going digital. In 2006, Charles devised the Google Candidates Survey. It was a homegrown personality test designed to measure cultural fit Googleians of potential staff. The company began by asking every employee who had been at the company at least 5 months to fill out a 300-question survey. The results were compared to statistical measures of performance at Google. As expected, Charles found that many things had no effect on performance, but a few did. The test was gradually refined and polished, and by 2007, Google was asking job candidates to fill out the survey. For all the emphasis on brains and ambition, Googlers believe in an open, collaborative environment that goes against the stereotype of engineers as driven loners. The Googleplex is a gregarious place. The cubicles have low walls so that no one is truly isolated, or as an outsider might observe, no one has any privacy. Larry and Sergey shared an office for much of the company's history. Ironically, Googlers craving some temporary quiet time seek the refuge of an empty conference room. It is therefore vital that staff to be able to thrive in What some might think of a fishbowl environment, we like people to be very collaborative and to understand that everything they're building as a team. Charles explained. You can't just work on your piece of code and assume it's fine. It's got to work with other people's code. How do you spot extroverted software engineers? The simplest way is to ask people how much they like collaborating. That runs into the oddest problem of biodata. People say whatever they think the employer wants to hear. A solution is to design questions so that it doesn't matter so much whether people misrepresent. One question on the candidate survey ran: please indicate your working style preference on a scale of 1 to 5. 1 equals work alone, a personal espresso machine, and a box of Toblerone on my desk, and I'm ready to go. Number 5, it would equal working in a team, 10 voices at once, egos colliding, the challenge of getting a word in edgeways. This question's wordiness is weighted against the answer Google wants. It reminds the applicant that teamwork can be unproductive while linking solo work to upscale coffee and chocolate. The up of the 1 to 5 scale promotes candor. Not many people give the extreme answers of 1 or 5. They realize an answer in the middle is safer, yet loners tend to answer 2 or 3. While gregarious types answer 3 or 4. There is a statistical difference between the personality types, even though many are shading the truth. One of the things I tested for was if you are done coding competitions, and I tested for specific ones, how well do you do once you get there? Charlie said, Google sponsors one of the best known competitions, the Google Code Jam. Not a few engineers dreaming of a job at Google enter. What I actually found was the people who had participated in them once they get here are even less successful than people who have never been in them, Charles reported. Why are the world's top coders not especially good fits at Google? The statistics don't answer that. Apparently, it's a little like a fashion modeling agency looking for a beautiful woman. It doesn't necessarily follow that winners of beauty contests would make the best models. Charles theorizes that the nature of coding competitions, one individual against the world, working on a narrowly defined project with a beginning and an end, has little to do with Google's collaborative environment. The people who enter competitions may want to vanquish rivals in a short time frame. At Google, they would probably be bored. The Google Candidate Survey has mostly been phased out. It was found that almost nothing qualified as a surefire, all-purpose predictor for success at Google. The items that worked for ad sales did not work for software engineers or public relations, but particular departments sometimes ask questions for it in interviews. The takeaway? Expect some questions about work style and personality. Google is still very keen on smart people who are natural collaborators. The package. In most companies, information about a candidate comes in dribs and drabs. Employers overvalue the first few pieces of data they encounter. Thereafter, they tend to ignore information that doesn't fit their initial impression. This is a classic fallacy of decision making. In order to avoid it, Google believes in collecting all the information about the candidate before presenting it to decision makers. For this reason, its hiring is strongly centralized. Information on those being considered for the Mumbai or Wroclaw offices is funneled back to Mountain View. Overseas candidates can expect a video interview with someone at the Googleplex. The supreme embodiment of this philosophy is the package. The supreme embodiment of this philosophy is the package. It's a 40 or 50 page dossier on each Google applicant, explained Prashit Shetty, Google's Director of People Analytics and Compensation. The package is a biography containing all the information that Google has been able to gather about the applicant. The company is effective at Googling people, figuratively and literally. In general, the package has academic grades, the candidate's CV, work samples, anything from published papers to press releases to shipped products, reports of references, and information from the web, which could include blog posts or even social network posting. The package has spawned a variety of urban legends about Google's hiring standards. It is claimed that you can't get hired at Google unless you had a GPA of 3.7 or higher, 3 for non-technician positions. You attended Stanford, Caltech, MIT, or an Ivy League university. You got triple 800s on your SATs, and or you had a PhD. None of these is a must, but you will be competing against applicants who have many or all of these qualifications. Google was my first job out of university, recall one now formal employee. I was an English student at a prestigious university and was hired to work in HR. That is one of the problems I had with Google right there. Is it necessary to hire Ivy League graduates to process paperwork? I went from reading Derrida to processing status change request forms for employees to go on paid leave. Many find Google's concern with universities and grades exasperating. The New Yorker journalist Ken Oleta termed it preposterous. Ronnie Ziegler, a physician with an advanced degree in medical informatics, recalled his surprise at having to supply secondary school grades during the vetting. He was hired. Tech bloggers claim that Google ignores CV not from top universities. Google's hirers insist that they have been misunderstood. Since Google asks for grades and some other companies don't, outsiders conclude that Google has an overweening or naive faith in grades. In fact, the goal is to give grades neither more nor less weight than they deserve. Last week, we hired 6 people who had below a 3.0 GPA. The head of People's Op, Laszlo Bock, bragged in 2007. Charles, who got his PhD at a non-Ivy Texas A&M, said Google uses a background from a top university as a signal, given that someone has done vetting for us. But we certainly don't use that to exclude anybody. We often look at people who have overcome some adversity to get to where they are, he said. Are you the first one in your family to have gone to a university? I hired somebody the other day who was not only the first time in her family to go to university but worked full time in university so that her sister could go as well. We hired that person and she went to a very non-Ivy League school. It might be more accurate to say that Google acts like an Ivy League institution in evaluating candidates. Its policy could be described as affirmation. Its policy could be described as an affirmative action for the very, very smart. We do go out of our way to recruit people who are a little different, Larry Page once said. Charles therefore seeks his role as finding people who we would ignore, like the kid in the village in India who repairs all the phones and lines even though he's 12. Because no one else can do it, and he's got the technical aptitude, he elaborated. Who are these girls in the inner city of Detroit who have the technical aptitude, and how can we find them when they're younger and make sure they come here. The proportion of female employees at Google is now said to be close to 50%. This is impressive in a society that's still skewed against women scientists and engineers. Google hires from all over the globe, and many come to Mountain View, making the Googleplex a cosmopolitan place. The rule of 5. As at other tech companies, Google's hiring interviews are conducted by peers. People Ops advises the interviewers on everything from fair employment law to the art of rejection. They actually go through a training course on how to let candidates down gently, Charles said. The largest part of Google interview is work sampling. An engineer will have to code an app. A public relations person will be asked to write a press release. Google has expended much effort trying to gauge out much weight to place on an interviews relative to everything else. Another important question is how many interviews to schedule for a given candidate. More is better, up to a point, but we don't want to waste people's time, Charles said. His statistical analysis found that about 5 interviews was optimal. Interviewing any more had diminishing returns. In 2003, the Corporate Executive Board did a similar but broader study about asking 28,000 recently hired employees nationwide how many interviews they went through to get their job and comparing the answers to subsequent performance reviews. The results were found to similar to Charlie's. The best workers were those hired after 4 or 5 interviews. It might be that the employees interviewed more than 5 times intended to be those who sent mixed signals. Some of the interviews went well, some didn't, and the company scheduled more than usual number to resolve the conflict. Those doubts were justified, the survey results imply. An alternative explanation for corporate executive board results is that best people got fed up with too many interviews and said, "Enough!" Exclamation mark. The companies that insisted on 8 or 10 interviews got stuck with the truly needy. A Google candidate can expect about 5 on-site interviews by 5 different interviewers scheduled in a single day. One is a lunch interview in which the candidate is supposed to be granted sufficient relief from tough questions to sample the gourmet cuisine. Interviewers give candidates one of the 4 grades. According to Charlie's, they mean, "I don't think we should hire this candidate. I don't think we should hire this candidate, but I can be convinced otherwise," or "I think we should hire, but I can be convinced otherwise," and a strong hire. Google's interviewers do not directly make hiring decisions. Their job is to conduct good, tough interviews and report the results. The reports explain what questions were asked, what the answers were, and what the interviewer thought of the answers. Wisdom of crowds. One of the principles behind Google's hiring works best when each judge is allowed to form an opinion independently of everyone else. Then an average of the opinions is likely to be close to the truth. At Google, interviewers are told to not discuss the candidate with another until they have submitted their report. This one legitimate reason for passing notes is to avoid wasting everyone's time when a candidate is clearly unsuitable. Google has interviewers report briefly to the candidate's recruiter, who has the power to halt the interview in those rare unhappy cases. The interviewer's reports have become part of the candidate's package distributed to a hiring committee. If the committee approves the candidate, another committee reviews the package, and then another. Finally, every hiring decision still goes by Larry Page's approval. At Google, hiring is more bureaucracy than algorithm. That's the polar opposite of what most people probably expect. Ultimately, what we are trying to do is to make the process fair and to eliminate as many bias as possible, said Shetty. Google takes the problem of the biases seriously. And here, it's not just ethnic or gender bias, which are taken seriously indeed, but bias in the broader sense of any habitual quirk in decision making. For instance, an interviewer may have the single rule of thumb that you can't go wrong hiring a Stanford PhD. If that's placing too much weight on one datum, as it probably is, that would be a bias. It would equally be a bias if an employer insisted that degrees and universities don't matter and gave them no weight at all. Google's nominal aim is to assign optimum weight to everything. That may be an unreachable goal, but it guides the thinking of Google's people ops. The interviewers assigned a candidate are chosen to reflect a variety of backgrounds, personalities, gender, ages, and ethnicities. This practice acknowledges that it's human nature to relate more easily to candidates from familiar universities, with familiar life story histories, and with familiar styles of dress or speech. We are not trying to make the human element out of this at all, Shetty said. The goal is understanding what these patterns are and then presenting them to the people who are making the decision, not making the decision for them. In most companies, you as a manager go to finance and say, do I have the budget to hire a person? And then you go off. You have your own system. You talk to the people you know and you just go and hire them. Here it's the extreme opposite of that. We say, you don't get to make a decision because we think that everyone has their own biases and we can't trust any one individual to make the right decision. So, we have this seemingly very complex and time consuming process, but ultimately the goal is to reduce false positives. False positives and false negatives. A false positive is the outcome when a candidate passes the vetting process and is hired, only to be a poor employee. The opposite is a false negative when a candidate who would have been a good employee is rejected. It might seem that the false positives and false negatives are equally bad, however, they are not equal at Google or anywhere else. Job seekers fear false negatives because they mean bad things happen to good people. A tough interviewer or a bungled question prevents you from getting a job where you could have excelled. From the applicant's perspective, that is deeply unfair. But to the employer, false negatives are invisible. We don't know whether our system has a lot of false negatives that we can screen out of the process, admitted Shetty. We don't know that because we haven't hired them. Bad hires, on the other hand, are in everyone's face. Reducing false positives is people ops core directive, the belief of Larry Page, Sergey, and Eric. Since the founding of the organization, said Shetty. That is why Google's hiring process is a paragon of redundancy. This isn't just a Google thing. In an upmarket, say the late 1990s, the cost of making a bad hiring decision was low. According to Alec Levinson of the University of Southern California, Center for Effective Organizations. The company could be a lot more cavalier about hiring because if the worker doesn't fit, the chances are that he will soon move on. Not now. Employees cling to jobs like limpets to wet socks. The more marginal the employee, the stronger his suction. The only way to get rid of a questionable hire is to fire them. That's a fraught process. There's been gradual erosion over the past 30 years of pure employment at will as more and more people have come under employment protection laws, explains Levinson. It's because more and more difficult for companies to hire and fire. Even if 100 people are eligible to sue, only 1 or 2 might. Because that's all it takes. Hiring today is like marriage used to be, for the duration. Despite the concern with false positives, you can totally bomb an interview, Charles insists. And that's not the end of your candidacy. Google is aware that interviews are a noisy signal. There is some evidence that candidates who get an enthusiastic thumbs up from one interviewer perform better on the average than candidates who get merely favorable grades from all the interviews. It's like the candidate is an ideal for indie firm. Better to inspire passion in somebody than to try to please everybody. The flip side of this is that getting us a single poor review isn't so bad. The Obama question. Google's interviewers are discouraged from asking the traditional brain teasers popular at other companies, like why are manholes covers round? They are also not supposed to test candidates' knowledge with trivial questions like the following. Explain the significance of dead beef. Nor are they supposed to confuse interviews with cryptic demands like this one. There's latency problem in South Africa. Diagnose it. The case against these questions is that their pat answers aren't informative and are easily remembered. But engineers at Google, like those everywhere else, only half pay attention to what HR people say and ask these questions anyway. In case you have missed it, the answer to the manhole question is because a round manhole cover, unlike a square one, can fall in the hole. The answers to dead beef and latency problem are on page 169 to 171. You are supposed to ask open-ended questions that test problem solving and general knowledge. Then get into specifics. Explain one former Google interviewer. Google's most characteristic and most emulated interview questions are short questions that spark conversations. On January 26, 2008, Senator and presidential hopeful Barack Obama attempted to establish his new economic credentials. He visited the Googleplex for a public chat with Eric Schmidt. Schmidt commented that it was hard to get a job as a president and hard to get a job at Google. In order to test Obama's qualifications, Schmidt asked him what's the most efficient way to sort 1,032-bit integers. Obama's reply was, the bubble sort would be totally wrong way to go. It was scripted stick, of course, and it got a big laugh. The video is on YouTube. Technically on Google. The Obama question is asked quite seriously of software engineer candidates at Google. Such people know that the bubble sort is a miserably slow, hence Obama punchline. Using bubble sort for 1,000,000 numbers would be like filling a swimming pool using a thimble. The best answer to this question begins, it depends. It depends on the makeup of the list of integers and constraints of time and memory. The applicant is expected to ask about these things, and the question is intended to lead to a discussion of relative merit of algorithms and how the applicant would go about choosing the best tool for the job. Perhaps the hardest thing of all to teach or to learn. In general, we are not trying to fill up a particular job, explained Shetty. The way Google has morphed and grown, we find that people can join in a particular role and 5 years later they're doing something completely opposite. You cannot just hire for a job, we want to hire for Google as a whole. This makes it useful to ask some questions not tied to a specific set of skills. Google's broader, more playful questions like thrown into a blender encourage the candidate to engage with the interviewer and devise a coherent solution. Google's interviews Our interviewers are like good journalists, in that they keep asking follow-up questions designed to exclude pat answers. A running theme is, can you improve the answer further? Does your Facebook page count? Much of what Google does is redefining the notion of privacy. It's become the stuff of URL and does your Facebook page count? Much of what Google does is redefining the notion of privacy. It's become the stuff of urban legends. Did you hear about the woman who got the goods on her cheating husband? She spotted his 4x4 in front of his mistress's home on Google Maps Street View. Then Googled a good divorce lawyer, reported as fact by The Sun in 2009. It's since been debunked. Another tall table is that Google checks its candidates' search histories based on their computer's IP address. This would tell Google what other companies' employment sites you have visited recently, as well as a lot of other interesting stuff. While that is a canard, Google, along with companies everywhere, is wrestling with a proper role of social networking sites in hiring. Is it legitimate for an employer to use the information on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter in a hiring decision? It is an interesting ethical poser, but honestly that ship has sailed. In 2007, the co-founder of LinkedIn, Reid Hoffman, was looking for a new CEO for the company. He questioned the traditional importance of references in vetting executives. It is a low bar for someone to give you 2 or 3 people who will say nice things about them, Hoffman observed. Instead, he used the LinkedIn network to assemble a list of 23 business contracts of the lead candidate, whom the candidate had enlisted as references. Some were 2 degrees of separation removed. These off-balance references were contracted for a more unfiltered take. Our way of doing it requires a bit of detective work, and you need to put a story together, Hoffman said. But you quickly sense if a person is good or a sham. What was edgy in 2007 is now mainstream. A career builder survey found that the proportion of employers checking out candidates on social network sites surged from 22% in 2008 to 45% in 2009. It's safe to assume the number will be higher by the time you read this. People are willing to tell you all sorts of stuff about themselves on Facebook and LinkedIn, said Google's Todd Charlesley. That's compelling in a corporate culture that believes it's a sin to ignore information about a potential hire. What we have to balance is they're not sending it to Google and they're not applying for a job. We want to be cautious of that. Not everyone is so cautious. In 2009 survey of 2,667 managers and HR people, 35% said that they decided not to offer a job to someone based on what they found on Facebook, MySpace, or other sites. The biggest red flags, according to employers, were provocative or inappropriate photographs or information, 53%, and content about drinking or using drugs, 43%. In other words, just about what you would expect to find on a Facebook page. Applicants are also Googling their interviewers. I always try to get a list of people I will be interviewing with beforehand and Google them. See if they're on Twitter. See if they have a blog, said Rakesh Agarwal, who's been on both sides of the interview table. Anyone who makes the extra bit of effort certainly gets a few extra points. When he is the interviewer, Agarwal poses questions based on what he's learned online. The trick there is just to do that without being creepy. You don't want to have stalked the person, to have gone through Flickr photos for some obscure picture from 10 years ago. Aside from privacy concern, there's the possibility of applicants gaming the social network, said Charles Lee. A candidate who believes a potential employer is going to covertly look at his Facebook page could add false accomplishments or have friends to do so. A false credential on a CV is a dismissible offense. On a social page, it's still uncharted territory. So far, the missing ingredient is mutual disclosure. Employers need to admit they're looking at social network sites. Job hunters need to be able to vouch for the career-related relevant information on those sites. As the amount of personal information on the web grows exponentially, it gets harder and harder to crawl all the information about somebody, said Charles Lee. So, something that pieces together what's on LinkedIn, what's on Facebook, and what's in their YouTube videos. What did they put on their application and combines it all together in an easier way that would be compelling for me. It's a pipe dream for so far, but it's likely to be here soon. In the meantime, it's best to follow the standard advice for job seekers. Set social network pages to private and / or tidy them up before a job search. One finding of the Career Builder survey is particularly sobering. It was the importance placed on poor communication skills. 29% of the employers cited that as a potential deal breaker, and it covered a multitude of grammar police offenses. 16% chose not to consider a candidate because the application or email correspondence used text language like GR8 instead of great. Not hiring someone for poor communication skills on Facebook is a bit silly, one observer said, like saying, I won't hire you because you told a joke with bad grammar at a restaurant last week when I was in the booth behind you spying. Well said, but you would be better watch spelling and grammar nonetheless. Questions. Classic Google riddles. Here are some of the more offbeat questions that Google interviewers are known for asking. Only one, describe a chicken, demands a computer background, but all are challenging and most have been adopted at other companies. Answers begin on page 171. Question number 1. Design an evacuation plan for San Francisco. Question number 2. Imagine a country where all the parents want to have a boy. Every family keeps having children until they have a boy. Then they stop. What is the proportion of boys to girls in this country? Question number 3. On a deserted road, the probability of observing a car during a 30-minute period is 95%. What is the chance of observing a car in a 10-minute period? Question number 4. You have a choice of two wagers. One, you will be given a basketball and have one chance to sink it for £1,000. 2, you have to make 2 out of the 3 shots for the same £1,000. Which do you prefer? Question number 5. Use a programming language to describe a chicken. Question number 6. There's a staircase and you're allowed to ascend to 1 or 2 steps at a time. How many ways are there to reach the nth step? Question number 7. You have n companies and want to merge them into one big company. How many different ways are there to do it? Question number 8. What is the most beautiful equation you have ever seen? Explain. Alright, so this was chapter 4 I want you to try these questions for yourself. We will begin the answers for these questions in about 5 seconds. Yes, welcome back. So, we're not just going to answer those questions, we're going to answer some of the questions that were in the chapter 4 in random parts. Explain the significance of dead beef. Dead beef is a hex peak. During debugging, the contents of the computer memory must be displayed on a screen or on paper in the old days. That could be rendered as a completely unreadable sea of zeros and ones. A postage stamp size sample of it might look like this. It's given in bullet points. 000000001. Next one is 100000101. Next one is 100100101. Next one is 0010010. Instead, it's conventional to display computer memory in hexadecimal notation, that's base 16, using the standard digits 0 through 9 plus the letters A, B, C, D, E, and F, standing for the numbers ordinary mortals call 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. The result is more concise, though still hard to make sense of. Again, in the bullet point form, B2923F. Next one, 72C 714. Next one, 993DE 110. Next one, 8A01D329. Coders have always been desperate to create recognizable landmarks within the alphanumerical morass. They realized that certain hexadecimal numbers look like English words in strident uppercase. It's possible to spell any word or phrase using the first 6 letters of the alphabet, and sometimes using 0 for the letter 0 and 1 for I or lowercase I. Examples: feet face, ABAD BABE, or DEADBABE, and you guessed it, DEADBEEF. Yeah, these words. Again, there's like bullet points for in the bullet point form: 0993 FF10, 722 9B236, 22C. Next one is 22C7429T. Next one is dead beef, all in capitals. Some IBM and Apple Mac system periodically wrote dead beef to memory. This made it easy to tell whether memory has been corrupted by buggy code. If you didn't see the expected dead beef values, you knew something was seriously wrong. Dead beef is not a universal code, and many other hex words are used for that and other purposes. The question basically tests whether the candidate is close enough to the culture of computing to have heard of it. The latency problem. Next question, by the way. There's a latency problem in South Africa. Diagnose it. Latency problem in South Africa is an inside joke at Google. The phrase is intentionally equivocal text speak, like a line in science fiction. We are losing potency in our antimatter pods. The candidate should be able to figure out what it might mean, though, and say something sensible. Latency means a delay that could apply to almost anything, from getting a marriage license to using a public transit. It's a reasonable guess that a Google interviewer is thinking about the internet. The interviewer could mean either of the following: the internet is running slowly in South Africa, or the next bullet point, Google searches only are running slowly. The ping operation measures latency on the internet. A ping is a dummy message sent from point A to point B and back. The time interval is a measure of how fast information is flowing. By pinging from many computers and stations in South Africa, you can tell whether the internet infrastructure is slow there. If not, the problem may be with Google. Are there enough servers for South African traffic? Try a set of search terms from many points in South Africa to see whether all are slow or just some. This would allow you to map the imaginary problem, and that generally satisfies the interviewer. Design an next question. Design an evacuation plan for San Francisco. The 2006 Emergency Evacuation Report Card of the American Highway Users Alliance gave Kansas City an A grade. New Orleans, reeling from Katrina, got a D. San Francisco's grade. F. New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles failed too. The falling grades are due to the city's size, hemmed in geography, and dependence on public transportation. At such an environmentally conscious place as Google, some interviews instinctively talk about San Francisco's public transit network. But most public transit runs within the urban area. BART, the San Francisco Underground can get people to Auckland. Is that good enough? Or are we evacuating Auckland too? Amtrak doesn't even stop in San Francisco proper. For the foreseeable future, there's no such thing as a green evacuation. Emptying a city on short notice means internal combustion engines on public roads. Here are some bullet points to incorporate into your plan. Make sure to make use of the fact that everyone wants to get out of the city as fast as possible. Allow a marketplace of transportation options. The biggest hitch in Katrina evacuation was the New Orleans authorities couldn't issue timely traffic advisories. They simply didn't know which roads were jammed. Katrina hit the year before Twitter and a couple of years before ubiquitous smartphones. Your plan should encourage people to tweet or text about traffic conditions, not while driving, and should devise a way to swiftly incorporate this information into social networks, mapping applications, broadcast media, and so forth. Use school buses. The USA's school buses have greater capacity than all the modes of adult mass transit combined. Organize free school bus shuttle service for those who don't have cars. Divert petrol to the region's petrol stations. There were fuel shortages in Katrina evacuations. Next is, in an authentic emergency, most people can't leave fast enough, but you have to worry about three classes of stragglers. Those who refuse to go, those who can't evacuate without help, they are disabled or in hospitals, and those who are off the grid, they won't hear about the evacuation. Probably many of these homeless or elderly. As a legal and practical matter, there's not much that can be done when a resident chooses to stay behind. Efforts are better spent canvassing neighborhoods for people who want to evacuate but need help. Put into service all the existing Dial A rides vans and ambulances, as they have special facilities for the frail and disabled. Next. Make sure some of the buses and trains allow pets and suitcases. One reason people insist on staying behind is concern for their pets and valuables. Next. Designate all lanes of traffic arteries outbound. This allows twice as much as traffic and prevents the clueless from entering the city, known as contraflow. This idea will be familiar to Bay Area commuters. Since 1963, the Golden Gate Bridge has had reversible lanes. In the mornings, 4 of the 6 lanes are inbound to San Francisco. The rest of the time, there are 3 lanes each way to the city and Marin County suburbs. Imagine next question. Imagine a country where all the parents want to have a boy. Every family keeps having children until they have a boy, then they stop. What is the proportion of girls to boys in this country? Ignore multiple births, infertile couples, and couples who die before having a boy. The first thing is to realize that every family in the country has or will have exactly one boy when they are done procreating. Why? Because every couple has a children until they have a boy and then they stop. Barring multiple births, a boy means exactly one boy. There are as many boys as completed families. A family can have any number of girls though. A good way to proceed is to take any imaginary census of girl children, invite every mother in the country to one big room and ask them a public address system. Will everyone whose first child was a girl please raise their hand or her hand? Naturally, one half of the women will raise a hand. With n mothers, n by 2 would raise their hands, representing that many firstborn girls. Mark that on the imaginary tote board, n by 2. Then ask, will everyone whose second child was a girl please raise or keep raised her hand? Half of the hands will go down and no new hands will go up. The mothers whose hands were down for the first question because their first child was a boy would not have had a second child. This leaves n by 4 hands in the air, meaning that there are n by 4 second born girls. Put that on the tote board. Will everyone whose third child was a girl raise their hand? You get the idea. Keep this up until you finally get there. Until there are no hands still up. The number of hands will halve with each question. This produces the familiar series 1 by 2 plus 1 by 4 plus 1 by 8 plus 1 by 16 plus 1 by 32 plus ... into n. The infinite series sum up to 1 into n. The number of girls equal to the number of families, n, equal the number of boys or very close to it. The requested proportion of boys to girls is therefore 1 to 1. It's an equal split after all. Next question. On a deserted road, the probability of surviving a car during a 30-minute period is 95%. What is the chance of observing a car in a 10-minute period? This question is challenging only because the information it supplies isn't the information you want. That's the way real life works. You want to derive a 10-minute probability from a 30-minute period one. You can't just divide 95% by 3. Not that one hasn't tried. It isn't particularly enlightening to know the chance of a car's passing in 30 minutes because that could happen in many ways. A car could pass in the first 10-minute segment or a second or the third. The 2 cars could pass or 5 or 1,000 and that would still count as a car passing. What you really want to know is the probability that no car will pass in the 30-minute period. That's simple. Since there's a 95% chance of at least one car passing in 35 minutes. There must be a 5% chance of no car in that time frame. In order to have a 35-minute stretch with no cars whatsoever, there are 3 things must happen, or rather not happen. First, 10 minutes must pass with no cars. Then another 10 minutes must pass still without a car. Finally, a third 10 minutes must pass must be car free. The question asks for the chance of cars passing during a 10-minute period. Call that chance x. The chance of no car in 10 minutes is 1 minus x. Multiply that by itself 3 times and it should come to 5%. The equation is like 1 minus x, like bracket open, 1 minus x bracket close to the power cube equals 0.05. Take the cube root of the both sides. 1 minus x equals cube root 0.05. Solve for x and it equals to x minus 1 minus cube root 0.05. Nobody expects you to do cube roots in your head. A laptop will tell you the answer comes to about 63%. That makes sense. The chance of a car in a 10-minute period should be less than 95% chance of one in a 35-minute period. Next question. You have a choice of 2 wagers. One, you are given a basketball and have a chance to sink it in for 1,000 pounds. 2, you have to make 2 out of the 3 shots for the same 1,000 pounds. Which do you prefer? Call the probability of making a basket P. With the first bet, you have a P chance of winning 1,000 pounds. Otherwise, you get nothing. On the average, you can expect to win 1,000 pounds XP. With the second wager, you shoot 3 times and have to make the basket twice to be in the money. The chance of making the basket on any given attempt is still P. Your chance of missing on any attempt is 1 minus P. There are 2 to the power cube or 8 scenarios for the second wager. Let's list them, as you may do on a whiteboard during the interview. A check mark means you make the shot. A blank means you miss. First shot, second shot, third shot, probability, win the 1,000 pounds. This is basically the table, what the table says. There are like 5 columns. In the first, there are no ticks in the first, second and third shot. Probability is bracket open 1 minus P bracket close to the power cube. And did you win the 1,000 pounds? No. In the second, it gives no ticks on the first and second shot, but gives tick on the third shot. So the probability is P bracket open 1 minus P bracket close to the power square. Did you win the 1,000 pounds? No. In the third, it basically says didn't make the shot in the first, tick mark in the second, X on didn't make the shot basically on the third shot. Probability is the same as the second one. And did he win the for 1,000 pounds? No. In the fourth, he didn't make the first shot, but he made the second shot and the third shot. The probability now is P square bracket open 1 minus P bracket close. Did he win the 1,000 pounds? Yes. The fifth one says he made the first shot, but he didn't make the last 2 shots. So the probability of this is P bracket open 1 minus P bracket close whole square. And did he win the 1,000 pounds? No. The next says first shot tick mark, second shot no, third shot yes. Probability P square bracket open 1 minus P bracket close the 1,000 pounds yes. The next one says tick marks on the first 2, didn't make the third shot, P square bracket open 1 minus P bracket close, win the 1,000 pounds yes. The last one says made all 3 of the shots, so the probability must be p cube. And did he win the £1,000? And the answer is yes. The first scenario is the one where you are really off your game. You miss all 3 shots. The chance of that is 1 minus p multiplied by itself 3 times. You don't get the money. In 4 of the 8 scenarios, you win the money. In 3 of them, you miss once. These scenarios have the probability of p square bracket open 1 minus p bracket close. In the case where you make all these 3 shots, the probability is p cube. Add all of them up. 3 times p square bracket open 1 minus p bracket close comes to 3p square minus 3p cube. Add p cube to that to get p 3p square minus 2p cube. The expectation is £1,000 into bracket open 3p square minus 2p cube bracket close. So, which wager is best? First wager's expectation is £1,000 into p. Second wager's expectation is £1,000 into 3 bracket open 3p square minus 2p cube. You may be completely klutz. P is roughly 0. Or an NBA baller, P approaches 1. For reference, I have done what you can't do in the interview, plugged the formulas into worksheet and made a chart. The chart shows how expected winnings vary with P. So the graph basically shows expected winnings to $1,000. $1,000? Okay, weird. So it shows $1,000 on the y-axis and chance of making the shot on the x-axis. The percent is still 100%. So the 1%, one shot only, is shown as a straight line, whereas the straight line going at a constant rate, it's increasing at a constant rate, whereas the probability of making 2 out of the 3 shots is basically an S for the people who are hearing. It's like an S. At first it's less than the 1 shot only, and then in the middle they cross each other's paths, and then the 2 out of the 3 shots is actually much more likely to happen than making the 1 shot. The straight diagonal line represents the first bet, and the more S-shaped curve is the second. The first bet is better if your chance of making the shot is less than 50%. Otherwise, you're better off picking the second wager. This makes sense. A poor player cannot be expected to win either wager. He must pin his hopes on a freak lucky shot, which is obviously more likely to happen once than twice. Lightning never strikes twice. The bad player is better off with wager 1. The very good player out to win either wager, though there is a small chance he will miss the money shot 2 of the 3 times, is better gauge of his talents, and that's what he wants. It's like legal maxim. If you're guilty, you want a jury trial because anything can happen. If you're innocent, you want a judge. Assuming you got this far, the interviewer follow-up question is, what value of P makes you switch bets? To answer that, set the probability of winning the 2 bets equal. This represents the skill level where it's toss-up which you pick. P equals 3p square minus 2p cube. Divide by P. 1 equals 3p minus 2p square. And then get 2p square minus 3p plus 1 equals 0. From there, you can use the quadratic formula, warming the heart of your old my God. Okay, the writing caught me off guard. Warming the heart of your old algebra teacher. The interviewer will be looking for her brio as much as book learning. You know P, a probability has to be between 0 and 1. It's better style to experimentally try a reasonable value. Okay, I need a number between 0 and 1. Let's try 0.5. Works like a charm. Next question. Use a programming language to describe a chicken. In 1968, the French writer and prankster Noël Arnaud published a slime volume of poems in the computer language ALGOL. Now obsolete, it was a precursor of C. Arnaud restricted himself to ALGOL's short dictionary of 24 predefined words. The poems were not valid code. Describing a chicken in ALGOL or C++ could be an exercise in the same quixotic spirit. Interviewers usually intend for you to describe an individual chicken so that it might be distinguished from other members of its species. Pretend you're starting a social networking site for poultry. The chicken named Blinky is a female, friendly, and dead. They want something like that in legal code or pseudocode. One example that would satisfy most interviewers. Class chicken, third bracket, public, colon, bull is female, POOL is female, comma, is friendly, is comma, is friar, comma, is conceptual art, comma, next is dead, next is bracket close, next is int main bracket open bracket close, next is bracket open, next is chicken Blinky, next is Blinky dot is female equals to true, next is Blinky is friendly equals to true, next is Blinky is friar equals to 2, next is Blinky dot is conceptual art equals true, Blinky dot is dead equals true, bracket close. Don't mind my words of the way I spoke the code. I actually just speak it just like that. I know it's not the correct way. I'll look into that right after this chapter. My bad. There's a next question. There is a staircase and you're allowed to ascend to 1 or 2 steps at a time. How many ways are there to reach the end step? Start simple. You're standing on the landing and want to reach the first step. Number 1, there's just one way to do it. Take 1 step up. Now, let n equals to 2. There are 2 ways to get to the second step. Either you take 2 single steps in succession, or you take 1 double step. This is practically all you need to do to solve the problem to see why. Imagine your goal is step 3. For the first time, you can't get there in a single bound. It's got to be a combination of steps, but there are only 2 ways of arriving at step 3, either by taking a single step from step 2 or by taking a double step from step 1. We already know that there is only one way to get from landing to step number 1. We already know that there are only 2 ways to get from landing to step 2. Add these 1 plus 2 equals 3 to get the number of ways to arrive at step 3. The same logic applies to every higher step. There are 2 ways to get to step 4, from step number 2 or from step number 3. Add the numbers of ways of getting to step number 2 to the number of ways of getting to step number 3. That gives 5, the number of ways of getting to step number 4. It's easy to continue the series. The number of ways to climb quickly snowballs looking like this. Step number 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ways. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. For anyone with a maths background, the lower series will look familiar. It's the Fibonacci sequence. More on that in a moment. The interviewer wants an answer for the general case of n stairs. It's simply the nth Fibonacci number. Leonardo Fibonacci, also known as Leonardo Pisano, was the most influential Italian mathematician of the late Middle Ages. It was Fibonacci who realized the incredible superiority of the Arab Hindu system of numeration, with its place notation, over the Roman numerals used in the medieval Europe. With the Arab Hindu system, multiplication and division could be reduced to an algorithm, another Arabic word. With Roman numerals, these operations were impractically hard. Merchants had to seek out expensive experts to perform calculations on an abacus. In 1202, Fibonacci wrote a guide to the abacus, Liber Abaci, in which he pitches Arabic numerals to what must have been a skeptical audience. The book also described what we now call the Fibonacci sequence. The Fibonacci didn't invent it. The sequence was known at the 6th century Indian scholars. Start by writing 1, then another 1 after it. Add them to the sum of 2 and append the sum to the series 1, 1, 2. To generate each number, just add the last two numbers in the series. The series becomes 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, and 144. Conspiracy theorists will find that the Fibonacci series turns up in all sorts of unexpected places. Want to convert between miles and kilometers? Use adjacent Fibonacci numbers. 55 miles per hour equals 89 kilometers per hour. The next time you have got too much time on your hands, count the little fruitlets making up into a pineapple. You will find that they form two intersecting sets of helices running in opposite directions. One set has 8 helices, the other has 13. Both are Fibonacci numbers. Similar patterns are seen with pecans, sunflowers, and artichokes. Coincidence? Not likely. Not in the fact that Fibonacci sequence turns up in the Vinci Code. Its combination to us safe. And in this interview question, used at an information company bent on the world domination. Next question. You have n companies and want to merge them into one big company. How many different ways are there to do it? In the proper sense of merger, two companies surrender their identities and fuse into a brand new identity. The pharmaceutical giants GlaxoSmithKline and SmithKline become merged into in 2000 to form Pharma Colossus GlaxoSmithKline. You guessed it, both parent companies were themselves merger spawn. CEO egos being where they are, true mergers are fairly uncommon. Mergers require a near exact match of bargaining power. More typically, one company's management has the stronger hand, and it's not about to let the weaker company's leaders forget it. The deal is likely to be an acquisition in which company A gulps up company B, and B ceases to exist as a separate entity, though it often survives as a brand. As an example is Google's 2006 acquisition of YouTube. Mergers are symmetrical. There is only one way for two companies to merge as equals. Acquisitions are asymmetrical. There are two ways for two companies to acquire or be acquired. Google buying YouTube is not the same as YouTube buying Google. Most people outside investment banking gloss over the distinction between mergers and acquisitions. Any melding of corporations is loosely called a merger. The point is, you need to ask the interviewer what is meant by merge. Fortunately, most of the reasoning applies whatever the interviewer's answer. Start with the acquisitions because they are more common and a little easier to work with. You can visualize the companies as droughts and the acquisitions as the moves in the game. Start with n pieces. Move consists of putting one piece on top of another to signify that the top piece is acquiring the bottom piece. After an acquisition, you manipulate the pieces involved as if they were glued together like kinged piece in a regular game. Every move diminishes the number of pieces or stacks by 1. Eventually, you will be placing stacks of pieces on top of another. To create yet taller stacks, it will take exactly n-1 moves to achieve the game's goal, a single tall stack consisting of all n pieces combined to 1. How many different scenarios can lead to the outcome? The simplest case involves two companies. Company A can gulp up B or B can gulp up A. There are two possible scenarios. With three companies, you have to decide which company first acquires with what other company. There are 6 possibilities that the first acquisition corresponding to the 6 possible order of the 3 pairs AB, AC, BA, BC, CA, and CB. After the initial acquisition, you are left with 2 companies. The situation is then exactly as in the paragraph above. The number of possible acquisition histories for the 3 companies is therefore 6 into 2 equals to 12. With 4 companies, there are 12 possibilities for the first acquisition. AB, AC, AD, BA, BC, BD, CA, CD, CD, CB, DA, DB, and DC. That decided, you have 3 companies and, as we already know, 12 histories. There must be 12 into 6 into 2 or 144 acquisition histories for 4 companies. Let's generalize. With n companies, the number of possible initial acquisitions is n bracket open n minus 1. By the way, the 12 possibilities were, I've said them already, AB, AC, AD, BA, BC, BD, CA, CB, CD, DA, DB, and DC. I had some problems in pronunciation back then. Alright, continuing forward. This just means that any of the n companies can be the first acquirer, and any of the remaining n-1 companies can be the first acquiree. After the first acquisition, there must remain an n-1 distinct companies, and there will be an n bracket open n-1 bracket close bracket open n-2 bracket close possibilities for the second acquisition. Then there will be bracket open n-2 bracket close companies and n bracket open n-2 bracket close bracket open n-3 bracket close possible acquisitions. We are going into multiplying the ever decreasing number of possible acquisitions until we are left with 2 into 1 possibilities for the final acquisition. It's easy to see that factorial notation. The product will come to n exclamation mark into bracket open n-1 bracket close explanation mark acquisition histories. What if you want to true mergers instead of acquisitions? The above analysis overcounts the possibilities by a factor of 2 for each of the n-1 mergers. That means the number of proper mergers histories is n exclamation mark into bracket open n-1 bracket close explanation mark divided by n to the power n-1. Finally, if merger can mean merger or acquisition, you can simply add the two answers. Next question. What is the most beautiful equation you have ever seen? Explain. Asked of Google engineers, this question prompts you to analyze how can an equation be beautiful and then give a suitable answer. The one certain thing about beauty is that it's subjective. Even so, most conclude that a beautiful equation is concise and of universal significance. Note, however, you are not just trying to build a beautiful equation, you're trying to impress the interviewer with your originality. It helps to give an equation that the interviewer doesn't hear every day. Most would agree that this is a lame answer. E equals to mc square. It's like a politician saying his favorite movie is Titanic. You want Einstein? A better reply is G equals 8 pi t. This packs the general theory of relativity into 5 characters. G is Einstein's tensor, representing the curvature of space and time. T is the stress-energy tensor, measuring the density of mass and energy. The equation says the mass-energy curve, space and time, which curvature we experience as gravity. Another 5 characters express much of quantum physics, which is this is the Schrödinger's equation, read as the Hamiltonian of the wave equation equals its energy. Guys, please Google this. The canonical Google answer is Euler's equation. It connects 5 of the numbers central to mathematics, pi, the imaginary number of I, and of course 1 and 0, which are pretty important in the information business. E to the power pi I, then plus 1 equals 0. Guys, both search the Euler's equation and Schrödinger's equation for your own good. Euler's equation is regularly voted the most beautiful equation or something of that kind. It was tied for the first with all 4 Maxwell equations in an 2004 Physics World poll for the greatest equations ever. As one reader put it, what could be more mystical than an imaginary number interacting with real numbers to produce nothing? Like a Shakespearean sonnet that captures the very essence of love, or a painting that brings the beauty of the human form that is far more than just skin deep. Euler's equation reaches down into the very depths of existence. The Stanford mathematician Keith Devlin wrote, "The best known commentary of all is probably that of Carl Friedrich Gauss, who said that unless this formula was immediately obvious to a student, that student would never be a first-rate mathematician. You won't gain any points for originality by answering with Euler's equation though. It's like saying your favorite film is Citizen Kane. The Gaussian integral has some of the same mystic appeal, connecting E, pi, and infinity. 1 point in its favor, Gauss didn't find it completely obvious. The Gaussian integral also has something that Euler's equation lacks: relevance to life as we live it. The e to the power minus x squared is the Gaussian function. A chart of it is similar bell-shaped curve of a normal probability distribution. This is the curve that teachers grade on, the one that supposedly governs heights, IQ scores, and the random walk of stock prices, but doesn't quite. The Gaussian blur filter in Photoshop uses the same function to blur your X out of the picture. In the equation, the integral computes the area under the bell-shaped curve and finds it equal to the square root of pi, or about 1.77. The equation can be viewed as a symbol of the role of chance in the world. Many of the things we value most: beauty, talent, money are the result of scores of random factors, ranging from genes to simply luck. When the factors determining a quantity are truly random and additive, the quantity will follow a normal distribution. Most people will be in the middle of the curve. A few outliers will have more or a lot less than the mean. In 1886, Francis Galton said of this distribution, "I know of scarcely anything so apt to impress the imagination as the whirlpool form of cosmic order expressed by the law of error. A savage, if he could understand it, would worship it as God. Let a large sample of chaotic elements be taken and marshaled in order of their magnitudes, and then, however widely irregular they appeared, an unexpected and the most beautiful form of regularity proves to have been present all along." For the cult of the beautiful equation in its all glory, look no further than the British physicist Paul M. Dirac. It is more important to have beauty in one's equation than to have them fit experiment. He once wrote, "Dirac was notorious, eccentric, and socially awkward, partly the result of autism. As a theoretical physicist, he saw the world as a puzzle to which beautiful equations were the key. To a remarkable degree, contemporary science and many job interviewers accept Dirac's view of the world. For an amusing rebuttal, see Richard Feynman's in the second volume of the Feynman Lectures on Physics, in which he makes the amazing claim that all physics can be reduced to a single equation. The equation is U equals 0. It's probably not U, but yeah. That's it. That's everything about the universe. Feynman was half serious. Take the equation like E equals to mc square. It is said to be deep. Its so-called beauty rests with the fact that it explains so much with just a few marks on paper, a few black pixels on white. This perception of simplicity rests on the hard-won and the messy concepts," Feynman argued. What is energy? What is mass? What is the speed of light? None of these concepts existed for Al-Khwarizmi or Leonardo da Vinci. Energy and mass had only started to get gel by Newton's time. The speed of light was hardly a scientific matter until the 19th century. Feynman's point is that E equals mc square is just an abbreviation. Admire it. Just don't get warped up in how simple it is. It's not all that simple. Notice that you can transform Einstein's equation into E minus mc square equals 0. All that I've done is subtract the mc square from both sides. They were equal before and they must be equal now. Now square the both sides of the equation and it gives E minus mc square bracket whole square equals 0. The point of this is to make clear in a moment. It's part of Feynman's recipe for the ultimate beautiful equation. Blend in a few more equations for the heck of it. You'll use Schrodinger's equation and Euler's equation. Leave Euler's as it is and tweak Schrodinger's. Then square both sides of it and add Einstein's rigid equation. It basically adds the Euler's equation and Schrodinger's equation and Einstein's equation E minus mc square or whole square, the modified one, all together equal to 0. All three terms on the left have to be 0, say Einstein's, Schrodinger's and Euler. The equation must be correct, assuming its three components are. Furthermore, the only way the equation can be correct is if all the terms are 0. That's the point of the squaring. It guarantees that no term could be negative. The only way for three non-negative terms can be to add 0, is for all to be 0. Don't stop there. Throw in the kitchen sink, said Freeman. All equations great and trivial can be put in the form and appended to the left side of the master equation. Feynman called the quantities on the left n, where n ranges from 1 to as far as you can care to go. Sum them up and you have simply u, standing for the unworldliness. It is a measure of anything and everything that doesn't fit into the scheme of physics. The master equation says the unworldliness of is 0. You can unpack all of physics from this. U equals 0 is simpler, more beautiful than any other equation. It says everything the other equations do, and it's as simple as an equation can possibly get. An equation means you have got an equal sign and with one thing on the left of it, and that one thing on the right. 3 characters is the bare minimum, and u equals 0 delivers that beautiful anorexic limit. Feynman's real point was that u equals 0 is a silly klutz serving no purpose except to say everything about the universe as concisely as possible. Feynman was also asking, are you sure that what you mean by beautiful it's worth thinking about? A good answer to this interview question might start with Feynman's u equals 0. Then, if you think that you have got a better notion of what beauty is, describe it and tell what equation best fits. That was chapter 4 and all the questions that were asked and all the answers. See you in chapter 5. Let's begin chapter 5. Engineers and how not to think like them. The value of keeping things simple. The great physicist Richard Feynman once applied for a job at Microsoft. So runs the guaranteed apocryphal story. Well, Dr. Feynman, the interviewer began, we don't get many Nobel Prize winners even at Microsoft. But before we can hire you, there's a slight formality. We need to ask you a question to test your creative reasoning ability. The question is, why are manhole covers round? That's a ridiculous question, Feynman said. For one thing, not all covers are round, some are square. But considering just the round ones now, the interviewer went on. Why are they round? Why are round manholes covers round? Round covers are round by definition. It's a tautology. Right. If you will excuse me, Dr. Feynman, I would like to consult with our human resources department. The interviewer left the room for 10 minutes. When he returned, he announced, I'm happy to say that we are recommending you for immediate hiring into our marketing department. This joke pokes fun at one of the most famous brain teaser questions long associated with Microsoft, and alleged to have been devised by Steve Ballmer himself. It expresses deep ambivalence about this style of interviewing. Feynman, a childhood hero of Sergey Brin's, shows more creative thinking than does Microsoft's so-called right answer. A true story. Brin did graduate in Stanford's computer science building, named for its donor, William Gates. Each room in the Gates building had a 4-digit number. We were offended at having 4-digit numbers when you don't have 10,000 rooms. Brin explained. He devised a new numbering system using 3 digits. The building doesn't have 1,000 rooms either, but Brin reasoned that he had to retain the convention that the first digit gives the floor. I just had the numbers roll around the building, Brin said. Even numbers were exterior, odd numbers were interior. The second digit told you how far around the building you have to go. Google's people like to think of themselves as having a uniquely creative approach to design. In this worldview, Microsoft is sometimes cast as a bad example. Though the invidious comparisons have less to do with the real Microsoft than with outside jokes, there is a slender basis in history. Microsoft began in an age when small computers were for hobbyists, and everyone wrote spaghetti code. Google was founded a generation later, when a new discipline of algorithm theory changed the way software was written. Microsoft has, of course, recruited many of the world's best coders and computer scientists, but it has baggage, legacy products, legacy users, and a corporate culture forged in the 1980s. Google entered the new millennium with a clean slate. As the tech blogger Joey Spolsky wrote, a very senior Microsoft developer who moved to Google told me that Google works and thinks at a higher level of abstraction than Microsoft. Google uses Bayesian filtering the way Microsoft uses the if statement, he said. That's true. Google also uses full text search of the entire internet the way Microsoft uses little tables that list what error IDs correspond to which help text. Look at how Google does spell checking. It's not based on dictionaries, it's based on word usage statistics of the entire internet. Which is why Google knows how to correct my name, misspelled, and Microsoft Word doesn't. Bob and Eve. This higher level of abstraction figure in many of Google's interview questions. Try this one. Question. You want to make sure that Bob has a phone number. You can't ask him directly. Instead, you have to write a message to him on a card and hand it to Eve, who will act as a go-between. Eve will go give the card to Bob and he will hand his message to Eve, who will hand it to you. You don't want Eve to learn your phone number. What do you ask Bob? This question is usually asked of software engineers who instantly recognize the name Bob and Eve. In computer science textbooks, it's conventional to speak of Alice sending a coded message to Bob. It sounds a bit more human than saying A sends a message to B. The rote villain of the textbooks is a snoop called Eve, for eavesdropper. Coded messages are vitally important on the internet. They are the basis of e-commerce and cloud computing. Eve's many guises include hackers, spammers, and phishers. It is not too much of an exaggeration to say that this interview question presents in the kernel, the central problem of our weird world. It also reveals very different ways of thinking about problems. There is a technically brilliant solution. Every textbook discussion of Bob and Eve segues into an exposition of RSA cryptography, the type used by PayPal and other forms of electronic commerce. Suffice it to say that RSA involves some heavy computation. That's okay, as it's always done by computer. The smart interviewee is led to wonder whether there's any way to explain RSA to Bob as part of a message that could fit on the back of a business card. This is something like telling your grandmother how to build an iPad, so clearly that she could make one. It could be done. It's possible to explain a bare bones implementation of RSA to a naive Bob who doesn't know how to code. I give the whole explanation in the answers section. A lean version of the instructions will fit on a 3 by 5 inch index card, even a business card, if you've got microscope handwriting. The candidate who succeeds in drafting his RSA message to Bob will feel he's knocked the ball out of the park. Not so fast. He's just given the Microsoft answer. If or no if, Bob is sure to balk at following complicated instructions just for the mundane task of confirming a phone number. Google's interviewers expect engineers to know RSA, of course, but they are especially impressed by those who come up with a simpler, more practical answer. Below is the diagrams for the Microsoft answer and the Google answer. Tell Bob to call you. Ideally give a specific time. If your phone rings, bingo. If not, that tells you that he doesn't have the right number. That's all the questions asked for. You want to make sure that Bob has a phone number. Why do things the hard way? This question tests something rarer than education. The capacity to ignore what you have learned when it isn't helpful. In business, there is no one to tell you what part of your education applies, if any. There is an overwhelming temptation to use whatever intellectual tools are at hand and to pat yourself on the back for using the highest power tool possible. Google doesn't want people who instinctively do the hard way because they can. They want those with a knack for intuiting simple solutions that work. Considering the human element. This raises the all-important question: what separates the entrepreneur from the engineer? In part, it's the ability to not think like an engineer sometimes. An engineer can help falling in love with the clever ideas and algorithms that have gone into a new product. An entrepreneur has to ignore them and judge whether the end users will want or be able to use the product. Since Google is a place where job descriptions are fluid, it tries to find employees with the ability to put themselves in someone else's head. Many of its interview questions bear on that theme. Next question. An executioner lines up 100 prisoners, single file, and puts a red or a blue hat on each prisoner's head. Each prisoner can see the hats of the people in front of him in line, but not his own hat, nor those of anyone behind him. The executioner starts at the end of the line and asks the last prisoner the color of his hat. He must answer red or blue. If he answers correctly, he is allowed to live. If he answers wrong, then he is killed instantly and silently. While everyone hears the answers, no one knows whether an answer was right. On the night before a lineup, the prisoners confer on a strategy to help them. What should they do? Like Bob and Eve, the feigns at being a familiar type of question, in this case an old-school logic puzzle. It's unquestionable related to a riddle created by the American mathematician and computer scientist Alonzo Church, who lived from 1903 to 1995. In the 1930s, Church invented a puzzle about three gardeners who have spots on dirt on their foreheads. No one can see his own forehead, of course, and there's no mirror. The gardeners are told that at least one has dirt on his forehead and have to deduce who is smudged. One of Church's students, the logical Raymond Smullyan, took the idea and ran with it, producing some of ingenious puzzles in a series of popular books. In later variations by Smullyan and others, the telltale spots of dirt are replaced with hats or colored dots or anything that might plausibly be visible to anyone except the wearer. Stories are embellished with amusing motives like trying to deduce whose wife is cheating on whom or who is the spy. Many of these puzzles are used in interviews throughout the corporate world. Solutions usually hinge on the assumption that everyone involved is a perfect logician. That means that a person A can deduce X based on what B deducted from Y and C failed to deduce from Z. It will not come as a shock to learn that the intended solutions have nothing to do with the real world. In many cases, these puzzles penalize those who understand how real people think and act. As it's used at Google, the executioner question is a subtle deconstruction of the genre. There is no definitive answer. The best responses show appreciation of the human element and its unintended consequences. Start by looking at what happens when the prisoners have no plan at all. Should the prisoners just guess their hat colors randomly, they would be right about 50% of the time. That means about 50 of the 100 would survive on average. Any plan must do better than that to be worthwhile. Conceptually, the prisoners want to send information up the line. The last prisoner, number 100, sees the color of everyone's hat except his own. Were he free to speak his last words? He could recite the hat color of the 99 prisoners in front of him, saving them all. That's forbidden. He's permitted only one word, and it must be either red or blue. That's 1-bit message when he really wants to send a 99-bit message. Because this last prisoner has no way of learning his own hat's color, he has nothing to lose. He might as well as use his answer to do something useful, like name the hat color of the guy directly in front of him. This will permit 99 to give the right answer. Number 100 will have 50-50 chance of being spared too, since his hat might happen to be the same color as 99's. Why not have everyone's answer with the hat color of the prisoner in front? That won't work. Imagine you're somewhere in the middle of the line. The prisoner behind you says red, meaning your hat is red. The hat in front of you is blue. Do you save your own life by answering red, or do you pass on the right answer to the prisoner ahead of you saying blue? You can't do both. One scheme, call it Plan A, is for the even-numbered prisoners to answer with the hat color they see immediately in front of them, and for the lucky odd-numbered people to take the advantage of this information to save themselves. Under Plan A, all 50 odd-numbered people will live. The even-numbered people will have to take their chances. You can expect that about half of them will be killed. In all, this brings the number of likely survivors to 75. That's certainly better than not having a plan at all. The survival rate could be improved. Were the prisoners able to send poker cheat signals? Let prisoner number 100 name the color of the 99's hat. Number 99 clears his throat before answering if and only if the hat in front is the same color as his own. He then answers his correct hat color. The throat clearing signal would allow 98 to name his hat color and send a similar signal to 97. Everyone except 100 could save himself, and 100 would still have a 50-50 chance of survival. That's a survival rate of 99.5% out of 100. Secret signals are not usually considered a legitimate solution. You're to assume that each prisoner's answer must be red or blue, and nothing more. There is an entirely legal scheme that about as good. Plan B, let's call it, has the last prisoner counting the number red hats he sees in front of him and the answer accordingly to whether this number is odd or even. The rule could be red means that the number of red hats I see is odd, and blue means that the number of red hats I see is even. Plan B doesn't help the last prisoner's chances of survival. Nothing can. It does offer a way to save everyone else. Say you're number 99 and you hear 100 say blue. That means that he sees an even number of red hats. You count the number of red hats you see in front of you. Is it also even? If so, then your hat cannot be one of the red hats 100 saw. Therefore, your own hat must be blue. By saying blue, you save your own skin. The beauty of the plan is that blue also helps number 98. He knows that 100 saw an even number of red hats and that yours wasn't one of them. Because you gave the right answer or the same answer, this also allows number 98 to deduce his own hat color. In general, everyone knows the parity of the total number of red hats, exclusive of prisoner number hundreds, which is out of sight and out of mind. Everyone also knows the color of the hats behind him, since this has been already announced, and can use that to deduce his own hat's color. By announcing the color of its own hat, each prisoner saves himself and supplies the information subsequent prisoners will need. Plan B requires that everyone remember 100's answer and keep a running total of how many people behind them said red. Each needs to add this number to the number of red hats he sees in front of him. Then compare the sum with 100's answer. If 100 said red, meaning he saw an odd number of red hats, and if you're aware of 47 red hats, the 21 you see and the 26 people behind you, you have heard say red. Then that jibes. All the reds are accounted for and your hat must be blue. If there is a discrepancy, it must be due to your hat being red. You say whatever your color of your hat is. Does the above paragraph strike you as a little confusing? Now imagine you're explaining it to 100 prisoners or to your sister-in-law or your Midwest sales force. Real people make mistakes, especially when someone's about to grade them. Let just one prisoner slip up and the plan falls apart. There are some engineers who wouldn't think of this. They are happy to stop with a technically valid answer and that no one can understand. That's why your TV setup has 4 remotes, all confusing. The better answer to this question go beyond the mere logic puzzle response. A candidate should ask, how practical is plan B really? One saving grace is that there are only 2 possible answers. When somebody gets confused and screws up, there's still an even chance he will say the right thing by dumb luck. But in the long run, the inevitable error compromises plan B. Remember, Google likes the answers that scale up. For 100 prisoners, read 1000 or an indefinite large number. As John Maynard Keynes said, in the long run, we are all dead. Well, close. When the line is long enough that some make errors, about the half prisoners will be acting on the right information and surviving, while the other half will be acting on the wrong information and be slaughtered like sitting ducks. Allowing for errors, the asymptotic survival rate of plan B is just 50%. There's no better than what you would expect by having no plan at all. At any rate, plan B's real surviving rate may be less than 75% offered by plan A, where errors do not propagate forward. Not that plan A is foolproof either. The even-numbered prisoners are asked to nobly save the odd-numbered ones and get nothing in return. Picture how that would go down at Belmarsh. However, it's decided that who gets to be the odd-numbered ones. The division will stoke long simmering resentments. The even-numbered prisoners can't improve their own 50-50% survival chance, but a malicious prisoner could settle a score by intentionally giving the wrong answer to an odd-numbered prisoner in front of him, since errors don't propagate. The realistic survival rate of Plan A is only a little less than the theoretical 75%. Ideally, the prisoners should do trial runs of both plans and choose the one with the highest survival rate. In practice, it's good to mention that to conclude your answer, in this and more realistic situations, no one can predict infallibly how people will take to a new idea. You have to try it out. Listen to your mother. Who's smarter, a computer science PhD or your mom? After years of interviewing at Google, Paul Timer, an engineer, resolved to find out. Suppose you're given 1,000,000 sheets of paper. Runs on one of Timer's interview riddles. Each is a record of a university student. You have to sort them in the order of age, number of years old. How would you do it? Timer posed this question to his mother, who knew absolutely nothing about computer science. Miss Timer's answer was more efficient than those many of the highly educated applicants Timer has interviewed. How can this be? Miss Timer's answer was she would make stacks, then take the first record of the top of the pile and look at the age. If it's a 21-year-old, it goes in the 21-year-old stack. If the next record is 19 years old, it goes in the 19-year-old stack, and so on. You have to look at each record once, and once you're finished, you simply collect the stacks in order of the ascending age. Done. The procedure is about 20 times faster than the quicksort, the algorithm that many Google applicants suggest. Some candidates go nuts and when told about Miss Timer's solution, quicksort is guaranteed to be asymptotically fastest. The textbook says so. They're forgetting the mathematical fine print. Quicksort is based on comparisons. Is this number bigger than that? You don't always need comparisons to sort. You don't here, because there are many records and only a few distinct ages of students. Quicksort is versatile, like a Swiss Army knife, but mum stacks happen to be much a better tool for this particular task. One of the oft-cited mysteries of creativity is that revolutionary ideas often come from non-experts with an outsider perspective. The computer science graduates were so used to thinking of high-powered algorithms that they could not think of them. Without the mental baggage, Ms. Timer instituted a better solution. Sometimes creativity is just common sense. With apologies to the folks in Redmond, I will end on another Microsoft joke because it makes the point well. A point that applies everywhere, not just Microsoft. A helicopter was flying above Seattle when a malfunction disabled all of its electronic navigation and communications equipment. The clouds were so thick that the pilot couldn't tell where he was. Finally, the pilot saw a tall building and flew towards it, circled and held up a handwritten signal that said, "Where am I?" in large letters. People in the tall building quickly responded to the aircraft, drawing their own large signal. "You're in a helicopter." The pilot smiled and looked at his map, determined the route of the SeaTac airport, and landed safely. After they were on the ground, the co-pilot asked the pilot how he had done it. "I knew that it had to be a Microsoft building," he said, "because they gave me technically correct but the completely useless answer." Questions. Avoiding technically correct but useless answers. Each of these questions has a simple practical answer and complicated or useless one. That's hint. But be warned, it's often easier to find the complicated answer than the simpler one. Answers begin on page 193. If you had a stack of pennies as tall as the Empire State Building, could you fit them all in one room? Next question. You have 10,000 Apache servers and one day to generate 1 million pounds. What do you do? Next question. There are two rabbits, Speedy and Sluggo. When they run a 100-meter race, Speedy crosses the finish line while Sluggo is at 90-meter mark. Both rabbits run at a constant speed. Now we match them up in a handicap race. Speedy has to start from 10 meters behind the start and run 110 meters while Sluggo starts at the usual mark and runs 100 meters. Who will win? Next question. You have an analog watch with a second hand. How many times a day do all three of the watch's hands overlap? Next question. You're playing football on a desert island and you want to toss a coin to decide the advantage. Unfortunately, the only coin on the island is bent and is seriously biased. How can you use the biased coin to make a fair decision? That was all the questions. Please try it yourself. You'll begin the answers in about 5 seconds. Chapter 5 questions. We're not just gonna do the questions we heard in the last. We're gonna do from the first we've heard in the chapter. Question number 1. You want to make sure that Bob has your phone number. You can't ask him directly. Instead, you have to write a message to him on a card and hand it to Eve, who will act as a go-between. Eve will give the card to Bob and he will hand his message to Eve, and who will hand it to you. You don't want Eve to learn your phone number. What do you ask Bob? Even if you give the short, simple answer from page 71 to 72, you may be asked to supply the RSA's answer too. It's not that complicated as long as Bob has a computer and can follow directions. You might ask the interviewer about Bob's math and computer skills. With RSA, each person generates two keys, a public one and a private one. A public key is like an email address. It allows anyone to send you a message. A private key is like your email password. You need it to get in your email messages. And you keep it secret, otherwise anyone could read your mail. You won't be able to send Bob a secret message because he hasn't set up his keys. He may not know what RSA is until you tell him. But you don't need to send Bob a secret message. You want Bob to send you a secret message, namely your phone number. This means that you need the keys for yourself, not for Bob. The outline of the solution is this. Hey Bob, we are going to use RSA cryptography. You may not know what that is, but I will explain exactly what you have to do. Here's my public key. Take this and your phone number and produce an encrypted number by following these directions. Send that encrypted number back to me via Eve. The trick is to word the instructions so that almost anyone can do it. You have to be concise. RSA cryptography was first described and it now appears in 1973. Its original inventor was the British mathematician Clifford Cocks, who worked for Her Majesty's Secret Service. His scheme was considered impractical. It required a computer of all things. That was not easy to come by when spies generally have to make do with cameras hidden in cufflinks. Cox's idea was classified until 1997. Meanwhile, in 1978, 3 MIT computer scientists independently came up with the same idea. The last initials the MIT group, Ronald Rivest, Adi Samir, and Leonard Edelman, supplied the acronym. In the RSA system, a person who wants to receive messages must pick up two random prime numbers, P and Q. The numbers must be large and at least as big in digits as the number or message is being transmitted. For a phone number of 10 decimal digits, P and Q should be at least 10 digits. One way to choose P and Q is to Google, a website that lists large prime numbers. The prime number pages, run by Chris Caldwell of the University of Tennessee at Martin, works well. Pick two digit primes at random. Here are two: 1500450271 and 33679000313. Call this P and Q. You have to multiply them and get the exact answer. This is a little tricky. You can't use Excel or Google Calculator or most of the consumer software because they show a limited number of significant figures. One option is to multiply by hand. An easier one is to use the Wolfram Alpha, which is www.wolframalpha.com. Just type it in. 1500450271 into 33679000313, and it will give an exact answer of 505-336-937-3418-34823. Call this product N. It's one component of your public key. The other component is a number called E, an arbitrarily chosen number, ideally of length equal to N, that does not divide evenly by bracket open P minus 1 bracket close bracket open Q minus 1 bracket close. I may have lost you with the last part, but don't worry. In many applications, coders simply pick 3 for E. This is good enough for most purposes, and it permits fast enciphering. Having chosen N and E, you are good to go. You just need to send these two numbers to Bob, along with the Computer Idiot's Guide to RSA Cryptography. Bob has to compute x to the power E mod N, where x is the phone number since we have chosen 3 for E. The part on the left is a x cubed. It will be a 30-digit phone number. The mod indicates modulo division, meaning that you have to divide x to the power cube by n and take only the remainder. The remainder must be in the range of 0 to n minus 1. Thus, it's probably going to be a 20-digit number. This 20-digit number is the encrypted message that Bob sends back to you. Bob therefore needs to be able to cube a number and do long division. The crucial part of the instructions could say, Bob, I need you to follow these instructions carefully, without questioning them. Pretend my phone number is a regular 10-digit number. First, I need you to cube the number, multiply it by itself, and then multiply the product by the original number again. The answer, which will be 30-digit number, has to be exact. Do it by hand if you have to and double check it. Then I need you to do the longest long division you have ever done. Divide the result by this number: 5053 366 937 341 834 823. The division also has to be exact. Send me the remainder of the division only. It's important that you don't send the whole part of the quotient, just the remainder. Assuming Bob has internet access, a pretty safe assumption, right? The message could say, Bob, go to this website, www.wolframalpha.com. You'll see a long rectangular box outlined in orange. Type my 10-digit phone number into your box. Without using dashes, dots, or parentheses, Just these 10 digits. Immediately after the phone number, type this: 3 mod 5053366937341834823. Then type the little equal sign in the right of the box. The answer, probably a 20-digit number, will appear in the box labeled result. Send that answer and only that answer to me. Then click the little equal sign in the right of the box. The answer, probably a 20-digit number, will appear in a box labeled result. Send that answer and only that answer to me. Naturally, Eve reads these instructions and she also reads Bob's reply. She can't do anything with it. She's got a 20-digit number and that she knows is the remainder when the cube of the phone number is divided by 505366937341834823. Nobody has yet figured out an efficient way to recover the phone number. How are you any better off? You are, because you have the secret decoder key. This D is the inverse of E mod. Bracket open, P minus 1, bracket close, bracket open, Q minus 1, bracket close. There is an efficient algorithm for calculating that, provided, of course, that you know the two primes P and Q that were used to generate N. You know them because you picked them, remember? Call Y the encoded number / message Bob sends back. His original message is Y to the power D mod N. To figure this, you just type it into Wolfram Alpha, replacing Y, D, and N with the actual numbers. Eve knows N because since it has the card you asked her to give to Bob. She knows Y since it was Bob's reply to you, but she doesn't know D, and she has no way of learning it. Eve has algorithm trouble. It is easy to multiply two numbers. Heck, they teach you that to school kids. It's hard to factor a large number. Next question. If you had a stack of pennies as tall as the Empire State Building, could you fit them all in one room? This may sucker you into thinking that it is one of those interview questions where you're intended to estimate an absurd quantity. Hold on. The question doesn't ask how many pennies. It asks, will the stack fit in a room? The interviewer wants a yes or no answer, with explanation, of course. That should be a clue, as should the fact that the question doesn't say how big the room is. Rooms come in all sizes. Intuition might suggest that stack wouldn't fit in a phone booth, but would easily fit in the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles. The answer is roughly this. The Empire State Building is about 100 stories tall. It's 102 exactly. That's at least 100 times taller than an ordinary room, measured from the inside. I would have to break the skyscraper high column of pennies into about 100 floor to ceiling high columns. The question then becomes, can I fit about 100 floor to ceiling penny columns in a room? Easily. That's only about a 10 by 10 array of penny columns. As long as there's space enough to set 100 pennies flat on a floor, there's room. The tiniest New York apartment, an old-style phone booth, has room. Swagger counts. The goal is not just to get the right answer, but to make it easy. Great athletes do this naturally. Lately, job seekers are expected to do the same. Next question. You have 10,000 Apache servers and one day to generate 1 million pounds. What do you do? The Microsoft answer: take the opportunity to regale the interviewer with your pet unrealized business plan. Expect the interviewer to listen politely and then ask, yes, but are you sure you can make £1 million the first day? Note: Google is a server-intensive business that took about 5 years to turn a profit. YouTube might be turning its real profits by the time you read this. A relatively believable business plan would be high-speed security trading. It's reported that smart operators make millions every trading day by buying and selling securities that they hold, on average for seconds. They normally liquidate all of their holdings just before the market closes, so you would have your profit by the end of the day. Such a scheme requires software capable of out-arbitrating all the other trader bots out there, and fast hardware, but wouldn't need anywhere near 10,000 servers. The Google answer: sell the servers for at least £100 each. That will generate £1 million, or more like £10 million. Then, if you have got your real business plan, use that as seed money. It will keep you going for long enough to interest a venture capitalist who is smart enough to know that great ideas don't make a million the first day. Next question. There are two rabbits, Speedy and Sluggo, when they run a 100-meter race. Speedy finishes the finish line while Sluggo is at the 90-meter mark. Both rabbits run at constant speed. Now we match them in a handicapped race. Speedy has to start from a 10-meter behind the start and run 110 meters, while Sluggo starts at the usual mark and runs only 100 meters. Who will win? The Microsoft approach. Let Speedy's speed be x and Sluggo's speed be 0.9x. The Google approach. Speedy covers 100 meters in the time that Sluggo covers 90. In the handicap race, Speedy starts from minus 10 meters. His 100 meters therefore take him to the 90-meter post. Meanwhile, Sluggo would have gone 90 meters, and since he had started from 0, that will also put him at the 90-meter point. At this moment, the two are tied. It's as if they're starting a new race at the 90-meter post, using 100 meters as the finish line. Naturally, the faster rabbit wins. That's Speedy. Next question. You have got an analog watch with a second hand. How many times a day do all of the three of the watch hands overlap? This is an update to a classic Microsoft interview question that asks how many times a day a clock, hour, and a minute hand overlap. Because once become pretty well known, interviewers have started using this variant. The Microsoft answer is: first figure out when the hour and minute hands overlap. Everyone knows that the minute and the hour hand overlap at 12 midnight and approximately at 1:05, 2:10, 3:15, and so forth. There is an overlap in every hour except 11, 2:12. At 11, the faster minute hand is at 12 and the slower minute hand is at 11. They won't meet until 12 noon, ergo there is no overlap at 1100 hours. There are thus 11 overlaps in each 12-hour period. They are evenly spaced in time, and since both hands travel at constant speeds, that means that the interval between the overlaps of the hour and the minute is 12 by 11 of an hour. This comes to 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 27 3 by 11 seconds. The 11 alignments of minute and hour hands in the each 12-hour cycle takes place at 12, 1 hour, 5 minutes and 27 seconds, 2 hours and 10 minutes and 54 seconds, 3 hours and 16 minutes and 21 seconds, 4 hours and 21 minutes and 49 seconds, 5 hours and 27 minutes and 14 seconds, 6 hours and 32 minutes and 43 seconds, 7 hours and 38 minutes and 10 seconds, 8 hours and 43 minutes 38 seconds, 9 hours 49 minutes 5 seconds, 10 hours and 54 minutes 32 seconds. How can we determine if any of these things is a three-way overlap? Though this question is about an analog clock, think of a digital clock that gives time in hours, minutes and seconds. 12. There is an overlap between the minute and second hands only when the minute figure 00 here equals the second figure 00. There is a precise three-way overlap at 12:00:00. In general, the minute and the second hand overlap will occur at a fractional second. For example, here 12:37 37 seconds. The second hand would have been at the 37 past the minute, while the minute hand would have been between 37 and 38 past the hour. The instant the overlap would come at a split second later, the hour hand wouldn't be near the others. So this isn't a three-way overlap. None of the hour and the minute hand overlaps in the list above passes this test except for 12:00:00. That means all three hands align just twice every day at midnight and noon. The Google answer. The second hand is intended for timing short intervals, not just telling time with split accuracy. It's normally not in sync with the other two hands. In sync would mean that all three hands point to 12 at the stroke of midnight and noon. Most analog watches and clocks do not let you set the second hand from the stem. I've seen one that does. A workaround would be to take the battery out or let a wind-up watch run down. Set the minute and the hour in sync with where the second hand stopped and wait until it becomes the time shown to replace the battery or wind up the watch. It would take a maniacal analog watch fetishist to do that, but unless you do this, the second hand will not show the real time. It will offset from the accurate seconds by a random interval of up to 60 seconds. Given a random offset, the odds are overwhelming that the three hands will never align precisely. Now we come to the last question. You're playing football on a desert island and want to toss a coin to decide the advantage. For unfortunately, the only coin on the island is bent and is seriously biased. How can you use the biased coin to make a fair decision? The Microsoft answer. Toss the coin a great number of times to determine the percentage of head and tails. Insert the discussion of statistical significance here. Once you know that the coin comes up heads 54.7% of the time with error bars, you use that fact to design a multiple toss bet with the odds as to close even as desired. It will be something like this. We toss the coin 100 times and heads has to come up at least 55 times for Team A to win the advantage. Otherwise, Team B gets it. The Google answer. Toss the coin twice. There are 4 possible outcomes: head, 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 tails, tails, head, and tails, tails. Since the coin favors one side, the chance of heads, heads will not be equal to the chance of tails, tails. But heads, tails, and tails, head must be equally probable, no matter the bias. Toss twice. After agreeing that head tails means one team will get the advantage and that tails heads means that the other does, should it come up to heads heads or tails tails? Ignore it and toss another 2 times. Repeat as necessary until you get head tails or tails heads. Besides being simpler, the scheme is incontestably fair. The Microsoft scheme only approximates 50-50 odds. That's the end of chapter 5. Chapter 6. A Field Guide to Devious Interview Questions. Decoding the Interviewer's Hidden Agendas. Interview advice abounds. Not all of it is useful. One semi-myth of today's competitive interviews is that the interviewer is there to help you. The interviewers are out to find the most qualified person for each opening. 10 to 1 odds, or steeper, say that you are not it. The myth of the benevolent interviewer is perpetuated by lists of pointers on employment websites. Google sends job candidates this advice in an email. At Google, we believe in collaboration and sharing ideas. Most importantly, you'll need more information from the interviewer to analyze and answer the question to its fullest extent. It's okay to question your interviewer. When asked to provide a solution, first define and framework the problem as you see it. If you don't understand, ask for help or clarification. If you need to assume something, verbally check it's a correct assumption. Describe how you want to tackle solving each part of the question. Always let your interviewer know what you are thinking, as he or she will be interested in your process of thought as a solution. Also, if you're stuck, they may provide hints if they know what you're doing. Finally, listen. Don't miss a hint if your interviewer is trying to assist you. Don't get me wrong. Everything here is good advice as far as that goes. Just don't expect the interviewer to collaborate by answering the question for you. They're also not telling how positively unnerving the numb, poker-faced demeanor of Google interviewers can be. As one Google interviewee said, you'll have this lost in space feeling when you do not know if you're saying interesting or stupid things. The poker face is partly a matter of fairness. One thing interviewers routinely fail to appreciate is how subjective their assessments of the answers are. This is true even when presenting tasks with unique right answers. Inevitably, it's the interviewer's prerogative to call time. By cutting a struggling candidate off and moving on, who knows whether the candidate would have gotten the answer had he been given a few more seconds. Interviewers may unconsciously give more time to candidates they like, less to those they don't, and Google interviewers are therefore encouraged to aim for consistency. They try to not give hints through tone of voice or body language. When hints are offered, they should be offered in the same way for every candidate. Example: if she asks whether the blender has a lid, say no. Otherwise, don't mention a lid. Don't expect much hand holding. Video games fall into genres like first-person shooter, strategy, and life simulation. A player who failed to understand the genre conventions would be at a disadvantage. The same goes for tricky interview questions, which can also be grouped into more or less distinct categories. It's important to recognize the type of question being asked, as this is your first clue about how to proceed. Here's a quick guide to the major types of mental challenge questions and how to answer them. Classic logic puzzles. These questions are often very old. Some of them can literally be traced to the Middle Ages. They're featured in articles, books, and video games. Here's an example. Two Cambridge graduates meet for the first time in 20 years. A asks, "How have you been?" B says, "Great. I'm married now and have 3 daughters." A asks, How old are they?" B, the product of their ages is 72, and the sum of their ages is the same as the number on that building over there. A says, I still don't know. B says, my oldest just started to play the piano. Then A says, really? My oldest is the same age. How old are the daughters? Solving a puzzle like this is mostly a matter of persistence. Start from the top. It's news to A that B is married with kids. They haven't seen each other in 20 years, so all B's daughters must be 20 years old or less. You can probably take 19 as the maximum. Try some algebra for what it's worth. Call the daughters' ages x, y, and z. The product is 72. X, y, z equals 72. The second part of B's comment is more puzzling. Rather than telling the sum of the ages, he says that it's the same as the number on a building. We don't learn the number though. The equation now is x plus y plus z equals number on building. Does that tell anything at all? It's hard to see how. We are not even told that it's a street number, but let's say it is. The only usual restrictions on a street number are that they are negative or zero, or irrational or imaginary. Some street numbers are fractional, but we can probably rule out fractions. Ages are usually given as whole numbers. Indeed, A says he can't deduce the ages from the above information. Still, the bit about the number on a building is likely to be significant. Logic puzzles are like poems or code. The good ones don't contain the essential. The fact that the question talks about the number on a building must mean something. We just don't know what. B says his oldest one started to play the piano. That means that there is a daughter whom B casually refers to as the oldest. He wouldn't likely say that if the piano-playing daughter had a twin sister, not even if she was born 5 minutes earlier and was technically the oldest. Likewise, a father wouldn't refer to a triplet as the oldest. Therefore, the three daughters are not triplets, the oldest are not twins. Anything more? Well, it takes about 9 months to make a baby. Sisters who are not twins are usually of different ages, meaning at least 1 year apart. This is not ironclad conclusion. Two sisters could have been born 11 months apart and be the same age 1 month of every year. The two Cambridge graduates could have met during that month. But let's give it a try. Assume until proven otherwise that the three daughters are not all the same age and the two oldest are not the same age. After B's statement about the oldest, the light bulb goes on above his head. He concludes that his oldest is the same age. How can it be? It's time to go back and look at the one complete equations we have got. XYZ equals 72. Since ages are whole numbers, there are only so many combinations that will work. 72 is 6 into 12, and its prime factors are 2 into 3 into 3 into 4. We can also factor out a 1, as in 1 into 72, which equals 72. Here then is the complete list of whole number triplets whose product is 72. In a job interview, you would write this on a whiteboard. 1 into 1 into 72, 1 into 2 into 36, 1 into 4 into 18, 2 into 2 into 18, 2 into 3 into 12, 1 into 6 into 12, 1 into 8 into 9, 2 into 4 into 9, 3 into 3 into 8, 2 into 6 into 6, and 3 into 4 into 6. All were separate, by the way. We can rule out the first two. All the daughters have to be less than 20. We can probably rule out 2, 6, and 6. But remember, B didn't mention the oldest until the end, and most of A's reasoning was done without the benefit of that comment. Just for fun, let's take the sum of the ages, and there has to be a reason why the story mentions a number on a building. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus cut everything. 1 plus 1 plus 72 equals 74. 1 plus 2 plus 36 equals 39. 1 plus 4 plus 18 equals 23. 2 plus 2 plus 18 equals 22. 2 plus 3 plus 12 equals 17. 1 plus 6 plus 12 equals 19. 1 plus 8 plus 9 equals 18. 2 plus 4 plus 9 equals 15. 3 plus 3 plus 8 equals 14. 2 plus 6 equals 14. 3 plus 4 plus 6 equals 13. 13. 3 and 4 and 6 add up to an unlucky number that is unlikely to be a street number in our superstitious world. Again, this isn't a foolproof deduction. 13 is sometimes used as a street number, and there are other reasons why 13 might appear on a building. Such as an ad for TV channel 13. But this is exactly the kind of twist you should be looking for in a logic puzzle. You're expecting a mathematical deduction, so they toss in a cultural one. Rule out 3, 4, and 6 because their sum 13 probably wouldn't be on a building. This brilliant deduction gets us exactly nowhere, which is also typical of these puzzles. There remain at least 7 plausible sets of ages whose product are 72 and whose sum is not a jinx. Wait, the guys in the story know something we don't. Namely, the number on the building is visible to both, and that's why they don't bother to mention it. Despite that, A is baffled after the comment about the sum of the ages equaling the number on the building. Since Cambridge graduates never miss a trick, a somewhat iffy assumption, it appears that the building number does not itself give enough information to solve the puzzle. The only way that's possible is for the number on the building to be 14. There are 2 sets of ages that sum to 14. Had the building number been 18, for instance, A would have known the ages had to be 1, 8, and 9. The 2 possible sets of ages are 3, 3, 8, 2, 6, 6. When B said his oldest is starting piano, that nailed it. It rules out 2, 6, 6. Where the 2 oldest daughters are the same age, that means the ages of B's daughters must be 3, 3, 8. That is the only and one correct answer. The solution is arrived at through a lot of back and forth reasoning rather than a single burst of insight. It's like untangling the cords behind a desk. In its long-time Scientific American column, Martin Gardner published a variant of this puzzle, crediting Mel Stover of Winnipeg as the first of the several readers to set it in. Gardner did not otherwise know the origins, suggesting it may have been a new at the time. In that version, the product of the ages was 36, and the sum equal to an unspecified house number, and that parent mentions that the oldest child has a wart on his left thumb. When the product of the ages is 36, there are fewer combinations to consider. The house number has to be 13, as that's the only sum permitting 2 solutions. The correct answer is 2, 2, and 9. Perhaps someone realized that 13 is an unlucky house number and adjusted the puzzle accordingly. You're probably thinking, great, I now know the answer to that question. Should it ever come up, what if I'm asked something else? To a limited extent, there is a pattern, like jokes or golf courses or haiku. Logic puzzles aspire to a certain form of cleverness and play by certain rules to achieve it. By reverse engineering this structure, you can come up with a three-part process that applies in broad outline to the solution of the most of these puzzles. It goes like this. Distrust the first answer or line of attack that pops into your head. It won't work because if it did, the puzzle would be too easy. Number 2. Decide what feature of the question's wording doesn't fit and take that as a clue. Number 3. Look for a solution that's surprising in some way. The knee-jerk reaction to the Cambridge graduates puzzle is that this is a story problem to be translated into an algebraic equation and solved. As we have seen, anyone who narrowly insists on algebra will end up hitting his head against a wall. B makes two statements that doesn't fit. He refers to a number on a building, but we are not told what the number is. His mention of his oldest daughter playing the piano is a complete non sequitur. Yet it's this that allows A and ultimately the puzzle audience to solve the mystery. The third step may be the most important of all. Good puzzles feature an element of surprise. Either the answer itself is surprising or some step in the solution is. In this case, the twist is the fact that there are two possible sets of ages that add up to 14, and that is the ambiguity rather than preventing an answer supplies it. Inside questions. Unlike regular logic puzzles, these questions are difficult to answer through step-by-step deduction. It takes a leap of insight. Either you hit it or you don't. Those who don't have the aha moment have it before the interviewer moves on are out of luck. Google sometimes uses this question. You have got a chessboard with two diagonally opposite corners chopped off. So it's 62 squares instead of the usual 64. You're given 31 dominoes, each exactly the size to occupy two adjacent squares. Arrange the dominoes to cover the chessboard. The applicant will be wasting his time. The task is impossible. The challenge is to realize that and then prove it's impossible. Inside questions are often amusing, for the solution is a punchline of sorts, but they put the candidate on the spot. There isn't much of a thought process to verbalize. In this case, the solution depends on the observation that the two removed corner squares must be of the same color. A domino, on the other hand, invariably covers one white and one black square. You can lay down 30 dominoes covering 60 squares, and then you are going to be left with two uncovered squares of the same color. They can be adjacent at best. They would be diagonally next to each other, and there's no way the remaining domino can cover them. The best way to deal with these questions is to be aware of the commonly used ones. There's a finite number, most of them vulnerable. Martin Gardner mentioned this one in his Scientific American column in 1957. Lateral thinking puzzles. Like a crazy uncle making the same joke at every Christmas dinner, some interviewers can't resist tossing these in. These questions hinge on verbally ambiguity and mainly test whether you have heard them before. Here's one. There are three women in swimsuits. Two are sad and one is happy. The sad women are smiling, the happy woman is crying. Explain. The interviewers who use questions like this probably consider them to have fun. This demonstrates the relativity of fun. The intended answer to this question above is they're beauty contestants. Lateral thinking puzzles are short and don't seem to contain enough information to answer. That should tip you off. Tests of divergent thinking. These are more like psychological tests for creativity. They are open ended challenges that encourage brainstorming. There is no right answer to deduce. The goal is to toss out as many good ideas as you can, with extra credit for good original ideas. How would you compare two search engines? It often helps to begin by identifying a goal that may not implicit in a question. A search engine is like a carnival fortune teller. You might say it is asked to read the user's mind from a few vague clues. The successful search engine or fortune teller is good at convincing the user that it knows more than it does. The worst thing it can do is to respond in a way that the user knows is phony or feel to be mistaken. Some typical good responses to this question include the following. Measure how fast it is. How fast do the results appear? Google yourself. Each of us in the world expert on our own self. By putting your own name in the search engine, you get a unique perspective on how relevant the links are. Try a phrase made out of short common words. Someone typing to be or not to be hopes to learn what play it's in, or perhaps to find out the Ernst Liebisch wartime comedy of the same nature, which came out in 1942. The user doesn't want to be scolded that the search words are common and not searchable. Do the engines handle this way better when the search string is enclosed in quotation marks? Misspell a search term. Exhibit pimp ride. Should get links for the US TV show The Host, Eggs ZIBIT, not a museum display. Check how it handles capitalization. A search engine can require capitalization for most users don't bother. It should make the most of any clues supplied, including capital letters. Check Google, Googol, the number, then Google, the company, and GOGOL, the author, each with and without the first letter capitalized. An uncapitalized goggle, my GOGOL, might lead the search engine to ask whether GOOGOL was intended. Determine how hackable the ratings are. Every company wants its site to land high in the listings. There is an ever-changing technology of game and search results engaged in a Red Queen's race. With the search engine themselves, you could arrange a test with some site promoters, having them to do everything they can to put a dummy site high in the listings. See whether the search engines fall for it. Check susceptibility to Google bombing. In 2003, the blogger George Johnston started to campaign to make President George W. Bush the top search result for the search terms miserable failure. Obviously, those words did not appear on Bush's whitehouse.government page. Instead, Johnson urged bloggers to use the phrase and link it to Bush's page. This quickly achieved the intended result. Even typing failure and then hitting "I'm feeling lucky" to Googlers directly to Dubia. The prank generated more hits for the Bush's page than regular searches did. Search engines now try to resist Google bombing. Arrange a test and see how engines perform. This interview question has its roots in a real-life test. In 1998, Larry Page and Sergey Brin pitched Google to the skeptical venture capitalist Ram Shriram. He insisted on a blind test. Shriram picked keywords and typed them into Google and the major search engines of that time. Google was the fastest, and Shriram ended up writing a check of $250,000 for me. Questions: a popular type of interview questions for a quick, off-the-cuff estimate of an unknown quantity. The objective is not to get the right answer. For one thing, the interviewer won't know the right answer. The point is to demonstrate that you can work out a logical path to an answer. These questions are namely for the physicist Enrico Fermi, who lived from 1901 to 1954, who used them in teaching. How many tennis balls can you fit in this room? Start by taking a quick look at the room and estimating its dimensions. A 10 into 10 into 10 office would be 1000 cubic feet. Most office interviews take place in fairly modest offices, so the odds are you're looking at a 1000 to 2000 cubic feet. A regulation tennis ball is 2.575 to 2.700 inches in diameter. You aren't expected to know that. Of course, your offhand guesstimate is likely to be about 3 inches across. Then you get about 4 balls to a foot, and something like 4 into 4 into 4 equals 64 to a cubic foot in a near cubic lattice. Multiply that, which you might round to less than 100, by your estimate of the room's volume. Unless you're interviewing in the CEO suite, the answer is going to be 100,000 or so. Algorithm questions. I'll use the term algorithm questions for a category that has become quite popular at many blue chip companies, as well as in the Silicon Valley. They ask how you would perform a task, which ranges from cosmic to the mundane. There is often a hint that efficiency counts, and you will be graded on how well your solution conserves time, effort, or money. Some algorithm questions are so vague and so vaguely self-important that the uninitiated might think they are expected to spout motivational slogans. Really, you're intended to take the question seriously and have to come up with a detailed plan for performing the task. Here's an example. You have a wardrobe full of shirts. It's very hard to find the one you want. How would you organize the shirts for easy retrieval? Get a wardrobe organizer is not what the interviewer wants to hear. You are supposed to invent the wardrobe organizer. With questions like this, it's usually best to start with a workable idea and keep improving it. Here, a promising first stab is to make the shirt rainbow. You arrange your shirts on a rack by color in order of the spectrum. You can take in the whole set of the shirts at a glance and see exactly every shirt is or ought to be. A Kelly green shirt goes between the blue shirts and the yellow shirts, or exactly between aqua and chartreuse. Something. On second thought, it's not that easy. You have to allow for non-spectral colors like white, tan, gray, and black. These could be appended to the end of the rainbow. You also have to allow for check shirts, t-shirts, and multicolor logos, and so forth. Alternatively, you could arrange the shirts by something other than color, sleeve lengths, long or short, style, pullover or fully buttoned, purpose, work, sport, casual, formal, fabric, designer. Some of these distinctions are ambiguous. There is a thin line between work and sport and casual wear, especially at Google. Fabrics can be blends and not everyone pays attention to designers. The objective is to be able to glance at a shirt and immediately know where it belongs. One way to smash ambiguity with a mallet is to take the dry cleaners approach and put serial numbers tag on every shirt. Arrange the shirts by serial numbers. The trouble with this is that unless these serial numbers are second nature to you, you'll have an awful lot of looking. How long does it take your dry cleaner to find your shirt? If the serial numbers are assigned without rhyme or reason, the shirts are essentially in random order. There is no improvement over having no system at all. Here's a practical solution. Divide your shirts into as many non-ambiguous categories as you can. Allow a wardrobe organizer bin or a section of rack for each category. The optimal categories will depend on your wardrobe. Here is an example. Solid colors: purple, blue, green, yellow, orange, red/pink, white, gray, tan, or black, or brown. 10 bins. Strip: 1 bin, checked, 1 bin. T-shirts and jumpers with printed slogans by the first letter of the slogan A to L and M to Z, 2 bins. T-shirt with pictures, no text, 1 bin. The disadvantage of the bin approach is that there will be sometimes more than one shirt in a bin. This might not be an issue for salaryman with 20 light blue Oxford cloth button t-shirts or shirts. All interchangeable. Just grab any shirt out of the bin, and when it comes back from the cleaners, replace it in the bin anywhere. However, interviewers expect you to be able to deal with the nature of common case of needing to find a specific shirt. You may have just one Manchester United t-shirt in the bin labeled M to Z. T-shirts and jumpers with printed slogans. You need to find the specific shirt, and maybe there are a lot of other shirts in there. How would you efficiently arrange the shirts within the bin? The obvious answer is to arrange the shirts within each bin in a suitable linear order. This could be alphabetically ordered or spectrum ordered or anything else. This is an efficient, scalable solution in theory anyway. A smarter, more realistic answer might be to invoke the 80-20 rule for shirts. You probably wear 20% of your shirts about 80% of the time. Most garments are rarely worn, but are too good to be thrown away. To take advantage of this, design your bin categories so that there are only few frequently worn shirts in each bin. You can always do this. Should one category have too many shirts? Split it into smaller, more restrictive categories, like short sleeve blue shirts and long sleeve blue shirts. The most popular shirt goes on top of each bin stack. It's easy to find and replace. You don't have to rummage underneath it except when looking for a less popular shirt. The other shirts within each bin should have been arranged in descending order of popularity. This way, it's easier to access the shirts you're most likely to want. The coders asked such questions are expected to see parallels of software design. The sorting of shirts by color or pattern is a hash function, and the linear arrangement of shirts within a bin allows a binary search. For everyone else, algorithm questions are informal tests of organizational ability. In answering, it's vital to understand what you're economizing. In this case, the time and or the effort required to find a shirt. Yes. Questions. Identifying the genres. Here is an assortment of tricky interview questions exemplifying the popular genres. First, try to decide what kind of question each is and then answer it. Answers begin on page 198. How much would you charge to wash all the windows in Seattle? Next question. A man pushed his car to a hotel and lost his fortune. What happened? Next question. You get on a ski lift at the bottom of a mountain and then take it all the way up to the top. What fraction of the lift's stairs do you pass? Next question. Explain what a database is to your 8-year-old nephew using 3 sentences. Next question has a sequence, basically as a diagram that has 1, the next line is 1, 1, the next line is 2, 1, the next line is 1, 2, 1, 1, and the next line is 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1. So, when you look at this exact sequence, what is the next line? Next question. You have 25 horses. How many races do you need to find the fastest 3 horses? You don't have a timer and you can only run 5 horses per race. These are all the questions of chapter 6. Try them out yourself. I will answer the questions in about 5 seconds. Chapter 6 answers. How much would you charge to wash all the windows in Seattle? Fermi question, by the way. The first step here is to estimate the population of Seattle. The US Census recently put it at 594,000 city limits or 3.26 million metro area. In a job interview, no one would fault you for saying Seattle has about 1 million people. How many windows are there per Seattle resident? In Manhattan, young people count themselves lucky to have 1 window. Seattle is different. Apartments are larger and more people live in houses with panoramic windows overlooking evergreen forests. Many houses and townhouses are 2-story. A decent guess, favoring the convenient round number, is 10 residential windows per Seattle. There are windows at places of work, Starbucks, department stores, airports, concert halls, and so forth. This probably doesn't add all that much to the per capita total. The average cubicle has no windows. A big box store has little surface area and few windows relative to its volume. The windows in public spaces like restaurants and airports are shaped among the huge masses of people using them. Don't forget windows in cars. You might ask the interviewer whether to count them. A car is going to have 4 windows at bare minimum, often twice that. But big 4x4s are driven by big families and don't add many windows per capita. A reasonable guess is that windows outside the home account for another 10 per person. This count comes to 20 windows per Seattle resident. Assuming a population of a million, there are about 20 million windows to be cleaned. How much should you charge to wash a window? With the windows in your home, it takes about a few spritz of Windex. Don't forget, windows in cars. You might ask the interviewer whether to count them. A car is going to have 4 windows at bare minimum, often twice that. But big 4x4s are driven by families and don't add many windows per capita. A reasonable guess is that windows outside the home account for another 10%. This comes to 20 windows per Seattle resident. Assuming a population of 1 million, there are about 20 million windows that need to be cleaned. How much should you charge to wash a window? With the windows in your home, it takes a few spritz of Windex, a few paper towels, and a few seconds. Some of the windows in Seattle are huge, like those in the restaurant atop the Space Needle, and they are high up, requiring special crews, special equipment, high workers' comp rates, and considerable guts. Someone knowing what he's doing could probably clean one side of the typical window a minute. Given that most are small, that means cleaning a window both sides in 2 minutes. That would come to 30 windows an hour. Say the average window washer makes $10 an hour. Throw in another $5 an hour for supplies and insurance. That's $15 for an hour's work, which cleans 30 windows. So cost per window is 50 cents. 20 million windows times 50 cents is $10 million. This question is used at Amazon and Google. Just so you don't miss the joke, such as it is, Windows is another company's registered trademark. Next question. A man pushed his car to a hotel and lost his fortune. What happened? Lateral thinking puzzle. He was playing Monopoly. That's literally it. Next question. You get on a ski lift at the bottom of the mountain and take it all the way up to the top. What fraction of the lift's chairs do you pass? Classic logic puzzle. You pass all the ski's lift chairs except, of course, your own. The lift is like a loop of string on a pulley. The chairs are suspended from all parts of the loop because one half of the loop carries chairs downwards as the other half carries them upward. Chair passes you with a relative speed that is twice of the pulley itself. In taking the lift up, the traverse just half of the complete loop, but since the relative speed is twice the pulley's speed, you pass 100% of the loop, and thus all the chairs other than your own. You might wonder, how can you pass the chair just in front of you? Moments before you reach the top of the mountain, the chair in front transfers to the return half of the loop. It's then going downward, and it passes your chair, going upward, just before you get off. Next question. Explain what a database is to your 8-year-old nephew using 3 sentences. Test of divergent thinking. A database makes it convenient to find information, not just store it, which is easy in comparison. The trick is to find creative analogies relevant to an 8-year-old. You probably start by brainstorming. A database is like a Rolodex. Does anyone under 5 have one? A magic wizard of information, too patronizing. An iPod, a TiVo. Pick the best analogy and work it into a 3-sentence answer. A database is an iPod for information. With an iPod, you can store thousands of songs and still find any track you want quickly. A database does the same thing with information that people have stored on a computer or the internet. Look at the next question. Look at this sequence. 1. Next line is 1, 1. Next line is 2, 1. Next line is 1, 2, 1, 1. Next line is 1, 1, 1. 2, 2, 2. So, once you can visualize this sequence, what's the next line? It's an insight question. The interviewer writes this on a whiteboard. There's just enough pattern to drive math nerds nuts. Hint: try reading the lines aloud. This is the look and say sequence, described by the mathematician John Horton Conway in 1986. except for the first line. Each inventories the line above it. The third line, for instance, could be read as 2 ones. Look at the line above, it's 2 ones. The lowermost line you are given consists of 3 ones, 2 twos, and 1 1. The following line must be 3 1 2 2 1 1. This puzzle appeared in the Google Labs aptitude test, a mock test distributed to the university students as a recruitment promotion in the autumn 2004. HR departments usually discourage insight questions, but some interviews can't resist. For the record, the look and say sequence is not just one short maths joke. Conway proved some original and semi-serious results about it. Engineers will recognize this series as a form of run-length encoding. When compressing video for an episode of South Park, you don't store the color of every pixel of Kyle's green hat. Instead, you run time encoding, which basically says something like the next 452 pixels are all of the same shade of green. Okay, final question. You have 25 horses. How many races do you need to find the fastest 3 horses? And you don't have a timer. You can only run 5 horses per race. This is an algorithm question and could also be called a logic puzzle. You might begin by asking the interviewer whether you can assume the fastest horse always wins a given race. It doesn't work that way at the racetrack. But it simplifies the puzzle greatly to assume that when A beats B in one race, A is objectively and indisputably faster. You'll be told that it's okay to make the assumption that the race is indeed to be the swiftest. The usual first thought is that you'll need at least 5 races. Any of the horses could be in the top 3. Therefore, you have to race all 25. There's no way of doing that in less than 5 races of 5 horses each. Fair enough. Second conclusion, 5 races isn't enough. Divide the 25 horses into groups of 5 and race them. Each horse competing once against 4 others. One of the races might come out like this. First, or 1, Seabiscuit, 2, Northern Dancer, 3, Kelso, 4, War Admiral, 5, Dancer's Image. You can't conclude that Seabiscuit is the fastest horse of the whole 25, or that he's even in the top 3. To give an extreme counterexample, it's conceivable that the slowest horses in the other races are all faster than Seabiscuit, who might rank as low as 21 out of the 25 overall. Have we learned anything from this race? Of course, we have. We've learned how particular 5 horses rank. We have also learned that we can rule out War Admiral and Dancer's Image, since they didn't make to the top 3 of the race. They can't be in the top 3 out of the field of 25. The same goes for the 4th and 5th place horses in the other races. Each 5-way match rules out the 2 horses as contenders for the fastest 3. After the first set of 5 races, we can scratch 10 horses, leaving 15 in the running as candidates for the fastest 3. The 6th race will have to test the horses who have performed well in the 5 initial heats. A reasonable plan is to race the 5 number 1 horses against one another. Let's do it. Take Seabiscuit from the race above and pit him against the winners of the other races. The outcome might look like this: 1. Easy Goer, 2. Seabiscuit, 3. Exterminator, 4. Red Drum, 5. Far Lap. Once again, we can rule out 2 horses, Red Drum and Far Lap. They cannot possibly be in the fastest 3 out of the 25. Given this outcome, we also learn that Easygoer is the fastest horse of all, fastest of the number 1 fastest horses. Had the question simply asked for the fastest horse of the 25, the answer would have been Easygoer. We need to find the 3 fastest though. Not only can we rule out Red Rum and Firelap, but we can rule out all the horses they beat in the first race they ran. The horses they beat are slower, and we already know Red Rum and Firelap won't make the grade. Look at Exterminator. Since he came in the third in this race, any horses he beats in the first race are out of the running too. Then there's Seabiscuit. Based on the latest race, he might be at best the second fastest horse of all. That leaves open the possibility that Northern Dancer, who placed after Seabiscuit in the first round, could be the number 3 horse overall. The ranking would be Easygoer, Seabiscuit, Northern Dancer. Kelso, who came in third in Seabiscuit's first race, is now out of the running. The 2 horses that came in second and third after Easygoer in his first race are still contenders. It's still possible that those horses are faster than Seabiscuit, for they have never raced him. In short, there are 6 horses in the running. There are top 3 in this race, and the 2 who came in second and third to this race number 1 winner in his first race, and the 1 who came in second to this racer's number 2 horse in his first race. We already know that Easygoer is the fastest horse of all. For that reason, there's no point in racing him again. That leaves just 5 horses. Naturally, we race those 5 in the 7th and final match. The top 2 horses in the 7th race are the 2nd and 3rd overall. To recap, start with a qualifying round of the 5 races in which 25 of the horses compete once. Follow that with a championship race, limited to the winners of the qualifying round races. The winner of this race will be number 1 horse overall. Follow that with a final race of the remaining 5 horses who are still logically in the running. The horses that win and place second in this match will be the number 2 and the number 3 horses overall. That's the end of chapter 6. Chapter 7. Whiteboarding, the art of visual solution. Whiteboarding, modernly echoing waterboarding, is the practice of having job candidates write or diagram their thoughts as they answer a difficult question. Used extensively in today's interviews, it's a form of psychoanalysis, forcing candidates to lay bare their most private thoughts to a not always sympathetic audience. Whiteboarding is mandatory with very technical questions, but it can also be useful with genres discussed in the previous chapter. Even if it's not coding question, draw out your logic on the whiteboard, advises Google's Todd Charsley. It's helpful with questions having an obvious element, a visual element, and often with those requiring elaborate deductions. Drawing or writing gives you something to do with your hands while hoping inspiration strikes. You might start by jotting down the main features of the problem, just to make sure you understand them. The whiteboard is also a memory aid, a place for recording conclusions or immediate values. Best of all, drawing a diagram is often genuinely helpful in solving the problem. Here's an example asked at Google. Break a stick at random into 3 pieces. What's the probability the pieces can be put together to form a triangle? The first thing you need to understand is how the 3 pieces can fail to form a triangle. You would probably begin by drawing something like this. There's a diagram of a triangle. When you break a stick into 3 roughly equal pieces, they will always form a triangle. It won't necessarily be a neat regular triangle, but it will always have 3 sides and 3 angles. but 3 stick segments can fail to make a triangle. Here are 2 examples on the following page. In each case, one side is longer than the other 2 sides put together. There is no way the 2 short sides can bridge the long side. There's a diagram with a triangle and 2 incomplete triangles, but with 3 sides. Call the original stick's length 1 unit. If the largest broken piece is more than 0.5 units long, the other 2 segments will together be less than 0.5 and they won't form a triangle. Otherwise, they will. It's that simple. The question therefore becomes, what's the chance that the largest stick fragment will be no more than a half the length of original stick? The answer depends on what you mean by break a stick at random. It's appropriate to ask the interviewer for clarification. Were a magician to pull me out of an audience and tell me to break a stick into 3 random pieces, I would grab the stick in 2 fists and bend it until the wood snapped. I wouldn't try to break it into equal halves, nor would I try to make an extremely loop-sided division. I would then select the larger of the 2 pieces, provided one was conspicuously larger, and break it in the same way. This procedure isn't especially random. The physics of wood fibers and the size of human fist bias the breaking. In a truly random breaking, any division of the stick out be possible. It could be conceivably produce 2 tiny stubs and 1 big stick virtually as long as the original. This would not form a triangle. The interviewer will grant you license to forget the practicalities and assume a mathematically random breaking. Actually, the interviewer has to say that because he hasn't a clue how to answer or address the practicalities either. That yields this reinterpretation of the question. Pretend the stick is a meter stick, with one end marked 0 and the other 1, and with labeled tick marks throughout. Pick a number between 0 and 1, using a random device or function you like. Break the stick at that point, then pick another random number between 0 and 1. Break at that point. The point for the second break may fall on either of the 2 sticks resulting from the first break. That's why it's handy to use a stick marked like a ruler. This would produce 3 truly random segments. Each segment may be anywhere between 0 and 1 in length. This interpretation allows a simple diagram. Chart the position of the first break on the x-axis and the second break on the y-axis. This makes a square. Every point in the square represents a possible way of randomly breaking a stick in 3. All points are equally likely, so areas of the chart correspond to probabilities. Here's the diagram. For clarity, a little fancier than what you would draw during an interview. There's a box, a triangle, there are 2 triangles inside that box, which are mirrored basically. So you can imagine it. Divide the square in half both ways to make the square 4 smaller squares. The cases where both breaks are in the same side midpoint 0.5 are represented by the southwest and northeast quadrants. I've shaded these square regions to indicate that resulting pieces of that stick won't form a triangle. The other 2 quadrants are cases where the breaks fall on opposite sides of the midpoint. These can be divided in 2 diagonally. In the shaded triangular regions, x minus y or y minus x is greater than 0.5. That means the middle segment is too big to allow a triangle. In the bow tie shaped white region, the middle segment is less than 0.5 and the pieces can make a triangle. It's easy to see that the white regions are 1/4 the chart's total area. Therefore, the chance of breaking a stick into 3 random pieces that form a triangle is 1 in 4. Pictures and mapping, and pizza. In the puzzle above, I use the whiteboard in 2 ways. To draw a literal picture of the broken sticks and to make a conceptual mapping of the chances. Interviewers are especially impressed with those who can use mappings to solve a problem visually. The whiteboard can be useful even when you don't need to draw a picture of anything. Here's an example. You and a friend are sharing a pizza. It takes you X seconds to eat the unit of pizza, and it takes your friend Y seconds. The rules of pizza etiquette say that you can only eat 1 slice at a time. You can't reach for a new slice until you're finished the one you're eating. Should you and your friend reach for the last slice at the exact same instant, he gets it. The tiebreaker rule. The pizza must be cut into equal slices. How many slices should there be to give you the most pizza possible? Your first impulse might be to draw a pizza cut into slices. Well, okay, no harm in that, but it will probably won't get you far. This problem is more about time than pizza. As everyone knows, the faster pizza eater has an advantage. He gets seconds before anyone else has first. This is true whether the pizza is sliced into 8 pieces. Domino style or another number, whether the pizza is round or rectangular, thick crust or thin. Examine some extreme cases. Suppose you didn't slice the pizza at all, leaving it whole. You and your friend both reach for it and the tiebreaker rule kicks in. The first slice is also the last and he gets it, the whole pizza. You definitely want the pizza. You definitely want to slice the pizza. The second simplest case is to slice the pizza into halves. Each of you gets 1 slice. Obviously, that's a fair 50-50 split. That's an important thing to know. You never need to settle for less than 50% of the pizza. Another extreme. Cut the pizza into an infinite number of infinitesimal slices. In the limit of many slices, it scarcely matters who gets the last microscopic sliver. The net effect is to split the pizza by eating speed. Should you and your friend eat at the same rate, you'll each consume half the pizza. Should you eat twice as fast, you'll get twice as much as pizza. That suggests a strategy. If your friend eats faster than you, slice the pizza in 2. This guarantees you half the pizza. If you eat faster, cut the pizza into an infinite number of slices. This guarantees you a split by eating speed. So you get more than half. It's heads. I win, tails you lose. You should never be quick to settle for the whole first workable answer. Can you do better? One flaw of the above strategy is this business about cutting the pizza into an infinite number of slices. Slicing would consume an infinite amount of time, after which the sun would be burned out cinder and the pizza would be stone cold. Even if you settle for a lot of slices as an approximation to infinity, you waste a lot of time. There is a much better strategy. Draw the slice grabbing timeline. You and your friend start with 1 each slice. Then the faster eater finishes his slice first and grabs the second. Stop the clock there. At that instant, the faster eater has 2 slices and the slower eater just 1. What if these 3 slices were all there? Then the faster eater would end up with 2/3 of the pizza. Notice that the faster eater doesn't have to be much faster. He could be a split second faster. This is much better than the infinite slices scheme. where a slightly faster eater gets only slightly more than half. Suppose the faster eater is more than twice as fast as the slow guy. He can polish off 2 slices and begin on the third while the slow guy is still on his first. If it's a 4-slice pizza, the faster eater would get 3/4 of the whole. For the faster eater, it's all about getting seconds, thirds, fourths, while the slower eater is still on his first slice. The best strategy then is to figure out how many slices you can grab while your friend is still on his first piece. According to the question, you take X seconds to eat a unit of pizza, and your friend takes Y seconds. The bigger Y is, the more time you will have to stuff your face, especially if you will be able to grab Y/X slices, rounded up if necessary to an integer, while your friend is on his first. Divide the pizza into that many slices plus 1. This guarantees you'll get all but one of the slices. I'll make it easier for you. Realistically, 8 and X and Y are unlikely to be too far apart. One person may take 30% longer to finish a slice, but he is not likely to eat 3 times faster or be 1/10 as fast. There are 2 plausible situations. When you're the slower eater, cut the pizza in 2.5. When you're faster, cut it in 3 and get 2/3. The secret to using the whiteboard is to find the right mappings. That's the secret to solving any problem through the mappings are usually mental ones. Don't be shy about using the whiteboard's best feature, the eraser. Question. Visual solutions. Here are some more interview questions that can be solved by drawing a diagram or picture. First question is, imagine you have a rotating disc, like a CD. You're given 2 colors of paint, black and white. A sensor fixed to a point near the disc margin can detect the color of the paint underneath it and produce an output. How do you paint the disc so that you can tell the direction it's spinning just by looking at the sensor's readings? Question number 2. How many lines can be drawn into a plane such as that they are equidistant from the 3 non-collinear points? Question number 3. Add any standard arithmetic signs to this equation to make it true. 3, 1, 3, 6 equals 8. Next question. There's a bar where all the customers are antisocial. It has 25 seats in a line. Whenever a customer walks in, he invariably sits as far from the other customers as possible. Nobody will sit directly next to anyone else. Should a customer come in and find that there are no such seats, he walks right out. The bartender naturally wants to sit as many customers as possible. If he is allowed to tell the first customer where to sit, where should that be? Next question. How many different ways can you paint a cube with 3 colors of paint? Try these questions for yourself. I'll answer these specific questions in about 5 seconds. Let's begin chapter 7 questions. First question was, imagine you have a rotating disc like a CD. You're given 2 colors of paint, black and white. A sensor fixed to a point near the disc margin can detect the color of the paint underneath it and produce an output. How do you paint the disc so that you can tell the direction it's spinning just by looking at the sensor's readings? The first thing is to understand is you can't look at the disc. You're in London. The disc is on Mars. You have to determine the spin direction based on the sensored telemetry and nothing more. The sensor will report the color of the spot directly underneath it. At successive moments, the readout will be something like black, black, black dot 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 white dot 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 white dot dot dot. The goal is to paint the disk so that the readout is not the same forward and backward. To put it another way, the readout must not be palindrome. A palindrome is one of those funny words or phrases that reads on the forward and backward. Examples are mum, race car, step on no pets, and sit on a potato pan. Otis. It usually takes effort to think of a palindrome, whereas not speaking in palindromes is as easy as falling off a log. You might therefore think it would be easy to devise a paint pattern that's not a palindrome, but there are two complications. The question gives you only two letters to work with, B and W, for black and white paint. Second, you must avoid a circular palindrome as well as a regular kind. For example, you wouldn't want to paint the disk half black and half white. Then the readout would be something like black dot 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 black dot 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 black dot 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 white dot 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 white dot 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 white dot 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 black dot 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 black dot 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 white. Oh, I mean black. Dot 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 white dot 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 white dot 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 white. You see, this is not a regular palindrome, but it's a circular palindrome. In this, you will join one end to the other. You get the same result. When reading a clockwise or anti-clockwise, looking at just the endless data stream, there is no way of telling which way a half black, half white disk is spinning. Not all patterns are circular palindromes. Given three colors, the disk could be painted in three equal slices of black, white, and red. In the clockwise order, then a clockwise spin would produce black, dot 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 black, dot 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 black, dot 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 red, dot 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 red, dot 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 red, dot 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 white, dot 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 white, dot 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 white. An anti-clockwise spin would give black, dot 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 black, dot 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 black dot 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 white dot 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 white dot 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 white dot 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 red dot 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 red red dot 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 red. These are as easily distinguished. In the first, a sequence of red readings immediately follows black readings. In the second, red follows white. It's something like the rule hikers use to distinguish the deadly coral snake. Red touch yellow, kill a fellow. The question doesn't permit red paint, but you can manage zebra strips. Paint one sector with many thin slices of alternating black and white. Then you can detect whether the strips come immediately after the black sector, clockwise spin, or after the white sector anti-clockwise. There's two diagrams. One which is good, paint 1/3 of the disk with zebra strips. The next one is better, paint two unequal sectors of each color. This answer could be improved. The interviewer hasn't said how fast the disk will be spinning or how promptly the sensor can register a change of color, its shutter speed or exposure delay. The disk might be spinning so fast that the sensor records the color of one strip filleting under it and skips the others. This could create misleading readings in the stripped zone. It's good design to keep the strips as few and broad as possible. In fact, 2 strips in the stripped zone will suffice. Each will be 1/6 slice of the whole disk, and you paint them to contrast with their immediate neighbors, of course. When the disk is colored the way it's shown here, and when the sensor is able to take 6 readings per revolution, a clockwise spin will look like black dot 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 black dot 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 white dot 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 black dot 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 white dot 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 white dot dot dot, and anti-clockwise will be the reverse. There's a variation of this question where the disk is already painted half white and half black, given an unlimited number of sensors. How many sensors do you need to place around the disk to tell you the spin direction? All you can tell from one sensor is the percentage of the black and white, 50-50, which we already know. with two sensors, and the first impulse might be to place them at opposite sides of the disk, at 12 and 6. At any given moment, whatever color one sensor is reporting, the other will necessarily report the opposite. Consequently, the second sensor conveys no useful information with this arrangement. Instead, you should place the sensors close to each other and say 2 and 201. Most of the time, both sensors will see the same color, however, one will get the news of the color change before the other one does, and the data stream would look something like this. 2 sensor black dot 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 black dot 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 white dot 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 white dot 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 white dot dot dot. 201 sensor would say black dot 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 black dot 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 black dot 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 white dot 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 white dot dot dot. This indicates that the black-white boundary hits 2 before it hits 201. Therefore, the boundary and the disk must be spinning clockwise should the 201 sensor see the change first. The disk is spinning anti-clockwise. The next question is, how many lines can be drawn in a plane such as that they are equidistant from 3 non-collinear points? The interviewer is yanking at chain with the language. The vocabulary word you will need is non-collinear. Pick up a marker and mark 3 dots on the whiteboard. Just make sure that they are not in the straight line, which is all that non-collinear means. There are 3 non-collinear points. The question asks, how many lines can you draw that are equidistant from those 3 points? Equidistant means the same distance from. This is another common stumbling block. A line zooms off to infinity in both directions. So how can a line be the same distance from a point? The only interpretation that makes sense is we are talking of a minimum distance between the line and the point. It's like asking how far a summer rental is from the beach. You measure the shortest straight line distance from the house to surf. Here's an example. I've drawn a line between the 3 points so that the minimum distance between each point of the line and the line shown dotted is the same. There are basically 3 dots. And below, there are 2 dots that's below the line, and there's a 1 dot that's above the line. In order to draw this line, I've made a simple geometric construction. Well, actually I eyeballed it. As you will on the whiteboard. First, imagine a line between the 2 lowermost points. Then draw a line parallel to that. Halfway between the imaginary line and the point at top. You can repeat this construction 2 or more times, drawing an imaginary line between each of the pairs. See the following page. They look like this. The answer to the question is that there are 3 equidistant lines. This page has a diagram of 3 dots and 3 lines that are crossing paths with each other. Alright. The next question is, add any standard arithmetic signs to the equation to make it true. 3, 1, 3, 6 equals 8. Starting from the left, you see 3 and 1. The first math sign you learned was probably a plus sign. 3 plus 1 gives 4. Conveniently, 4 is the half of 8. The number, that's the goal. Moving right, there's a 3 and a 6. Well, 3 is half of 6. Put a division sign between them, and you've got 3 by 6 or 1 by 2. Dividing by half is the same as multiplying by 2. And this gives the answer, bracket open, 3 plus 1, bracket close, divided by, bracket open, 3 divided by 6, bracket close, which equals to 8. That wasn't so hard, right? Now for the real test. The hidden agenda of the question is to see whether you stop here or go on. Some interviewers will be helpful enough to give you a hint. That's one good answer. Can you think of any others? So, copy the numbers elsewhere on the whiteboard and start anew. There are more distinct and clever answers you can come up with, and the better, until the interviewer stops you. For instance, there's bracket open, 3 plus 1, bracket close, divided by 3, bracket close, into 6 equals 8. Many miss this one because of what might be called anti-fraction bias. They can see the expression in the parentheses comes to 4 by 3 and give up, figuring that they won't be able to get the whole number 8 out of it. There's also a creative answer using the keyboard's exponentiation operator. Bracket open, 3 minus 1, bracket close. Then there is a legion of semi-facetious approaches like adding a greater than sign to change the equal sign to a greater than or equal to sign. 3 plus 1 plus 3 plus 6 is greater equal 8. Can you think of any other good answers? Next question. There is a bar where all the customers are antisocial. It has 25 seats in a line. Whenever a customer walks in, he invariably sits as far from the other customers as possible. Nobody will sit directly next to anyone else. Should a customer come in and find that there are no such seats, he walks right out. The bartender naturally wants to seat as many customers as possible. If he's allowed to tell the first customer where to sit, where should that be? The densest possible packing is to alternate customers and empty seats. With customers on both ends of the bar, this would put someone in the odd number seats, including the n numbers 1 and 25, and leave all the even numbered seats empty. That's 13 customers. This arrangement doesn't just happen. Suppose the first customer plunks down in the seat number 1. The next antisocial bar flea will pick 25, since that's as far he can go from number 1. The third customer will have to go in the exact middle, seat number 13. Here two after that will fill in the gaps, seating themselves in 7 and 19. So far so good. Eventually, someone will want to sit between the customers already in seats 1 and 7. He will pick seat number 4 because that puts 2 empty seats between him and his nearest neighbors. But no patrons will sit around him. The rest of the bar will fill in the same way, with the scheme possible, sitting 9 rather than the optimum 13. Many puzzles, including this one, are best solved by working backward. We know the sitting plan we want to end up with. How can we get there? There's a diagram. As the diagram shows, there is a lot of symmetry as in the growth of a crystal. Little subsections of the bar fill in the same way. Focus on the low numbers of the bar. We need to have people in seats number 1 and 5 because they will allow someone to sit in 3. How do you make sure that someone will sit in seat number 5? Answer. Have customers in seat 1 and number 9. 5 will be the middle seat maximally distant from 1 and 9. How do you get someone to sit in number 9? Have customers in 1 and 17. And how do you get someone to sit in 17? Well, the bar isn't long enough to force the choice of having customers 1 and 33. So the bartender has to tell the first customer to sit in seat number 17. That's the answer to the puzzle. Here's how it plays out. The first guy sits in number 17, top row of the diagram. The second sits as far as possible in seat number 1. The third customer has two choices, seat number 9 or number 25. Both are 7 seats away from another customer. It would be in the sullen, standoffish spirit of the place for him to favor 25, with one distant neighbor rather than two, leaving 9 for the fourth customer. The next 3 customers split the difference between the first 4 taking seats number 5, 13 and 21. Each is 3 empty seats away from a neighbor. Finally, the next customers occupy the 6 remaining seats, having no immediate neighbor, 3, 7, 11, 15 and 19 and 23. The bartender could equally well sit the first customer in seat number 9, in which case the diagram will be the mirror image of the one shown here. Next question. How many different ways can you paint a cube with 3 colors of paint? Start by pretending the cube is a Nissan Cube, a chunky car for the Generation Y market, and Nissan is offering custom paint jobs on its website. Buyers can specifically specify any of the 3 designer colors for each of the car's 6 sides. Thus the front, back, right, left, roof, and yes, even the underside. Since there are 3 color options for each side, there are 3 x3, 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 x3 possible colorings overall. That's 729. This straightforward calculation follows that from the fact that all 6 sides of the Nissan Cube are distinguishable. The interview question concerns a more abstract cube, like a 1-inch block you could hold in your palm. The cube's faces have no distinguishing features, therefore the number of meaningful, distinct paint jobs is much less than 729. This 729 figure counts as different all 6 cases, where one face is painted red and the others are white. It makes more sense to count that one paint job, otherwise you are like a diner who complains to the waiter that his menu is upside down. Turn it over. As long as one of the color configuration can be rotated into another, it should count as the same. This makes the question a lot harder. The way to tackle it is to divide and subdivide the problem into manageable chunks. No special maths ability is required, just persistence and organization. This question isn't about spotting geniuses. It's about finding who gives up, and who, hopefully confused, and who gets the job done. You probably use the whiteboard in 2 ways. To tally the number of paint schemes and draw some diagrams. Ready to begin? Take a deep breath. The number of ways of painting a cube with 3 colors equals the number of ways of painting a cube with exactly 1 color, chosen from the set of 3, plus the number of ways of painting a cube with exactly 2 colors, chosen from the set of 3, plus the number of ways of painting a cube with exactly 3 colors. These were 3 bullet points, by the way. Obviously, there are only one way of painting a cube with a single color of paint. You paint each face the given color, and that's that. As we have 3 colors of paint to draw on, there are 3 monochrome color schemes, all white, all black, and all red. Let's say, now for the 2-tone schemes. For the sake of concreteness, I will start by picking black and white as the 2 colors. It doesn't take much mechanico spatial imagination to list the possible black and white schemes. Paint a single face black, leaving the others white. Paint 2 faces black and they're adjacent to each other, sharing an edge. Paint 2 faces black and they're opposite each other, and paint 3 faces black so that they fit around a corner. Also, paint three faces black so that the two are opposite each other. The remaining black face adjoins the two others. If you could peel off the black faces, they would form a 3x1 rectangle like a comic strip. Oh, there are 3 more points. Paint 4 faces black so that the remaining 2 white faces are adjacent to each other. Paint 4 faces black so that 2 white faces are opposite each other. Paint 5 faces black, leaving 1 white. That makes each distinct ways of painting a cube in black and white. It follows that there must be 8 ways of painting it red and white, and 8 ways of painting it black and red. That totals 24 ways to paint a cube in exactly 2 colors. The real challenge is a cube painted with all 3 colors. At least you don't have to choose a color palette this time. Subdivide further. Either the 3 colors are used equally, or the 2 faces each, or they're used on 3, 2, and 1 face respectively, or on 4, 1, and 1 face. Start with the equal case of 2 faces per color. Here are possibilities. Each face is opposite a face of the same color. Each face is adjacent to a face of the same color, and therefore no face is opposite a same color face. The white faces only are opposite each other. The 2 black faces and the 2 red ones are adjacent to each other. Only the black faces are opposite each other. Only the red faces are opposite each other. There are 2 mirror images versions of the second case, with each face adjacent to the same color face. This is akin to 2 mirror images of numbering the faces of a die. The 2 versions can be rotated into each other, and that makes 2 paint schemes in all. Now for the 3, 2, 1 cases, this is the toughest situation to visualize, and so you will want to draw it. Start by assuming there are 3 white faces, 2 black faces, and 1 red face. Here are the possible schemes. There is a diagram with white dye, blue, black, white, and maybe red. I'm not sure. It's probably not. It's probably black and white dye, and another black and white dye. The diagrams are not clear. It's black and white really. The 3 faces, white faces, are met at the corner. No matter which the remaining faces you choose to paint red, you can rotate the cube to be identical with the other choices. Therefore, this counts as a paint scheme. 2 of the white faces are opposite each other, and the red face is opposite the remaining middle white face. The black faces are opposite each other. 2 of the white faces are opposite each other, and the single red face adjoins all 3 white faces. This means that the 2 black faces adjoin each other. The red face may go on right or left of the whites. Either way, you can rotate the cube to get the opposite. This makes the 3 distinct possibilities for white, 3 white, 2 black, and 1 red. However, you can choose any of the 3 colors to be one with 3 faces. You can pick either of the remaining colors to have 2 faces. This leaves the remaining color to be a single face. Therefore, there are really 3 into 2 into 1 equals 6 color palettes for 3, 2, 1 design. That makes 6 into 3 equals 18 paint jobs overall. Finally, take the 4, 1, 1 cases. Say the cube is mostly white and with single black and single red face. The latter can be opposite each other or adjacent. That's 2 possibilities. Ditto. If the predominant color is black or red, that means that there are 2x3 equals 6 paintings. Add that to 6 2 2 2 color schemes and the 18 3 2 2 2 1. Alright. And the 18 3 2 1 schemes for a total of 33 color schemes. Summing up, Yes, I know you want this job right. There are 3 ways of painting a cube with exactly one color chosen from 3. There are 24 ways of painting a cube with exactly 2 colors out of 3. There are 30 ways of painting a cube with exactly 3 colors. The grand total is 57. Your answer. Does it seem like today's job interviews have fallen behind the looking glass? A version of this puzzle was invented by Lewis Carroll in the late 19th century. Carroll asked how many ways there are to paint a cube with 6 colors of paint. The answer to that one is 2226. This is much easier. Apparently, it is much easier. That's the end of chapter 7. Chapter 8. Dr. Fermi and the Extraterrestrials. How to estimate just about anything in 60 seconds or less. I'm going to ask you a few questions that might sound strange, announced the voice on the phone. His name was Oliver, and he was interviewing Alison Chantel, a Syracuse University advertising student, for an assistant product manager position. These questions are meant to test your analytical thinking. I want you to estimate how much money you think Google makes from daily Gmail ads. You mean a hard number? Allison asked. Maybe $70,000? Oliver had a good laugh out of that one. Of course he wanted a hard number, and $70,000 wasn't it. Wait, can you totally ignore that response? Allison asked. Scratch it out of your notes and pretend I never said that. You don't have to give me an exact number. Just tell me how you would figure out the answer. Okay. Allison forged on. Google places 4 ads per email open in Gmail. Say each email user opens 7 emails a day. That would see 28 ads, and if they click on 1/4 of those ads, there are 7 ads are clicked. If all advertisers are charged 5 cents per clicked ad, then the amount of revenue would be whatever 5 cents times 7 times the number of Google users is. Does that make any sense at all? Kind of. Oliver said uncertainly. You lost me at only clicking on 1/4 of the ad's comment. Then let's move on. Allison's second interview, also by phone, was conducted by Anna. Name a piece of technology you have read about recently, Anna began. That was easy. Okay, today I was reading about Nike and Apple working together to make a shoe with a chip in it that helps you run in time with your music. Now tell me your own creative execution for an ad for that product. Allison sketched a perfect word picture of that ad. It had a runner, an iPod, and a dramatic crossing of the finish line. Anna was chuckling faintly because it was stupid, or because it was brilliant. Now, I'm going to ask you a math problem, Anna said. Say an advertiser makes 10 cents every time someone clicks on their ad. Only 20% of the people who visit this site click on their ad. How many people need to visit the site for the advertiser to make $20? So 20 out of 100 people click on the ad. Every 10 clicks make $1, and so you need 20 of them. This wasn't going well. Allison began guessing blindly, failing about. Finally, Anna explained the correct answer. It takes 5 site visitors to generate 1 click worth of 10 cents. She said $20 is 200 times that, so it would take 5 times $200 or 1,000 visitors. Allison felt like a complete moron. Anna felt like it was time to ask another math problem. Estimate the number of students who are college seniors in their final year at university, attend 4 years of school, and graduate with a job in the United States each year. She demanded. There are about 300 million people in the nation, Allison said. Let's say 10 million of those are college students at 4-year schools. Only 1/4 of those 10 million are seniors, so that would be roughly 2 to 3 million. If half of those students graduate with jobs, you're looking at about 1.5 million kids. Would you say that the number seems high, low, or just about right? I would say it sounds low because, but that's just because I'm going through the job search process and I'm wishing the number was higher. Not even a laugh. That's all. Anna said, good luck with your job search. Lunch at Los Alamos National Laboratory. Blame the extraterrestrial for this style of interviewing. In 1950, the subject of flying saucers came up one day around lunchtime at Los Alamos. Edward, what do you think? The physicist Enrico Fermi asked his stablemate Edward Teller. Was it possible that extraterrestrials were visiting the Earth in spaceships? Teller judged it highly unlikely. Fermi was not so sure. He spent much of his lunch calculating how many extraterrestrial civilizations there were in the universe and how close the nearest one would be. This was the classic Fermi question. Back at University of Chicago, Fermi tormented his students with only somewhat easier questions. His most famous classroom riddle was, how many piano tuners are there in Chicago? Fermi staunchly believed that anyone with a PhD in physics should be able to estimate just about anything. Somewhere along the line, the PhD in physics part just got dropped. Today's employers have gotten the idea that everyone, including humanities graduates, should be able to estimate odd quantities on a job interview. No one is expected to estimate weird things after they're hired. These questions are today's riddle of the Sphinx. They often determine who gets a pass from the phone interview to the corporate campus. Some are loosely related to the company's line of business. How many petrol stations are there in the United States as at General Motors? But more often there are no discernible connection. How many rubbish collectors are there in California? Asked by Apple. Estimate the number of taxis in New York City. KPMG. How many golf balls would fit in a stadium? JP Morgan Chase. Estimate all the costs of producing a bottle at Gatorade, a US sports drink. Johnson & Johnson. How many vacuum cleaners are made a year? Google. An advantage of Fermi questions for employers is that it's easy to invent new ones, thus the candidate can be presented with a fresh question that's never been in a book or the web. Intel is especially clever. Its interviewers sometimes ask engineers to estimate the number of lines of C or C code they've written. This has to be at least 3 agendas. First, it's a Fermi question. Second, it asks how many coding experience the applicant has. Finally, the answer involves estimate of hours worked. It's a sneaky way of asking whether the candidate is willing to work nights and weekends. A drawback of this free invention is that the interviewer not know how difficult a nearly minted Fermi question is, much less know the correct answer. Sometimes after her phone interview, Alison Chantel ran into Oliver at the conference. He confessed that he didn't know how much Google makes from the Gmail ads. The interview was going swimmingly until I met up with one interviewer who was apparently anti-military. Recall one successful and unsuccessful candidate, a 6-year-old vet of the Army intelligence, using the Google "do no evil" mantra as a pretense. He asked me how many people I would have killed when I served. When I explained to him that I was military intelligence, he then asked me if I could estimate how many people were killed because of the intelligence I gathered. The implications was that I was either an evil, efficient killer or an incompetent one. The Los Alamos crowd might have had trouble with the ethical equation. Fermi, at any rate, believed in the interconnectedness limitedness of knowledge. It was his observations that someone with a critical mass of facts and figures could use that to estimate very exotic things, like the number of light years to the nearest alien civilization. These questions are therefore about charting a reasonably direct path from the facts to know the weird statistics demanded. That means you have to know some facts and be able to draw connections. You can draw around the maths, but you shouldn't pull numbers completely out of the air. That was Allison's problem in the Gmail question. Instead of starting with something she knew, she tried to guess a flurry out of the unknown and proprietary statistics. Google places cards close to the chest on financials of the specific products. A better approach would have been to start with two basic balance sheets facts that are A, that Google makes most of its money from advertising, and B, its annual revenue is about 25 billion. You may be wondering, how in the world would I know what Google's revenue is? The answer is, you look it up before the interview. It's one of the few financial statistics you should know when interviewing at a large company. How much of the $25 billion is from Gmail ads? You have every right to draw a blank there. It's something that the financial press speculates on. Ideally, you would have read enough about the Google business to know what Gmail ads are fairly insignificant part of the whole. When Gmail was rolled out in 2004, there was a hopeful talks of Gmail ads eventually being as important as search ads. It hasn't worked out that way. It's unlikely that an interviewer would fault you for saying, let's guess, that Gmail is 1% of the total revenue. If it is more or less than that, I can easily adjust it. This also makes the maths easy. The Gmail revenue would have come to $250 million a year. Divide that by 365 and you have got around under 1 million a day. That illustrates the cardinal rule of the Fermi question. Round corners on the arithmetic, not on the logic. Allison started well with the university question. She knew the US population is about 300 million. Her reasoning went off the tracks when she said, let's say 10 million of those college students are at 4-year schools. She threw out an accurate statistics and pulled a new fantasy number out of thin air. A better reply would run like this. The US population is about 300 million and the life expectancy is about 70 years. Those two numbers imply that each year something like 300 million/70 pass a given age milestone, such as their 21st birthday. You can tweak that before you do the division. The number of Americans turning 21 will actually be bigger than more because more people make 21 than 70. How much bigger? Most likely neither you nor the interviewer knows. This provides cover to simplify the maths. Answering these questions is like parkour. You want to segue suavely from one convenient round figure to another without a stumble. Instead of 300 million by 70, let's call it 300 million by 50. That would come to a 6 million Americans turning 21 each year. Not all college seniors, many Americans don't go to a university. Others do, but take 2-year degrees or leave before their final year. Against this should be a balance the fact that some who are older than traditional college age matriculate and become seniors. Use that to trim the 6 million figure to 3 million college seniors. The next part of the question is, how many seniors are in the 4-year courses in university? As is obvious if you know the US university system. All college seniors are in 4-year universities. The final part of Anna's question was how many seniors graduate with a job. This could refer to those who have a solid job offer, even before graduating. A broader interpretation might be getting a job in a reasonable time. Whatever that means, in today's job market, you should be able to ask the interviewer for details. Typical responses are a job waiting on graduation day, 25% of the seniors, or 750,000. Next is, getting a job in a reasonable time. 50% of the senior, or 1.5 million. You'll notice that 1.5 million is the exact number that Allison gave. Meet the flip side of you don't have to get the right answer. You can fail even when you do not have the right answer. It's the journey. Even if you do get a right answer, it's the journey, not the destination. An interview cheat sheet, actually. Interviews don't expect candidates to have a lot of obscure statistics on their tips of their tongues. The only things it's embarrassing not to know are the important figures within one's field of expertise, some very basic demographic facts, and a few statistics about the company. Here's a manageable cheat sheet of round figures. Replace the Google / United States data with one of the company / country when you're interviewing. Population of the world 7 billion, gross domestic product of the world $60 trillion, population of the United States 300 million, gross domestic product of the United States 14 trillion, federal minimum wages is $7, actually 7.525. Population of the San Francisco metro area including Silicon Valley 8 million. Google's stock market value $100 billion. Google's annual revenue $25 billion. Google's annual profit $10 billion. Price of a share of Google stock $600. Number of spheres that fit in a big volume with random packing 1.2 times what you would compute assuming a cubic lattice. For more on this, see page 220. Questions. Impromptu estimates. For practice, here are several more Fermi questions. Answers begin on page 218. Question number 1. How many ridges are there on the rim of the US quarter? Question number 2. How many bottles of shampoo are produced in the world in a year? Question number 3. How many toilet paper would it take to cover Greater London? Question number 4. What is 2 to the power 64? Question number 5. How many golf balls will fit in a mini? Try to answer these questions yourself. I'm answering them in a bit. Alright, let's begin chapter 8 questions. How many ridges are there on the rim of the US quarter? A quarter is just about an inch in diameter. Its circumference is pi. Bracket open 3.14159 plus bracket close times that. Say 3 inches. The only uncertain part of the calculation is estimating how many ridges are there in an inch. It's got to be more than 10 and it's probably less than 100. Take 50 as a reasonable value and multiply that by 3 to get the answer 150 ridges. The actual number on the quarter is 119, and by the way, the ridges are probably called reeds. They were originally put on gold coins to discourage grifters from shaving precious metal off the edges. It may be fitting that the question is asked at the Big Four accounting firm, Deloitte. Next question. How many bottles of shampoo are produced in the world in a year? People in affluent countries run through several bottles of shampoo a year. Many in developing nations can't afford such as luxury as shampoo. You might as well guess that it averages out to 1 bottle per person. Unless you're interviewing at Procter & Gamble, the interviewer won't know any better. The answer is there are about as many bottles produced per year as there are people in the world. 6 billion. A handy pointer, it's hard to go too far wrong when estimating consumption of popular consumer products. Use your own consumption as a guideline and adjust. The result guesstimate won't be orders of magnitude off, and that's all that matters. Next question. How much toilet paper would it take to cover Greater London? A square of toilet paper is about 4x4 inches, 9 squares, in a 3x3 grid. Would then make a square foot. Let's call that about 10 squares to make a square foot. A roll of the toilet paper has maybe 300 squares. Then a roll is about 30 square feet. A mile is about 5,000 feet. A square mile is about therefore 5,000 into 5,000 or 25 million square feet. The number of rolls of toilet paper needed to cover a square mile would be 25 million divided by 30. For a Fermi question purposes, 25 is practically the same as 30. Call it a million rolls of toilet paper to square mile. Greater London is more or less the area contained by M25 motorway, which is almost circular. It takes about 2 hours to go round it at 50 mph. This makes its circumference 100 miles, as a circle's diameter is its circumference divided by pi, roughly 3. The M25's diameter is 100 divided by 3, which is about 30 miles. So its radius is 15 miles. A circle's area is given by pi r square, which means the area contained is approximately 3 into 15 square, which equals 675 square miles. To cover it, you would need 675 into 1 million rolls. That's 675 million rolls. What is 2 into the power 64? This is a Google's harder version of the common tech firm screener. What is the value of 2 to the power 10? Any engineer ought to know this answer is 1024. But nobody is expected to know 200 to the power 64 offhand. It qualifies as a Fermi question because you're intended to do the maths in your head. And the answer doesn't have to be exact. Alright, 2 to the power 10 is about 1000. To multiply it, 2 to the power itself by 6 times, then you have 2 to the power 6t. That would be approximately 1000 to the 6th power or 10 to the power 18, also known as the quintillion in the United States. You just have to multiply that by 2 to the power 4 to get 2 to the power 64. Well, that's 2 to the power 4 is 2 into 2 into 2 into 2 equals 16. That's quick and dirty answer is about 16 quintillion. It's a little bigger than that, 16 quintillion, because 1024 is 2.4% bigger than 1000 is. We use this approximation 6 times, and so that the total would be around 12% bigger. That adds another 2 quintillion or so. Call it 18 quintillion. That figure should be good enough for any job outside of the calculating prodigy variety act. The exact value is 18,446,744,073,709,551,616. Next question. How many golf balls will fit in a mini? We might check the question means that new mini rather than the original 1960s style. It's shorter than a person, so it may be 4.5 feet. But with the clearance of the floor, let's say 4 feet. There's space for 2 people to sit side by side, with roughly 2.5 feet per person, so that it's 5 feet wide. It's probably 2 feet long, which is approximately 10 feet. However, the bonnet takes about half of the length, so the usable length is 5 feet. The interior volume then is about 4 into 5 into 5, which is about 100 cubic feet. A golf ball is somewhat bigger than an inch in diameter. Let's say that 10 golf balls line up to make a foot. A cubic lattice of 10 into 10 into 10 golf balls, and even 1000 would be just about to occupy a cubic foot. That gives a quick answer of about 100 into 1000, which is 100,000. You'll notice that many Fermi questions involve spherical sports equipment filling a mini swimming pool. jet plane, or sports stadium. You can score a bonus by mentioning Kepler's conjecture in the 1500s. Sir Walter Raleigh asked the mathematician Thomas Harriot to devise the best way to stack cannonballs on Navy ships. Harriot mentioned the problem to his friend, the astronomer Johannes Kepler. Kepler in turn supposed that the densest way of packing spheres was one already used for cannonballs and fruit. Start with a flat layer of spheres in an hexagonal array, then put another layer on top of that, fitting each new sphere into depression between the three spheres on the lower layer. In a large crate, this arrangement approaches a maximum density of about 74%. Thus, the space occupied by the cannons or oranges is the fraction of the total space. Kepler guessed that this was the densest packing possible, but he was unable to supply a proof. Kepler's conjecture, as what's called, remained a great unsolved problem for centuries. In 1900, it made David Hilbert's famous list of 23 unsolved problems in mathematics. A number of people have claimed to have proved it, including architect Buckminster Fuller, a geodesic dome fame. All such resolutions were quickly rejected as wrong until 1998, when Thomas Hales offered a complicated computer-assisted proof showing that Kepler was right. Most believe his result will stand up. Though the construction of a formal proof is currently ongoing, Hales estimated it would take another 20 years. I assume above that each golf ball effectively rests in the imaginary lucid cube whose edges equal the ball's diameter. You stack those lucid cubes like building blocks. This would mean that the balls occupy about 52% of the space, bracket open, pi by 6 to be exact, as you can compute from the formula for the volume of a sphere, 4 by 3 pi r cube, bracket close. Break out of the imaginary lucid boxes and you can pack far more balls in a volume. This is an empirical fact. Physicists have done experiments by pouring steel balls into a big flask and calculating the density. The resulting random packing occupies anywhere between 55 to 64% of the space. That's denser than a cubic lattice. Though well under Kepler's maximum of 74%, it's also a pretty big range. How you fill the container matters. When the spheres are added gradually and gently, like sand pouring through an hourglass. The density is at Ousley, the sphere's density is at the low end of the range. When the container is shaken vigorously, the spheres settle into a denser packing of up to 64%. Where does that leave us? Someone willing to painstakingly stack the golf balls in a cannonball pattern can pack about 42% more golf balls in the mini than you would estimate from a qubit lattice. That seems to be an absurd amount of labor, even for an absurd question. The reported density of the stirred random packings is more realistic goal. You might achieve that by pouring golf balls into a mini and stirring with a stick to settle them. That would give them a density of about 20% more than the cubic lattice. You might therefore increase the final estimate by 20% from 100,000 to 120,000. For the record, MiniUSA.com states that a Mini Cooper hardtop is 145.6 inches long, 75.3 inches wide, including mirrors, and 55.4 inches high. The regulation diameter of a golf ball is 1.690 inches, give or take 0.005 inches. That's the end of chapter 8. We are almost towards the end. Chapter 9. The Unbreakable Egg. questions that ask, how would you? Headmaster Douglas Appleton of Carmill Primary School, Lancashire, created a media sensation in 1970. All he did was to demonstrate a simple counterintuitive fact. A raw egg dropped onto grass will usually not break, regardless of the height of the drop. Appleton students toss egg out of their school's second-story window. The eggs that fell on the grass didn't break. An obligingly fireman then climbed to the top of a 70-foot ladder and dropped 10 eggs onto grass. 7 of the 10 were unharmed. An RAF officer followed with a similar experiment, dropping 18 eggs from a helicopter 150 feet above the ground. 83% survived. A newspaper, the Daily Express, rented a small plane to bomb 60 eggs onto a lawn while traveling at 150 miles per hour. About 60% of them made it intact. I mention this to prove that one of Google's interview questions is not completely preposterous. You work in a 100-story building and are given 2 identical eggs. You have to determine the highest floor from which an egg can be dropped without breaking. You're allowed to break both eggs in the process. How many drops would it take you to do it? Lest there be any confusion, the building and eggs are strictly imaginary. This is an algorithm question. It's a test of your ability to craft a smart, practical way of doing something. That's important in engineering, in management, and in everything else. Every cook knows that a raw egg dropped from a counter height onto the tile is history. But if Google's 100-story building is surrounded with something softer than concrete and harder than grass, the answer is not obvious. To answer in the spirit intended, you have to assume that it is possible that the maximum egg-safe floor could be any floor at all, from 1 to 100. In fact, you should allow for the possibility that no floor is egg-safe. Seconding the wisdom of cooks, you are permitted to ignore the strong element of chance in egg defenestration demonstrated in the 1970 experiments. Pretend that the outcome of the dropping of an egg from a given floor will always be the same. Either it breaks or it doesn't. The interviewer is not expecting you to name the egg-safe floor. There are no eggs and there is no 100-story building. It's all a fictional situation, okay? You're asked only to devise an efficient method for determining the floor while explaining your thought process. The one question you're expected to answer with an actual number is, how many drops would you need? Scoring is like golf. The fewer, the better. Bits and eggs. Dropping an egg is a simple experiment that yields one bit of information. To get the most bang for the bit, you would start in the middle of the building. That would be a floor 50 or 51, as there are no exact middle floor in the building with an even number of floors. Try dropping an egg from the 50th floor. Let's say it breaks. This would mean that the desired egg-safe floor would be below the 50th floor. Split the difference again by dropping the next egg from the 25th floor. Oops, it broke again. Now you're out of eggs. You can now conclude that the highest egg-safe floor is above the 25th. You don't know which floor, and that means that the method has failed. It's possible to keep reusing an egg so long as it doesn't break. Start on the bottom floor and drop the first egg. If it survives, go to the second floor and try that. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth, and so on until the egg breaks. That will be the highest floor the egg can be dropped from without breaking. You'll have determined it with just one egg. Call this the slow algorithm. It's a miser of eggs and a spendthrift of egg drops. Every single floor might have to be tested, but it gets the job done. The challenge is to create a solution that makes good use of both eggs. Suppose that Google's optimal algorithm for the egg drop experiment was written in a book somewhere. You don't even have to suppose it is written in a book. Namely, this one. Turn to page 116. You're already here. And then take a peek at how the algorithm begins. It reads something like this. 1. Go to floor N and drop the first egg. How do I know the algorithm begins this way? Well, I'm not going out so much of a limb. An algorithm is a list of idiot-proof instructions. Starting with instruction 1. It tells you to drop an egg, naturally, because that's the modus operandi here. There's nothing else to do but drop eggs. The only interesting part, floor N, is currently concealed under an algebraic veil. The real algorithm gives a specific floor, like 43 in the place of N. Further deduction, because the experiment is instruction 1, has two outcomes. It has to follow up instructions for both eventualities. Call them 2A. What to do if the egg breaks, and 2B, what to do if it survives. Once you break the first egg, you will have to play it safe with the second. You can't take the risk of skipping any floor, lest you break the second egg and not be able to deduce the correct floor. Instructions to A of Google algorithm has to say this in so many words. 2A. To be used if the egg breaks in 1, go down to the floor 1, adopt the slow algorithm with the remaining egg. Test it from every floor, working your way up the building until the egg breaks. The maximum egg safe floor is one below that. For instance, imagine the first drop is from the 50th floor and the egg breaks. You can't risk trying the second egg from the floor 25th because it might break too. Instead, you have to try floors 1, 2, 3, ... potentially all the way up to 49. And since we have started with 50, that could mean making 50 drops in all. It doesn't take much coder's intuition to see that a search needing 50 tests to find one thing out of 100 is not optimal. It's lousy. It's better to count on making the first drop from the lower floor. If we start from floor 10, the egg breaks. We might need as many as 10 drops. This is the key. Aha! Moment of the puzzle. In general, when the egg breaks on the first floor or from floor N, it will take as many as N drops total to identify the right floor. This strongly suggests that the first drop should be from a floor much lower than 50. Try N equals 10. This choice has been appealing feature that we can use the first egg to deduce the 10 digit of the egg safe floor, and the second egg to find the one's digit. For example, test the egg from floors 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. Say it breaks. When dropped from floor 60, this tells us that the maximum egg safe floor is 50 something. Move down to floor 51 and work upward floor by floor with the other egg. If the second egg breaks at floor 58, that means that the egg safe floor is 57. There's a diagram on top showing once the first egg breaks, and switch to the floor by floor test with the second egg from a building. How efficient is this procedure? The worst case scenario is to try 10, 20, 30 and all the way up to 100 when the egg finally breaks. Then you can backtrack to 91 and work up. You could end up needing 19 drops in all to determine that 99 is the correct floor. This isn't a bad approach, but it isn't the best. Crash test. Remember, the question asks how many drops would it take you to do it. That's a strong hint that you're being graded on the fewest drops you need. More exactly, you try to minimize the number of drops required in a worst case scenario. Sometimes you'll be lucky to arrive in the answer in just a few drops. Because the first egg's role is to crash test dummy, you want to put it at a high risk situation. That's how you learn as much as possible as quickly as possible. The second egg is a backup. Once its sole remaining egg, you have to play safe with it. It's the crash test dummy egg that's crucial to achieving a good solution. It's the egg that can eliminate many floors in the single drop. The question is, how many? A bit of a mental gymnastic is required to answer that. It throws many smart people. I'll begin with an analogy. You're a professional golfer on the 18th hole vying for a big prize. To win, you've got to make the hole within 3 strokes. That necessity dictates which clubs you choose and whether you risk a bunker rather than playing it safe. It will require you to aim for the hole on the 3rd stroke rather than being satisfied with making the green. The 3-stroke limit constrains your strategy throughout. Google's perfect algorithm also has a limit, a maximum number of drops needed to determine the correct floor. Call this the number D. The D drop limit constrains your strategy. For the sake of concreteness, imagine the limit is 10 drops. Then you might as well drop the first egg from the 10th floor. See why? You want to choose a floor as high as possible to rule out as many floors as possible. The 10th floor is the highest option. For this reason, should the first egg break, you could end up needing all 10 permitted drops to determine the correct floor. The above paragraph is the hardest thing to understand, I promise. Everything else follows from this insight. After the initial drop, you have got 9 drops left. Assuming the egg survives, you will again want to move up as many floors as possible for the second drop. You might think you would move up another 10 floors, not quite. Since you have got only 9 drops left, you can move up 9 floors at most. That's because the egg could break at the second drop, forcing you to use floor by floor search thereafter. You might have to test every floor between 10 and the ones you have tried 19 using up all your allotted drops. Had you gone up even by a floor higher, you could get caught short and not be able to single out the correct floor. Or say the egg survives the first 2 drops. That leaves 8 drops. You would go up to 8th floors for the next drop. The floors you tested, assuming a series of unbroken eggs, form a simple series. First is 10, the second is 10 plus 9 equals 19, the next is 10 plus 9 plus 8 equals 27, next is 10 plus 9 plus 8 plus 7 equals 34, etc. Wait a minute. The highest floor you can possibly reach is 10 plus 9 plus 8 plus 7 plus 6 plus 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. That comes to 55. This scheme would work perfectly for a 55-story building. But the question says it is a 100-story building. That's easily fixed. Remember, I just picked 10 out of the air. Replace 10 with D. The required number of drops is in the best algorithm. The highest floor an optimal method can reach is D plus bracket open D minus 1 bracket close plus bracket open D minus 2 bracket close plus bracket open D minus 3 bracket close plus ... up to plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. This must equal or exceed 100. From here is just algebra. The sum above is D plus every whole number smaller than it is. This is a triangular number. Picture a rack of billiard balls. It's 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. You may recall from school that the total can be computed by multiplying 5 by 5 plus 1 and dividing by 2. So you've got 5 into 6 by 2 equals 15. And that's the number of balls in a rack. In this case, the sum of D and every smaller whole number is equal to D times bracket open, d plus 1, bracket close, divided by 2. So, d into, bracket open, d plus 1, bracket close, by 2 greater than 100. Greater than and equal to 100. Multiply both sides by 2 and you get d square plus d greater than or equal to 200. Focus on d square and ignore the smaller d. This equation says that d square is at least as big as 200 or so, and the square root of 200 is just about over 14. Try that for d. 14 square plus 14 equals 196 plus 14 equals to 210, which is greater than 200. Bingo. It fits. Just to be sure, try 13. 13 square plus 13 equals 169 plus 13 equals 182. Nope, that's not greater than or equal to 200. 14 it is. You drop the first egg from the floor 14 and you're guaranteed to find the answer in 14 drops or less. The recap. First, drop the egg from the floor 14. If it breaks, go down to floor 1 and you work your way up floor by floor. You will get the answer in no more than 14 drops total. Should the first drop not break the egg, go up to the floor 27. Bracket open, 14 minus 1 floors above 14 floor. Bracket close. And try again. Should it break this time, you will have to go down to 15 and work up. This will also yield the answer in 14 drops or total or less. Given a string of unbroken eggs, you would test floors 39, 50, 60, 69, 77, 84, 90, 95, 99, and then 100. Actually, were the building higher, the next drop would have been 102. This means it would take about 12 drops and no broken eggs to deduce that the egg can survive every floor of the building. Should the egg break at any point in the process, you would be shunted into the slow algorithm and might need all 14 permitted drops. How to spot an algorithm question. Technology companies starting asking algorithm questions as a way of testing engineer applicants' ability to apply what they would have learned. Instead of posing another coding exercise, they've invented a more or less amusing story problem. This type of question has been since spread to interviews for non-technical positions. A secretary or manager is always figuring out how best to do something while minimizing time, money, or effort. Hence, you are dealing with an algorithm question that are one, a silly task that usually has nothing to do with the work for which you're applying for. 2, a weird constraint on that task, like using just 2 eggs. 3, a goal, explicit or not, of economizing something, in this case the number of egg drops, and or the next one is an algebraic n, a big round number like 100 or a trillion or an indefinite quantity, a hint that the interviewer wants a scalable solution. Efficient is a word that everyone uses and it could mean many different things. If the question doesn't make it clear what the constraints are, it's appropriate to ask the interviewer another piece of advice that's often useful with these questions. Start simple. When the question mentions a large number like 100 floors, consider how would you tackle the simplest cases. A 1-story building, a 2-story duplex, etc. The answer is usually obvious. Then work your way up to larger values. A pattern will often emerge that you can extend. There's usually more than one approach to an algorithm question. Your first workable idea may not be the best one, so you should be willing to explore alternate approaches, unless the interviewer is delighted with your first idea and moves on to the next question. Speaking of alternate approaches, a reader on the Classic Puzzle blog supplied this answer to the egg question. 1. Drop egg from the second floor, watch it break. Curse under your breath. Number 2. Go down to the first floor, drop second egg, soon realize that even one story drop is too much for an egg. Number 3. Degrade your interviewer and dare him to get an egg to not break more than one time in a row from any freaking window in that whole stupid building. Number 4. Get promoted. Questions. How to puzzle. Here is a selection of algorithm questions, most requiring no special knowledge. The last two questions here, point A to point B, and closest pair of stars are asked of software engineers at Google and are more technical than others in the book. I include them because they sound like Zen koans and occasionally inspire clever answers other than the intended one. Answers begin on page 222. Question number 1. It's raining and you have to get to your car at the far end of the car park. Are you better off running or not? If the goal is to minimize how wet you get, what if you have an umbrella? You have a glass jar of marbles and can determine the number of marbles in the jar at any time. You and your friend play this game. In each turn, a player draws 1 or 2 marbles from the jar. The player who draws the last marble wins the game. What's the best strategy? Can you predict who will win? Question number 3. You have got fleet of 50 lorries, each with a full tank of petrol and a range of 100 miles. How far can you deliver a payload? What you've got n number of lorries. Number 4. Simulate a 7-sided die with a 5-sided die. Die is the singular of dice, in case you didn't know. How would you produce a random number in the range of 1 to 7 using a 5-sided die? Question number 5. You have an empty room and a group of people waiting outside the room. A move consists of either admitting one person into the room or letting one out. Can you arrange a series of moves that every possible combination of people is in the room exactly once? Question number 6. You've got an unlimited supply of bricks. You want to stack them, each brick overhanging the one beneath it. What is the maximum overhang you can create? Question number 7. You have to get from point A to point B. You don't know whether you can get there. What do you do? Question number 8. How do you find the closest pair of stars in the sky? Try these questions for yourself. I'll answer them in a bit. Chapter 9. Question number 1. It's raining and you have to get to your car at the far end of the car park. Are you better off running or not? If the goal is to minimize how wet you get, what do you have an umbrella? To answer this question, you must reconcile two conflicting trains of thought. The case for running is this. The longer you are out in the rain, the more drops fall on your head, and the wetter you get. Running shortens your exposure to the elements and thereby keep you drier. There's also a case for not running. In moving horizontally, you slam into raindrops that wouldn't have touched your head if you had been standing still. A person who runs in the rain for 1 minute gets wetter than a person who just stands in the rain for a minute. That valid point is mostly beside the point. You have to get to your car, and there's nothing to be done about that. Imagine yourself zipping across the car park at infinite speed. Your senses are infinitely accelerated too, so you don't slam into cars. From your point of view, external time has stopped. It's like the bullet time effect in a movie. All the raindrops hang motionless in the air. Not a drop will fall on your head or back or sides during the trip. But to get to the car, you have to carve out a tunnel through the rain. The front of your clothing will soak up every single raindrop hanging in the path from shelter to car. When you travel at normal speed, You are fated to run into the same raindrops, or rather their successors. At normal speed, you will also have drops falling on your head. The number of raindrops you encounter will depend on the length of your horizontal path and also on the time it takes to travel on that path. The length of the path is a given. The only thing you can control is the time it takes to stay dry as possible. You should run as fast as possible. Running makes you less wet, provided you don't have an umbrella. Had you an umbrella as wide as city block and were you able to hold it, it wouldn't matter whether you were sauntered or sprinted. You would be dry as toast. Most umbrellas are barely big enough to keep the user dry when he or she is standing in gentle vertical rain. In practice, you are expected to get a little wet. Umbrellas work by creating a rain shadow, a zone where there are no raindrops, in vertical downpour with a circular umbrella. The rain shadow is a cylinder. When the rain is coming at an angle, the rain shadow becomes a skewed cylinder. However, as every seasoned umbrella user knows, it's best to point the umbrella in the direction of the driving rain. This makes the rain shadow a proper cylinder again. Now point it at an angle to the vertical. The standing human body doesn't fit so well into a slanted cylinder where a hurricane driving the rain at you horizontally. You would have to hold the umbrella horizontally, and a 3-foot diameter umbrella would protect you only half your body. The rest would have gotten soaked. Wind is bad, and so is motion. The skilled umbrella wielder knows that to tilt the umbrella forward in the direction of the motion to get the maximum coverage. In fact, wind and motion are indistinguishable as far as the optimal umbrella pointing goes. Running at 10 miles per hour in the windless vertical rain demands the same tilt as standing still in a 10-mile-an-hour wind. Either way, the raindrops are coming at you at 10 miles per hour horizontally in addition to their downward velocity. In a vertical rain, you are better off walking slowly. The umbrella will not have to be tilted much, and the body should fit within the rain shadow. Ideally, you should walk no faster than the speed where the rain shadow just covers your feet. Then you would stay dry. Reality is messier than that. There are always going to be a gust of wind, spatter from pavement, and runoff from the umbrella itself. The rain hitting the top of the umbrella does not disappear. It slides off the umbrella and falls in a cylindrical sheet encircling the rain shadow. There is more rain in the runoff zone than there is elsewhere. That means that any part of your body that intersects the runoff zone gets wetter faster than it would have gotten if you had not used an umbrella at all. The advantage of slowness diminishes in high headwinds. The umbrella has to be pitched at an angle that your lower body is out of rain shadow. You'll get half soaked no matter what you do. All that reasoning boils down to the advice you may have heard from mum. Walk if you have gotten an umbrella. Run if you don't. Next question. You have got a glass of marbles and can determine the number of marbles in the jar at any time. You and your friend play the game. In each turn, a player draws 1 or 2 marbles from the jar. The player who draws the last marble wins the game. What's the best strategy? Can you predict who will win? The number of marbles decreases with each move and must ultimately dwindle down to a few. Then the strategy becomes crystal clear. Let's say that there's just 1 marble left in the jar and it's my turn to win by taking the last marble. I win with 2 marbles also because I can take both. But 3 marbles are bad. I have to leave either 1 or 2 marbles for the other player, and these totals give him an easy win. 4 and 5 marbles are good. They empower me to stick with my opponent with a jinx number of 3. This pattern is a piece of cake, Every number of the marbles that are divided by 3 is a losing number. That means 3, 6, 9, 12 are bad when it's your turn. All the other numbers 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8 are good. What does this mean in an actual play? We start with a large but known number of marbles, divide by 3. If it divides evenly, it's an unlucky number. You don't want to go first. Should the other player offer a coin flip to decide who starts, you can generously let him start. When the number of marbles is lucky and you move first, you have the winning strategy. With each move, simply make sure to leave the other player with an unlucky number of marbles, so that if you're starting with 304 marbles, which is lucky, you should move 1, leaving an unlucky 303. Keep doing it on every turn, and eventually you will be left with 3 marbles. That will set you up for a win. This strategy is foolproof in that it doesn't matter how the other player plays, as long as he doesn't throw a tantrum and knock over the jar. He has to remove either 1 or 2 marbles from his unlucky number. That always leaves you with a lucky number for your next turn. The other possibility is that the number of marbles is unlucky on your first move. You're doomed if the other player adopts the strategy above. Look on the bright side, your opponent may not know the strategy or he may screw up. Someone playing without a strategy is almost certain to leave you with an unlucky number sooner or later, since 2/3 of the whole numbers are lucky. Someone who knows the optimal strategy but slips up even once will permit you to win, as long as you don't slip up yourself. The question, whether there's a predict who will win, there is. When both players are perfect game theorists, figure out whether the initial number of marbles is lucky. A lucky number means that the first player to move will win, otherwise the second player will. The outcome is harder to predict with real humans. Even when both players know the correct strategy, the chance of errors increases with initial number of marbles. The odds favor the player who are more accurate in applying the strategy. Interviewers also ask a variant of the question in which the player who takes the last marble loses. In that case, it's number or that form 3n plus 1 that are unlucky, and the same basic strategy applies. Next question. You have got a fleet of 50 lorries, each with a full tank of petrol and a range of 100 miles. How far can you deliver a payload? What if you have got n lorries? Some have trouble grasping the concept. It's a post-apocalyptic world with no petrol stations. The only petrol is whatever is in the lorry's tanks. You can't trade in the lorries for cruises. It is okay to abandon lorries out in the middle of nowhere. Drivers are dispensable too, and the only thing that matters is getting the precarious payload down the road. There's enough fuel to take 50 lorries, 100 miles each. That should be enough petrol to take one lorry 50 x 100 or 5,000 miles. But is 5,000 miles the answer? Not unless you have gotten a way to teleport the petrol from one lorry's tank to another. Remember, each lorry already has a full tank, so more petrol can be added until the existing petrol is used up. Start simple. Imagine there are just one lorry instead of 50. Put the payload in the flatbed, hop in and drive. You'll conk out at least 100 miles. Now suppose that there are 2 lorries. Put the payload in the first and drive 100 miles. Can the second lorry help? Not now. It's 100 miles behind you. It would have to follow the first lorry's route and reach it just as its own tank was running dry. Maybe the first lorry should tow the second. When the first lorry runs out of petrol, unhitch it and climb it in the second lorry with its still full tank. That's good for another 100 miles. How would the first lorry have gotten? Not 100 miles. It would be carrying twice the amount of normal weight. This demands that it could have got only half the distance at most, and that's the best case scenario. Realistically, vehicles' fuel efficiency decreases even more when towing a lot of weight. There's another approach. Have the two lorries set out simultaneously and travel a space. At 50 miles, each lorry's tank will be half full, making a full tank of petrol between them. Siphon the petrol from one tank to the other. This gives one lorry a full tank. Abandon the empty lorry and drive a full another 100 miles. The total mileage is 150, unlike the mileage in the towing case. This isn't a theoretical limit, it's completely practical. With 3 lorries, towing would be a dubious proposition, but the ship owning idea still works fine. Have 3 lorries start out in tandem. They stop at a third of the 100-mile range. At 33, 1 by 3 miles, each of them 2 by thirds of the tank of petrol. Sacrifice one lorry by shipping its petrol into the 2 remaining lorries, giving them both full tanks. This exactly reproduces the start of the 2 lorry case. As we already know, that's good for 150 miles. With the 33 1 by 3 miles, that comes to just over 183 miles total. By this point, the pattern is evident. Our lone lorry can go 100 miles, adding a second lorry which gives an extra of 100 by 2 miles. 100 by 2 equals to 50 miles. A third lorry ups the total by 100 by 3 miles. A fourth lorry adds 100 by 4 miles to that. And for n lorries, the total mileage is 100 times, bracket open, 1 by 1 plus 1 by 2 plus 1 by 3 plus 1 by 4 plus 1 by 5 plus ... plus 1 by n, bracket close. The fraction part of this known as the harmonic series. I'll say more about this than the answer to another question. The harmonic series is easily calculated. When n equals 50, the sum of the series is 4.499 plus. Multiply that by 100 miles and you'll see that you can drive the payload 449.92 miles. As n increases, so does the series sum. With enough lorries, you could drive the payload as far as you've liked. However, the distance grows even more slowly with increasing n and the energy efficiency becomes ridiculously bad. The 1000 lorry would only add 1 by 100 mile to the payload distance, but spew out just as much as CO2 as the other lorries, hastening the assumed apocalypse. The millionth lorry would only add inches. The above is the answer that the interviewers generally looking for. There's an arguably better answer if there is a way of carrying fuel and if the payload isn't too heavy. You could ask for the interviewer about those points. The question talks about lorries, and the lorries are not cars. By definition, they are engineered to carry a big, heavy cargo. Your basic flatbed lorry has a curb weight of about 5,000 pounds and a load capacity for another 5,000 pounds, give or take. It's designed to carry about 5,000 pounds safely, assuming you're not hauling 5,000 pounds of packing peanuts or cotton candy. A lorry's fuel tank that holds about 30 gallons. A gallon is 4 quarts. A quart is roughly a liter. A liter is a kilogram of water, and a kilogram is just about 2 pounds. Fermi question Wongs would know everything in the previous sentence. A gallon of water is there for about 8 pounds. Petrol weighs about 0.75 as much as water, so call it 6 pounds to the gallon. Multiply by 30 and that's not quite 200 pounds for the lorry's tank of fuel. The key point is that a lorry's fuel weighs way less than the lorry itself. It's about 200 by 5,000 or 1 by 25 of the lorry's curb weight. It's crazy to tow or drive a 5,000 pound lorry when all you have to care about is the 200 pounds of petrol in its tank. It would be better to carry petrol in the flatbed of the lorry with the payload. Maybe you can salvage containers for the petrol or tear apart the other lorries and use their fuel tanks as containers. A lorry could handle about 25 lorries worth of fuel, assuming that the payload doesn't weigh much. That means that a single lorry could carry half the fuel of the 50 lorry fleet. It could go something like 25 into 100 or 2500 miles. Okay, it wouldn't go that far because the load would decrease the fuel efficiency. It still ought to be good for about 1500 miles. That's more than 3 times the 450 miles of the shipping answer. And it requires only one lorry and one driver. Next question. Simulate a 7-sided die with a 5-sided die. An octahedral die is used in a Magic 8 ball. Dungeons and Dragons uses dice shaped like the all platonic solids with 4, 6, 8, 12 or 20 regular polygon faces. It is more of a challenge to design a fair-sided die. US patent 6926275 went to one design with 2 triangular faces and 3 rectangular ones. The edges are beveled to prevent clipping. When the die lands on the regular face, you read the value from the upper number on either of the visible rectangular faces. The roll in the picture would count as 3. So in case you're wondering, there is such a thing as 5-sided die. The question essentially says that you are given a device that produces a random number in the ranges of 1 to 5. You have to use it to produce another random number in the ranges of 1 to 7. Pretend there are 7 argumentative people holding 7 lottery tickets, 1 through 7. How would you use the 5-sided die to pick a winner, knowing that the losers are going to complain and that you may have to prove in court that the procedure was truly random? Several simple ideas as unfair to somebody. One is to roll the 5-sided die twice and add the numbers. This produces a number in the range of 2 through 10. It may look like we are making progress, but not really. Any craps player knows that not all sides of the die are equally common. Totally in the middle of the distribution, like 7, are more probable. The same applies to 5-sided dice. Another idea is to roll the dice twice and the total numbers or multiply them, or otherwise generate a large number. Then divide by 7, taking only the remainder. The remainder will be in the range of 0 to 6. We don't need a 0, so pretend it's a 7. That gives a random number in the range of 1 to 7. I put random in scarce quotes because, as the mathematician John von Neumann wrote, anyone who considers arithmetical methods of producing random digits is of course in the state of sin. While this trick may be good enough for some purposes, the result isn't truly random, and so this answer is not rated highly at Google or Amazon. On the web, random numbers have been better at random, otherwise hackers can take advantage. For an authentically random outcome, let each of the 7 lotto players roll a 5-sided die once. The player whose number is the highest wins. If there's a tie, roll again, as many times as needed. The only catch is that there's a lot of die rolling, even with no ties, and ties will be common. There are 7 rolls. There's a better answer. Think digital. The numbers 1 through 7 can be represented in 3 bits as binary numbers from 001 to 111. Can you generate 3 random bits using a 5-sided die? Sure. Each roll will give 1 digit of the 3-bit number. If the die comes up to 2 or 4, call the result 0. If it comes to 1 or 3, call it 1. And if it comes up to 5, roll again. Keep rolling as needed to get a non-5. Doing this procedure 3 times generates a number in the range of 000 to 111. Translate back into decimal, and the person holding that number wins. Bracket open, example 101 means lottery ticket number 5 wins. Bracket close, should 000 come up, try again. This takes just 3 rolls. Bracket open if no repeats are necessary, bracket close. On average, it's a little more than 4 rolls. Next question. You have an empty room, and a group of people are waiting outside the room. A move consists of either admitting one person into the room or letting one out. Can you arrange a series of moves so that every possible combination of people is in the room exactly once? It may take a moment to understand what interviewer wants. Say there are 2 people outside the room, Larry and Sergey. Then there are 4 possible combinations of people inside the room, counting the case where the room is unoccupied. The 4 cases are as follows. No one in the room, just Larry. In the room, just Sergey. Or Larry and Sergey. The question is whether we can start with the empty room and run through each of these combinations. Only one person can enter or leave at a time, and no combinations can be repeated, even for a split second. The order of the above list just wouldn't work, because there's no way of getting from just Larry to just Sergey in one step. Either Larry leaves before Sergey enters, in which case we cannot repeat no one case, or Sergey darts in just before Larry leaves, in which the case there's a moment where both are in the room. So here's the solution. 1. Start with no one in the room. 2. Put Larry in the room. 3. Add Sergey for Larry and Sergey. 4. Larry exists, leaving just Sergey. This is a simple case, and you are asked to scale up to a possible large number of people. N. Each person may come up into the room or out of it, meaning that the number of combinations grows exponentially with n, making it unrealistic to play it by the ear. You need a good algorithm. There are 2 uncommon ways of solving this puzzle. One is to start small and build up. We know how to solve the problem with 2 people. Suppose we add a 3rd person, Eric. How does that change things? It basically means we have to repeat the 2-person directions twice. Once without Eric and again with Eric in the room. Start the same way as above. 1. Start with no one in the room. 2. Put Larry in the room. 3. Add Sergey for Larry and Sergey. 4. Larry exits, leaving just Sergey. Then bring in Eric. Eric enters, joining Sergey. We want to repeat the original directions with Eric on hand, but we have to repeat them backward, as we are starting when the original ended. Number 4. With Sergey alone in the room, essentially we are rewinding the Larry-Sergey directions. Every entrance becomes an exit and vice versa. Eric remains in the room throughout. Here are the rest of the instructions. Larry joins Sergey and Eric in the room. 7. Sergey exits, leaving Larry and Eric. 8. Larry exists and leaving just Eric. This sets the pattern for an algorithm. To deal with a 4th person, you run these 8 directions, bring in the 4th person and just rewind. It thus takes 16 steps to deal with 4 people. The number of steps doubles with each additional person, and n people, 2 to the power n movements are needed. In the broadest sense, this question is just about the clash between the analog and the digital. Moving people in and out of a room is just an analog process. You can't bring a human being from one place to another as easily as flipping a digit. Such issues date from the beginning of the information age. Frank Gray was a scientist at Bell Labs in the years when it was the prime mover of the digital juggernaut. Gray developed many of the principles behind color television. His name is best remembered for the Gray code device in the mid-1940s. Early television was strictly analog. A horizontally scanning electron beam was deflected up or down by magnetic field created by an ever-changing voltage. Gray wanted to convert the analog voltage into a digital number. a series of coded pulses. Engineers of that time had the rather steampunk notion of shooting the electron beam through a mask with holes representing binary numbers. Different parts of the mask, corresponding to different degrees of deflection, had different patterns of holes. The beams would spell out of correct voltage in binary numbers, many clever ideas. It didn't work. Electron beams are messy. It was like shooting a squirt gun at a misbehaving cat. The real problem was that this produced an erratic reading when the beam moved from one voltage number to another. To make it work, Gray needed a number code, where only one digit changes from each number to the next. Such systems are now called Gray codes. You can have them with any base, including the base 10. But the best known example is the binary Gray code. It looks like this. There's a diagram there's a diagram of a table saying number and Gray code, and then in the first line it is 0, 0, 0, 0. Next is 1. Gray code is 0, 0, 1. Number is 2. Gray code is 0, 1, 1. Number is 4. Number is 3. Gray code is 0, 1, 0. Number is 4. Gray code is 1, 1, 0. Number is 5. Gray code is 1, 1, 1. Number is 6. Gray code is 1, 0, 1. Number is 7. Gray code is 1, 0, 0. The digits in Gray's code do not represent powers of 2 or anything really. It's simply a code. The code 111 happens to be mean 5, and you shouldn't try to read anything more into it. The sole reason for the existence of the Gray code is that each number can be generated from its predecessor by changing exactly one digit to get from 5 bracket open 111 bracket close to 6. You just change the middle digit to bracket open 101 bracket close. Gray supplied a simple procedure for generating his codes. Start with 0 and 1. These will be assigned to the regular numbers 0 and 1. Bracket open, no hocus pocus there. Bracket close. Then reverse that 0 1 sequence to 1 0 and append it to the original. This gives 0 1 1 0. In order to distinguish the original sequence from its reversal, we have to add an extra digit to the left of each code. Use 0 for the original sequence and 1 for the reflected version. This gives us 0 0, 0 1, 1 1, 0 and 1 0. These are the first 4 Gray codes. Want more? Just reverse this. Just reverse this sequence and track it back to the original 0 0, 0 1, 1 1, 10, 10, 11, 0 1, 0 0. Then add a 0 to the first 4 codes and a 1 to the last 4s, which would be 0 0 0, 0 0 1, 0 1 1, 0 10, 11 0, 1 1 1, 1 0 1, and 1 0 0. That is why 6 can be represented as 101. You can see without too much trouble that the number 8 would have the code 1100. Gray's scheme is readily extended as far as you care to go. Gray's codes are cynical. Imagine you have managed to drive your car 1,000,000 miles. The odometer reads 99999, then changes to 00000. There is no millions digit. With Gray's codes, the last number also returns to the first number, but just by changing a single digit in the table above, the highest number 100 can be changed to the lowest number 000 just by flipping one bit. A Gray code can be used to solve this interview puzzle. Any engineer given this question is expected to make that connection. Represent the state of the room as an n-digit number, where n is the number of people. Each digit corresponds to a different person. The digit is 1 if the person is in the room and 0 if he or she is outside. Here's an example. Here's a table of written the other. Stu is 1, Anne is 1, Emily is 0, Bob is 0, Phil is 1, Phil is 0, Lisa is 0, Eric is 0, Sergey is 0, Larry is 1. Every possible n-digit binary, 2 to the power of them, to the power n of them, represents a different grouping of people. We need to cycle through all of them. The usual counting order of binary numbers won't do. But Gray's codes work fine. Just run through the Gray codes in order, starting with 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and interpret them as stage directions. For instance, a switch from 0 to 1 in the rightmost place means enter Larry. The solution then starts like this. 1 is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. The room is empty. Next is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1 is enter Larry. Next is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1. Sergey joins Larry. Next is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0. Larry leaves. Next is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0. Eric joins Sergey. It's guaranteed that only one digit changes with each step, and exactly one person enters or leaves the room. The Gray code is a skeleton key to many classic puzzles, notably the Tower of Hanoi and Chinese rings. The names may not be familiar and the Asian provenance is bogus, but you have probably seen the puzzles in real or virtual form. The Tower of Hanoi consists of 8 cylindrical discs threaded on one of the 3 poles. The player has to move all 8 discs to another pole, with the constraint that no disc can be placed on top of the disc smaller than itself. The Tower of Hanoi has become a cliché of puzzle genre video games such as Mass Effect, Zog Zero, and Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. All computer science students learn about Gray codes, and a popular assignment is to write a code for a Tower of Hanoi game, which they go on to recycle in a video game. Next question. You've got an unlimited supply of bricks. You want to stack them, each brick overhanging the one beneath it. What is the maximum overhang you can create? Imagine placing a brick on the edge of a table, overhanging it by an inch. The brick is stable. Push it another inch, then another, then another. Your intuition tells you that the brick will tip over when it extends by more than half of its length. In more general terms, the brick's center of gravity must rest on something solid. Or in the limited case, the center of gravity must at least perch precariously over the edge of something solid. For a uniform brick, the center of gravity is in the exact middle, halfway from the either end. That's why you get a maximum overhang of half a brick's length than one brick. It would be safer to settle for one bit less than that, but half a brick is the limit. You have unlimited bricks and are allowed to stack them. Let's try 2 bricks. Most people will want or need to draw a diagram on the whiteboard. The dots are centers of gravity, CG. The upper dot is the CG of the top brick. The top brick is okay so long as the bottom brick is stable, because the top brick is CG, is barely sitting on the bottom brick. There's a diagram of the bricks. How far can the bottom brick overhang the table? The center of gravity of the 2 brick stack, lower dot must rest above the table or its edge. If it's over air, the stack will topple. This combined center of gravity is a quarter of the brick's length to the right of the CG of the top brick alone. We thereby have 1 by 2 plus 1 by 4 equals 3 by 4 bricks length. Overhang with 2 bricks. Interviewees feel pressure to arrive at the answer quickly. It may look like each brick's overhang will be half of that the one above it, since 1 by 2 plus 1 by 4 plus 1 by 8 plus 1 by 16 begins an infinite series that adds up to 1. Some candidates say that you can get over a hang of one brick's length. Indeed, you can build a stable stack where the overhangs half with each brick above on top. This isn't the optimal design, though, and this answer won't win you as many points from an interviewer. Here's an analogy that will point you to the right direction. A smart kid transfers into class. How much is she going to raise the class's average grade? The bigger the class, the less the difference the smart kid will make. Her effect is proportional to 1 by n, where n is the number of students. It also depends on how much smarter the new kid is. A new kid who happens to be the same grades as the whole class as the whole wouldn't change the average at all. The smart kid's effect is proportional to the difference between her grade and the class's average grade. The same reason applies to the bricks. A center of gravity is a literal weighted average. Look at the nth brick. We are going to lift the whole existing stack gingerly and position it so that its CG is right over the new brick's edge. How far can the new brick overhang the table? There's also a diagram here. To find out, you have to recomputate where the stack's CG is. Incorporating the new brick's CG is of course in the middle of the brick's half a length to the right of its left edge. And the left edge is where you position the CG of all of the bricks above it. The new brick's mass pulls the collective CG to the right. Its effect depends on the number of bricks and the distance between the current stack's CG and the new brick's CG with the above placement rule. The horizontal distance is always a half brick with n bricks, and the new brick has a 1 by nth or the weight of the whole stack. That means that the nth brick shifts the stack's CG 1 by nth into 1 by 2 a brick's length. The overhang therefore from this series 1 by 2 plus 1 by 4 plus 1 by 6 plus 1 by 8 plus 1 by 10 plus 1 by 12 plus ... Were you to double that, you would have this easy to remember series. 1 by 1, 1 plus 1 by 2 plus 1 by 3 plus 1 by 4 plus 1 by 5 plus 1 by 6 plus 1 by 7 plus ... This happens to be a famous series in the mathematics and the music theory. It's called the harmonic series because the overtones of the vibrating string have a wavelength of half, 1 by 3 by 1 by 4 plus 1 by 5 and so forth. Relate to the fundamental tone. In music, the harmonic series is associated with rich buttery tones. In maths, it's somewhat notorious. Since each term gets smaller, you might think that the harmonic series would converge to a tidy sum, the way that half plus 1 by 4 plus 1 by 8 plus 1 by 16 plus ... converges to 1. Instead, it sums to infinity. Applied to bricks, this produces a paradox. A stack maximum overhang halves the sum of the harmonic series, and half of infinity is infinity. That means that you can achieve any overhang you like theoretically. A tall stack of bricks could span like the Golden Gate. A tough interviewer may ask you to prove that the series has no limit. There's an easy way to that. Nicole de Oresum, one of the geniuses of the Middle Ages, came up with it. Group the terms of the harmonic series in the parentheses closing 1, 2, 4, 8 and ... terms. It goes like this. Half plus bracket open 1 by 3 plus 1 by 4 bracket close plus bracket open 1 by 5 plus 1 by 6 plus 1 by 7 plus 1 by 8 bracket close plus bracket open 1 by 9 plus 1 by 10 plus 1 by 11 plus 1 by 12 plus 1 by 13 plus 1 by 14 plus 1 by 15 plus 1 by 16 bracket close plus ... Then write this series beneath it. Half plus bracket open 1 by 4 plus 1 by 4 bracket close plus bracket open 1 by 8 plus 1 by 8 plus 1 by 8 plus 1 by 8 bracket close plus 1 by 16 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 bracket close plus ... Now compare. The sum of the harmonic series top is certainly bigger than the sum of the series below it, as all of its terms are at least as big or many are larger. What is the sum of the series on the bottom? Each set of the parentheses encloses fractions that add up to 1/2. The bottom series is equivalent to an infinite string of 1/2s. That's infinite, and since the harmonic series is bigger in side-by-side comparison, it must be infinite too. All well and fine, but if you end there claiming an infinite overhang, you might be accused of giving a technically thorough, completely useless answer. You can impress the interviewer by showing an ability to bridge the theoretical and practical. Suppose this Guinness Book of Records folks heard about your infinity overhang claim and wanted to shoot a video. How much overhang could you actually deliver? That is something quite different. Unfortunately, it's easy to estimate from the fact that the harmonic series grows incredibly slowly. As we have seen, 4 bricks yield almost half a brick's length of overhang. 5 bricks just exceeds it, leaving the top brick levitating completely beyond the table edge. That's an easy parlor trick. If you don't have any bricks handy, you can make do with dominoes, books, CD cases, etc. With 10 bricks, the maximum overhang is just over 1.46 bricks length. With 100 bricks length, it's just about 2.59. And for 1000 bricks, it's 3.45. Given vibrations, wind, and infections of bricks, it seems unlikely that anyone could stack 1000 bricks in a straight, unmortared column with less than an overhanging one. Conclusion is, an overhanging of the two brick lengths is doable. 3 is dicey and dangerous. This riddle has more connection to the realities of bricklaying than you would probably think. In architecture, a corbel arch consists of 2 overhanging bricks stacking meeting to form an arch in the middle. The Mayans were building them as early as 900 BC. There's one problem with corbel arches. The buildings tend to fall down. The so-called Romans arch with a keystone known in the ancient Mesopotamia gradually supplanted corbel arches worldwide. The brick stacking puzzle appeared in the 1850 engineering text, Elementary Mechanics by J.B. Fair. It was discussed by the physicist George Gamow in a 1958 book, Puzzle Math, and later by Martin Gardner. Variations of it, allowing more complicated stacks with more than 1 brick per horizontal row, have inspired serious mathematical articles. The interview question about a fleet of 50 lorries is closely related. It's analogs to asking how much an overhang you could get with 50 bricks. Next question. You have to get from point A to point B. You don't know whether you can get there. What do? The MBA answer: I would pull out my mobile phone and enter point A and point B in Google Maps. If the point B isn't on Google Maps, I would take a taxi and submit the receipt to accounting. Next question. But actually not next question. It's written next question. The computer science PhD answer. Oh, I get it. You're asking about a problem of searching a network. When asked of a software engineer, this question is expected to lead to a discussion of relative merits of a specific search algorithms. Though these algorithms were devised for searching computer memories and the internet, they're equally relevant to navigating a shopping center, a garden maze, or a quaint villages of Umbria. I'll give a common sense answer that is ultimately not so far from the computer scientists. To rephrase the question, you're at point A. You want to find a point B, and there's no app for that. You have to stick to the roads or paths leading to from point A. You'll recognize point B if you come to it, but you might not come to it. Point B could be off-road network and unreachable. You should begin by asking several important questions of the interviewer. 1. Can I ask for directions? Can I use GPS? Do I have any way of estimating the directions of or distance to point B? 2 is In the event or that the point B is not reachable from point A, is there any way of realizing that a short of never-ending search? 3. Am I interested in finding point B as quickly as possible, or in finding the fastest route from point A to point B as quickly as possible? Interviewers like to hear that you are smart enough to ask directions, but you will be told that you can count on getting foolproof guidance. Question 2 is important because, well, the better engineers like to avoid throwing an infinite time and effort into a bottomless pit. You don't want to search the whole planet to determine that you can't get there, B from A. The last question 3 may be a little confusing. To give example, you might be lost in a cornfield maze from point A with 2 screaming kids. You might want to find an exit to point B. All you care about is getting out of the freaking maze. You would want a search procedure that would find point B with a due dispatch. However, you are almost always false turns, and the route you would take wouldn't necessarily be the shortest route from A to B. In this situation, that would be okay. Alternatively, maybe you want to commute from point home A to work B. On a public transportation, you will be repeating the route you find every working day of your life. You're not just looking for a B, you're looking for the shortest route between A and B. Any search has an element of trial and error. There's usually an element of knowledge or intuition too. You may have beliefs on how to get to B based on maps, hunches, street smarts, the wisdom of French Canadian trappers, or a road sign saying point B 17 miles. A search procedure should marshal whatever information you have and allow for the possibility that the information is not reliable. You will begin by exploring the route that you believe is most likely to be the shortest route to B. Make a map as you go in case you have a backtrack and try different routes. So far, this is incontestable. To impress the interviewer, you'll need to say something not all quite so obvious. Try this. The fundamental philosophical question of searching for a destination is, when should I turn back? There may be a time when you feel lost, meaning that you believe that you have strayed from the most direct path from A to B. Do you backtrack to where you were before you were lost? Or do you try to find out the most direct path from where you are now lost to point B? There's a good chance you have heard this issue debated on the last long trip. If the jokes about male drivers are correct, men are loath to backtrack to ask for directions. Suppose a friendly stranger assures Ashley and Ben that the point B is just down the road, saying you can't miss it. They drive half an hour, expecting every moment to glimpse B around the next bend. It never happens. We are obviously not on the right road, Ashley announces. Let's go back to where we were and before we got those directions. There's no point in turning back, counters Ben. We have come a long way and we must be closer to B than we were. There's got to be a sign up ahead. Ben's strategy resembles what the computer scientists call the best first algorithm. Whenever you come to a fork in the road, you follow the presumed shortest route to B, based on your current state of knowledge. In the happy case where the knowledge is 100% accurate, Ben will make a beeline for point B. Ashley's strategy is more like A star search algorithm, pronounced as A star. Described by the computer scientists Peter Hart, Niels Nilsson, and Bertram Raphael in 1968. This says roughly that you should stick as closely possible to the shortest path from A to B. You're probably wondering how that's any different from Ben's strategy. It's not. As long as the searcher has reliable directions, the difference arises when the searcher strays from the direct route. In deciding what to do, Ben looks at a single number, his guesstimate of how far B is from the present location. He always tries to move in a direction of B. Ashley looks at two numbers, her estimated distance to B and her known distance from A. Ashley's goal is to minimize both numbers or more exactly their sum. Ashley tries to explore the points that are most likely to lie on the shortest route from A to B. Who's right? Ben or Ashley? Ashley's search procedure is better at dealing with wrong turns. The diagram shows the gist of the matter starting out from A. The searcher comes to a fork in the road and must either be right or the left path. Should Ben choose the left path? A mistake. He'll endure a lengthy trudge through long and circuitous. This road takes him to an ever closer to B. There's a diagram. It's basically the wrong path and a shorter path from point A to B. Should Ashley take the wrong turn, she would eventually realize that she has come to an awfully long way from A and B is still far away. This would tell her she's not likely to be on the shortest path. Ashley would backtrack to the fork, try the other path. She would probably find that B is quicker than Ben would. In general, you would expect there to be many forks rather than just one, and decisions all the way. Similar trade-offs apply. A search method with an optimal propensity to backtrack beats one that backtracks too infrequently. This interview questions further slants things in the favor of an A*-like search by saying that you don't know whether you can get from A to B. If there's no way of getting to B, Ben will wander aimlessly forever, chasing a will-o'-the-wisp. Ashley will explore systematically outward from point A. As she is minimizing the distance from A, she will form a map of the territory that will help her establish that there is no way of getting from A to B that will prevent wasting further resources. A star search has a particular merit when the goal is to find the shortest path of all, for the reason it's used in mapping apps and in video games to route characters through their virtual worlds. A star-like searches arguably have psychological advantages too. As fallible humans, we are prone to self-justifying convictions. It's seductively easy to burn resources exploring the wrong route, the wrong business plan, and the wrong romantic partner, the wrong idea, and all the while convinced that success is just around the next corner. An A-star search is able to pull the plug on the unprofitable venture and begin anew somewhere else. That's an idea of wide relevance. Success is just not about giving up too easily, but also about knowing when to throw in the towel. Bottom line is this. The best way to get from point A to point B is to stick out to the route you currently believe is the shortest, an A-star search, then rather than focusing on finding point B. How do you find the closest pair of stars in the sky? There is a diagram with probably stars. This is the closest path problem, well known to computer scientists. The human eye can often spot the closest pair of stars or points on a plane. At a glance, just as the eye can tell whether a face is a male or a female or solve a CAPTCHA. Microprocessors can't readily do any of these things. Algorithms for solving the closest pair problems were intensively studied in the 1970s and are now shown in a building block of the digital world. Even your smartphone has apps that can use them. For purposes ranging from mapping to games to cameras, it's a part of how clever our devices are starting to see. This means that the interviewer is really asking a technical retrained candidate. Were you paying attention in the algorithm class? More specifically, given the coordinates of the larger number of random points on a plane, how can a computer with no visual cortex tell which pair is the closest by pure computation? One inefficient approach is to compute the distance between every pair of stars. That's a lot of calculations when n is the large number, but it's not necessarily to check the distance between every pair of stars, only those that are reasonably close. Unfortunately, computers are stupid. They can't tell which pairs are reasonably close unless they do the math. The optimal closest pair algorithm goes like this. Mentally split the sky in two. There's a right half and a left half, each with n by 2 stars. Keep partitioning the sky into quarters, 8ths, 6/10ths, 30 seconds, and so forth. The cuts are to be made vertically or from the celestial north to south. A suburbanate will see maybe 1,000 stars in the hazy, light polluted sky. It therefore takes about 10 halvings to end up with strips of sky so thin that they're about to contain about 2 naked eye stars each. 2 to the power 10 is 1024. The diagram on page 250 gives you this basic idea. Compute the distance between each strip's star pair. That's a vastly less work than computing distances between all the stars. A complete doofus might think that you're almost done. Find the strip with the closest pair of all, and that's it. Hardly look at the diagram because the strips are long and narrow, and the closest pair within the strip may not be close at all. The closest pair in the whole sky is likely to the 2 stars straddling 2 strips. If you look below it, I've circled a straddling pair in the diagram. There's a diagram here with pairs of stars, a pair of stars that is circled, and there are lines drawn vertically that has the stars in between them. It's necessary to have the algorithm for knitting together 2 adjacent slices. You give the algorithm the closest pair in the left slice and the closest pair in the right slice, and then it deduces the closest pair in the combined left plus right slice. This algorithm would then be applied over and over to create slices twice as wide, 4 times as wide, 8 times, and so forth. After 10 stages of knitting together, we would be back to the slice consisting of the whole sky. We would also know the closest pair of the whole sky. The knitting together algorithm works like this. Given 2 adjacent slices, inspect a zone centered on the dividing line to see whether it's got a pair, then any in either half. If it does, then there will be the closest pair in the combined slice. There's another diagram. The closest pair wholly within the right or the left slice, and call the distance between its stars d. Think of the d as the distance to the beat. We need to search within the distance of d and dividing the line as possible straddling pairs. The zone is 2d wide strip. This can be efficiently done. You might be thinking, sure, whatever. Computer scientists have a way of worrying about the worst case scenarios which the user experiences as bugs. The stars in the zone can be readily sorted by their vertical coordinates. For each star, it's necessary to check distances to stars within d of it, up or down. A simple diagram facing page proves that there can only be 6 stars to check at most. That's nicely manageable. There's another diagram where it's shown that it's written 6 stars at most fits in this box. Here we want to make sure that the Betelgeuse just to the left of the dividing line doesn't form a close line straddling pair with the star on the left. This defines a d into 2d box to check. Since we already know that there are no 2 stars in the right within d of each other, there can only be 6 stars at the very most that fit within the box. If you haven't studied computer science, your head is probably spinning. For coders, this question could be easier than the brain teasers. It simply asks them to recite what they've learned at a university. There is an offbeat answer to the rates mentioned. Astronomy buffs may correctly point out that there are 2 kinds of close star pairs. There are binary stars, 2 stars orbiting around each other the way that the Earth orbits the Sun, and optically doubles, unrelated stars that just happen to look closely in the sky, as seen from the Earth. Given the profound emptiness of the space, it's all but certainly that the closest pair of stars in the Earth's sky will be binary. Not only that, but there are eclipsing binaries where the orbital plane is so close to our line of sight that the 2 stars actually pass behind and in front of each other. The most famous example is Algol, a visible star in the constellation Perseus. Algol looks like a single star to the eye, but is the most powerful telescopes. Most powerful telescopes. Every 3 days, its brightness varies. Astronomers have determined that Algol is really 2 stars, whose orbits look like this to scale. There's the diagram that shows them. when one star partly blocks the other, algal looks dimmer, even to the unaided eye. During an eclipse, there is no distance between the two star disks. They actually touch and overlap in the sky. That's as close as the pair of stars can get. How do you find the closest pair? The astronomer's answer is that the eclipsing binaries are identified by the regularly varying brightness and spectroscopic signatures. The chapter was so long, but that's the end of chapter 9. Welcome to the end. Chapter 10. Weighing your head. What to do when you draw a blank. In the 2006 Big Daddy Burger eating contest held at Las Vegas Plaza Hotel and Casino, contestants raced to devour a hamburger billed to be larger than David Hasselhoff's head. Some press agent invented that detail, banking on a theory that there's something intrinsically funny about David Hasselhoff. The problem was that no one knew how much Hasselhoff had weighed. Probably Hasselhoff didn't know. Unless we are certain of its weight, it is irresponsible to use Mr. Hasselhoff's head as a standard by which to measure this burger, said Richard Shea, president of the International Federation of Competitive Eating, IFCE. In an archly worded press release, the IFCE invited Hasselhoff to participate in a non-surgical weighing of his head. Hasselhoff's people took a pass, so the contest's organizers arbitrarily set the burger's weight at 9 pounds. Sonia the Black Widow, Thomas won by wolfing one down in 27 minutes. This offbeat news story may be behind one of today's most diabolical interview questions. How would you weigh your head? The question has been long used in Oxford and Cambridge interviews. American technology companies seem to have begun asking it only in the past few years. Unlike the other riddles in this book, this one is incredibly hard and has no entirely satisfactory answer. It's mainly a way of putting the interviewee on the spot to see how he will react to an impossible demand and almost certain failure. As early as 1990, Joey Spolsky, a former Microsoft interviewer, tried asking, "How do they make M&Ms?" Even he didn't know the answer. In a similar spirit is the Amazon tradition of a bar raiser, a bad cop interviewer who poses incredibly difficult questions outside the candidate's field of expertise. Amazon values generalists, but no one is universally genius. Candidates are judged on how valiantly they struggle with the bar raiser's nearly impossible questions. That's becoming a common strategy in these desperate times for job seekers. Another notable example of the impossible question genre asks, "Can you swim faster than water or syrup?" It turns out that Isaac Newton pondered this question more than 300 years ago. Newton's answer was wrong. Fortunately, he never tried to get a job in Silicon Valley. Salvaging a doomed interview. I have given many examples of how to answer tough questions in this book. Sooner or later, you will meet up with a question you can't answer. It need not to be hard as the ones above. If you're stumped, and it's no consolation that some may find the question easy. There is, however, an art of salvaging an ill-fated response. I'm not saying you can fake your way through these kinds of interview questions. I'm saying it's better interview etiquette to keep trying to answer the question until the interviewer cuts you off. Interviewers ought to know that innovation takes persistence, intuition, and luck. You can at least show that you have persistence part covered. Your goal should be to avoid dead air. Silence makes both sides uncomfortable, and you will be tempted to end the misery by announcing that you can't think of anything. In some interviewers' eyes, that makes you look like a quitter. Talking is also good. Sometimes the brain follows the mouth. Rambling on about a problem may cause you to think of an approach you wouldn't have thought of otherwise. The tough part is knowing what to say when you really don't know we really don't see how to address the question. Here are some suggestions. Restate the question. Put the question in your own mouth. This is a check on whether you've got the details right. It sometimes exposes gimmicky questions dependent on exact wording. Disambiguate. No matter what the question is, you can ask for clarification or details. When you're saying I'm swimming in syrup, do you mean a specific kind like maple syrup or any liquid that's thicker than water? You will get clues about what type of answer the interviewer expects. Asking for further information is vital with interactive questions in which it's meant for you to elicit the full details of the problem from the interviewer. Describe where the obvious answer fails. These are difficult questions, and difficult generally means that the first answer that comes to mind won't be right. Adopting a skeptical tone, try to prove that the obvious answer or approach is wrong. I guess my first impulse is to say that I would swim slower in syrup. But if it's thicker, there's more to push against. ... Analogize. Forming analogies, mental mappings, is key to all kinds of creative thinking. Describe ways in which the problem is comparable to something familiar or something outlandish. The difference between swimming in syrup and swimming in water is something like the difference between flying a model airplane on the Earth and flying one on the moon. Where there's no air, what would happen to the model airplane on the moon? No analogy is perfect, so you need to discuss how your analogies differ from the problem. Brainstorm. With luck, your analogies will suggest other not so obvious ways to tackle the problem. Try to list as many approaches as possible. Not all will be good answers, but that's okay. It's better to come up with lots of half-baked ideas than none at all. Furthermore, brainstorming is a way of trolling for hints. The most stony-faced interviewers may give some guidance as long as they see that you're trying. Critique. You should analyze all the problems with your brainstormed ideas. That usually gives you a lot to talk about, even when you are stumped, and may elicit more hints. Ideally, you would supply some closure by saying which approach is most promising. Seesaw, dead body scans, and dead ringers. I'll walk you through a possible answer to the weighing your head riddle. A restatement of the question might be, you want me to weigh my head using a scale of some kind without detaching it from my body? This is incorrect. There are several ambiguities to resolve by questioning the interviewer. One is, what exactly do you mean by head? Does the head include the neck, or only the neck, or does it end immediately below the jaw? Another issue is whether you are allowed to use computations or estimates. Does the scale actually have to register my head's correct weight, or can I make several measurements and compute the weight from them? Interviewers may vary on their answers to the first question. The point is, an ideal answer would let you draw the line between head and body anywhere you like. As to the second, this is not a Fermi question. You are not just estimating the weight of a head, but determining the actual weight of your head. Computing is okay, guesstimating is not. The obvious answer is to lie on the floor and put your head on a bathroom scale, or recline on a chaise lung with your head extending beyond it. Nestled in the tray of a butcher's scale set at a comfortable height, with the neck fully relaxed and the body otherwise supported. The scale would register the weight of your head and your head only. You must have gathered that it's not that easy. Though the IFCE suggested something like this to Hasselhoff, the next stage of your response might be critique this answer. The head-on scale approach would work, whether a limp string of negligible weight connecting body and head. In reality, the neck has weight and cannot go completely limp. There's a spine inside. Posture and tension of the neck could throw off the reading or not. Who knows? As an experiment, I tried this method. I lay on a carpeted floor, resting my head on a digital bathroom scale, whose surface was about an inch above the carpet. The readings varied greatly with posture. Lying on my side produced readings averaging 9 pounds. On my back, the most comfortable position, the average result was about 11 pounds. Face down with my head turned to the side, the reading was about 17 pounds. In this position, my face was pressed uncomfortably against the scale, and I could feel my shoulders transmitting weight. I am reasonably sure that the 11-pound reading is in the right area. I am also fairly confident that you will never encounter an interviewer who has tried this method, and for this reason, you should steer clear of it. They won't believe it will work. Moving on, the next step would be to brainstorm other possible approaches. Here are some common ones. 2. The seesaw. Lie down on the seesaw, your neck just above the pivot and your body on the other side. The body side of the seesaw will be heavier, of course, and will touch the ground. Add weights to the head side until it just balances the body side. Figure it from that. 3. The roundabout. A roundabout is a piece of playground equipment consisting of a big rotating disc. A kid-powered merry-go-round. Get on one, positioning your neck at the center of the disc. Have a friend set the roundabout spinning while making precise measurements of the force needed. Calculate your head's weight from the angular momentum. 4. The body scan. Scan yourself with magnetic resonance imaging MRI, which measures density of mass. Or use this new scanners at airport which use low-level X-rays. Use the results to figure the percentage of weight in your head and find your answer from that. 5. The corpse twin. Go to a medical school and find your double body cadaver as close as possible to your height, weight, and build. Persuade the management to let you weigh the cadaver, cut off its head, and weigh too. This will give the head's percentage of the total body weight. Multiply that by your unclothed weight. That's assuming the corpse didn't have clothes on either. If you find this too gruesome to contemplate, read further for a shortcut. You could critique these answers too, especially since none of them seems especially practical. With the seesaw and roundabout answers, the distance of the weights from the pivot matters as much as the weights themselves. That's how far a fat kid can balance a skinny kid on the seesaw. By sitting closer to the pivot to calculate the weight of your head, you'd have to know the exact weight distribution of your body from head to toe. That's exactly what you don't know. Both MRI and airport scanners provide X-ray vision. Literally, in the case of the airport machines, allowing the operators to see underneath the clothes and spot anything denser than flesh. The MRI scan can measure the density of the protons. That's hydrogen atoms in water, mainly, and the body is largely water. There are also hydrogen atoms in proteins and fats. Unfortunately, hydrogen atoms are not exactly proxy for body mass. Bone and teeth contain little hydrogen and the densest materials in the body. The body scan can approach probably sounds better than it is. Absent a NASA budget, would you really be able to look at the data and figure out the weight? How much work would that be? What would it cost? And when it's all said and done, would it be any more accurate than faster, cheaper solutions? Mulling over failed ideas can sometimes be informative. An issue that keeps coming up is that you don't know how heavy your head is as a percentage of the total weight, and that's just as far as you can go unless you have a eureka moment. Eureka or not, that's meant literally. The liberal educated will recall the story explaining the origins of the term eureka. King Hero II of Syracuse commissioned a gold crown for a temple. He suspected that the goldsmith had cheated him by replacing some of the supplied gold with silver. Hero asked Archimedes, his court technology advisor, to determine whether the cheaper metal had been substituted. This was way before chemistry existed. Everyone knew, however, the gold was denser than silver. The crown had an irregular shape. It could not be placed in a balance with an equal volume of gold because no one could say what the equal volume was. Baffled, Archimedes went to the public baths. He noticed that the water level rose as he stepped in. This gave him the solution. Archimedes leapt out of the bath and ran naked through the streets, shouting, "I found it!" Eureka! Archimedes measured the volume of the crown by dunking it in the water. That the crown's weight allowed him to calculate its density. He demonstrated that the water density was less than that of pure gold, proving the goldsmith was a crook. Like many of the cool stories of antiquity, this might be fiction. It was related by Devious, who lived a couple of centuries later. The incident is absent from Archimedes' own treatise on floating bodies and his other surviving works. True or not, Western culture has adopted this tale as a paradigm of how linear reasoning may thread the loopy complexities of the world. You can draw an analogy between Archimedes' trick and the problem at hand. Both involve scales and measuring something of complex shape. Try this. 6. Set a bucket filled of the brim water in a tray. Bend over, dunk your head in the bucket. Dunk far as so that the water line on your neck coincides with the imaginary dividing line between the head and body. The dunking will spill water into the tray. Pull your head out and measure the water in the tray. It will be equal the volume of your head. The same trick with a bigger container allows you to measure the volume of your whole body. Then use a bathroom scale to measure your weight. Divide weight by volume to get the overall density of your body. Multiply by the head's volume to get its weight. This calculation assumes that the head's density equals the body's density. You might ask the interviewer whether it's okay to assume that, but don't be surprised if he says no. The head's density isn't the same as the body's. At this point, it's easy to get waylaid. The dunking measure your head's volume. There must be a way to get its density. You would think. Hapless interviewees fill the whiteboard with equations and diagrams, devising tortuous experiments in the buoyancy. These often involve upside down weighings, with the body suspended by the feet and the head underwater. Save yourself the trouble. It can't be done. The buoyant force on a submerged object depends on the weight of the water displaced. This is Archimedes' principle mentioned in his treatise on floating bodies. The weight of the displaced water in turn equals the volume of whatever doing the displacing. Example, your head times the density of the water. It's the density of the water, not your head, that matters. It makes the slightest difference whether your head is full of air or something denser. Unlike a typical brain teaser, this question doesn't have a magic answer where everything clicks into place. Answering it is more like solving a real-world problem. You have to make intelligent trade-offs and arrive at an outcome that's good enough for the purpose. There are ways to refine your estimate of your head's density. The body is made of various substances with known densities. There's the basis of underwater weighing, used to measure the proportions of muscle and fat. And also ultimately based on Archimedes, the person sits in a seat attached to the spring scale. The seat is lowered into the water and the scale measured how much lighter the person is when submerged. Standard formulas also allow a clinician to determine the relative proportions of muscle and fat. Air is the wild card of the underwater weighing. There's a lot of air in the lungs and throughout the digestive tract. Almost all of this air is below the neck. Typically, the subject is instructed to exhale deeply before submersion. No one can exhale all the air in his lungs, and there's air still in the stomach and intestines. This is estimated and subtracted using standard formulas. By using these formulas, you can compute an air-free density of your body that will be greater and more representative of your head than a simple whole-bodied Duncan would yield. In fact, you might as well compute your muscle and fat. percentages too, and use that to fine-tune the answer. Unusual physiques, those of bodybuilders, are anorexic. The obese will be reflected in the body density, but that shouldn't affect the head's density much. A weightlifter doesn't add much muscle to his head. In such cases, you should be able to adjust the head density towards the average value and use that as head density. You should always try to wrap up your answer. A good way to do that is to ask which of the methods you have described would be most accurate. If you thought of all the methods I have described, you might compare the merits of the two most promising approaches, Archimedes and the corpse twin. In both cases, you would start with your bathroom scale weight, easy and exact, and multiply by a ratio made by the two rather exotic measurements. With the Archimedes answer, that's your head to body volume, derived from the two Duncans, and with the corpse twin, it's head to body weight and from two weighings. Ideally, both of the ratios would be adjusted to allow for the hair and body build. Archimedes was changes in the weight distribution that occur after death and preservation, corpse twin. There's going to be guesswork in both adjustments. A reasonable hunch is that the corpse twin method is more accurate, weighing a body that's not just moving out to be more accurate than Dunking experiment with a body that is moving and may have come up for the air before the water had settled. Some will recall a line in the 1996 film Jerry Maguire, where Ray asks Jerry, You know that the human head weighs 8 pounds? This proves that you shouldn't get your facts from movies. 8 pounds would be light for an American average adult build. Danny Yee of Department of Anatomy and Histology, University of Sydney, asked the dissection staff and got the answer. An adult human cadaver head cut of around the vertebrae C3 with no hair weighs somewhere around 4.5 and 5 kg, constituting around 8% of the whole body mass. Although you are not expected to know the percentage, you can tell the interviewer that it must be known to medical science and can be found by Googling. As indeed, it can. You weigh about 150 pounds. Your head weighs around 8% of that, or 12 pounds. There are no rules. The weighing of your head question verges on self-parody. Weighing the contents of your head is the purpose of today's immersive job interviews. It's a game where interviewer and interviewee both feel powerless and the boundary between assessment and exploitation blurs. Let me end with the most important single piece of advice in the book. You can improve your performance on tricky interview questions by embracing trial and error. Most people don't. They imagine that all types of questions I've discussed in this book are in logical deduction and knowing arcane facts that happen to apply or having some rare genius termed creativity. They expect a more or less straight shot from the question to answer when instead they run into a dead end in their reasoning. They see that as a failure. Because of these false expectations, dead ends can have a disproportionate psychological effect, like an awkwardly placed bunkers in a golf course. The interviewee freezes up and never recovers. There's more evidence than ever that creative entails trial and error. The new fashion in creativity research is that today's ultimate form of head weighing, the MRI brain scanning appears to confirm that the distinction between intelligence and creativity. Brain of people who score highly on psychological tests of creativity actually function more slowly in some situations than less creative people brains. The brains appear to be efficient superhighway that gets you from point A to point B, explained Rex Jug of the Mind Research Network, Albuquerque, but in the regions of the brain related to creativity, there appear to be a lot of little side roads with interesting detours and meandering little byways. Jug suspects that the slower nerve firing might allow for the linkage of more disparate ideas and more novelty and more creativity. Our minds are optimized to see obvious solutions to problems. Obvious solutions are generally right and except when they are not. Then the problems is considered difficult. The questions in this book are all designed to be difficult by frustrating our reasonable hunches. You answer them by brainstorming not so obvious approaches and checking them to see which works best. Creativity can be a tough slog and some of them considered boring. The so-called creative people are those who don't get bored at all or any rate are motivated to keep the plugging along. There is no magic algorithm for the solving of an unfamiliar problem. Hell, there are no rules here. As Thomas Edison said, we are trying to accomplish something. Embedded in today's culture of interviewing in us is a similar tone of skepticism. It's a skepticism about established job descriptions. Organizations, chart industries, and even human relationships, our ever-growing communication networks are engines of creative destruction. With the power to create and to destroy business plans, it's an axiom of that everything will be completely different in 5 years. There will be new rules, new ways of making money, new ways of living. This frantic ethos has employers deprecating fixed skills and fixed qualifications in favor of the seductive concept of mental flexibility. Sometimes you have to wonder, flexibility for what? How different can the world be in 5 years? That's a puzzle we are still working on. Meanwhile, those who succeed at today's interview mind games know how to take missteps in stride, to relax and find ways to enjoy the exploration of novel ideas. Perhaps success is a matter not so much of being smarter, but of being less entitled, and tenacity is a big part of creativity. That is unstated thesis of today's interview by Ordeal. As one former Google interviewer said, the goal is to find out where the candidates run out of ideas. Yes, the last question. And the first question, by the way, of chapter 10. Can you swim faster through water or syrup? Isaac Newton and Christian Huygens debated this question in the 1600s without resolving it. 3 centuries later, 2 University of Minnesota chemists Brian Gettelfinger and Edward Kussler did a syrup versus water experiment. Maybe it's not so surprising that it took so long. Kussler said that he had to obtain 22 approvals, including permission to pour massive quantities of syrup down a drain. He had to say no thanks to enough free corn syrup to fill 20 lorries because it was judged hazardous to the Minneapolis sewer system. Instead, he used guar gum, an edible thickener used in ice cream, shampoo, and salad dressing. About 600 pounds of that stuff transformed a swimming pool into something that looked like a snot. Gettelfinger, an Olympic hopeful swimmer, had the unique experience of diving in. As to the outcome, I'll leave you in suspense for a bit longer. The findings were published in a 2004 article in the American Institute of Chemical Engineers journal. The next year, Gettelfinger and Kussler won the 2005 Ig Nobel Prize in Chemistry. The Ig Nobels are a silly counterpart to the better-known prizes awarded in Stockholm, and they automatically get news of the weird coverage. The media attention was apparently responsible for the syrup riddle revival as a uniquely sadistic interview question. It's the great syrup swim-off. The guar gum's glob's viscosity was about twice that of water. Its density was virtually the same as that of plain water. That was important because, as swimmers have long known, people swim faster in denser salt water. Like a ship, a swimmer's body rides higher in salt water, encountering less drag. Gettelfinger and other Minnesota students did laps through both water and syrup. They tried the standard strokes, backstroke, breaststroke, butterfly, and freestyle. In no case did the speeds vary between the fluids more than by a few percentage points. There was no overall pattern favoring the glob or the water. This meant that Newton was wrong. He thought syrup viscosity would slow swimmers. Huygens correctly predicted that there would be no difference in speed. Gettelfinger and Kussler's paper supplies thus reason. Think of the way smoke rises from a cigarette for a few inches. The smoke rises in a sleek vertical column. Above that, it breaks up into complicated swirls and eddies. The swirls are turbulence. Turbulence is bad for jet planes, speedboats, and anything that wants to cut quickly through a fluid. Because the human body is not optimized for swimming, we create a ridiculous amount of turbulence, which we then fight in our struggle to pull ourselves through the water. The turbulence produces much more drag than viscosity does. Relatively speaking, the viscosity hardly matters, as the turbulence is similar in water and syrup. The swimming speed is about the same too. The flow in of water is much less turbulent for a fish and even less for a bacterium, which would swim slower in syrup. Is this a fair interview question? Kussler told me that the background in computer science is probably of no use in answering the syrup question. But he added, anyone with a sophomore physics should be able to answer it as a physics graduate. I'm willing to bet that's optimistic. At any rate, most of the confronting this question on a job interview won't know much about physics. Good responses invoke simple intuitive analogies to explain why the answer needs to be determined by experiment. Here are 4 points. 1. You can't swim in the La Brea tar pits. Some fluids are too thick to swim in, as the mastodons in the tar pits. Imagine trying to swim in the liquid cement or quicksand. Clearly, swimming is slower in very thick fluids than in water. Even though there is more to push against, you swim slower or not at all. 2. Syrup covers a lot of territory. The question doesn't ask about a pit or quicksand, but rather syrup. There is maple syrup, cough syrup, chocolate syrup, high fructose corn syrup, and the kind that they sip in nightclubs, with consistencies ranging from watery thin to the curd left in the bottom of the old tin of golden syrup. The question is unanswerable unless you know the exact type of syrup or can prove that swimming is slower in every thicker than water fluid. 3. Cite Darwin. Suppose there is an optimum level of viscosity in which the swimming speed is at maximum. So there is any reason to believe that H2O just happens to be the optimal level of swimming? You might say yes. Were you an insightful fish, evolution has streamlined fish to fit the way water flows over their sleek bodies. Humans are not very fish-like, and the way we swim is not much like a way fish swims. Neither people nor our immediate ancestors have spent much gene pool quality time in the pool or in rivers, lakes, and oceans. Swimming is something we do, like hang gliding, but we are not built for it. A creature built for doing the Australian crawl would look like very different from a human. Edward Kussler noted, the best swimmer should be the body of a snake and the arms of a gorilla. It might not be surprising to find that people could be swimming faster in something with a variety viscosity than water. Nor would it be surprising to find that the speed was the same over a variety of viscosities. Swimming number 4. Swimming is chaos. The dynamics of fluid, liquid, and gases is a textbook example of chaos. It is so dependent on the granular details as to defy prediction. That's why aircraft designers need wind tunnels to test their designs. The unstreamlined human body, with its relatively awkward movements in water, only complicates things further. This is a question that needs to be tested with an experiment, using the exact type of syrup in question. Kussler's IG Nobel Prize acceptance speech boiled all this down to 6 words. The reasons for this are complicated. Postscript. 4 questions traditionally posed in job interviews at consulting firms Arch and Search. How do you put a graffiti in a refrigerator? The correct answer: open the refrigerator, put in the giraffe, and close the door. 2. How do you put an elephant in the refrigerator? The correct answer: open the refrigerator, take out the giraffe, and put in the elephant and close the door. This question tests your ability to recognize the consequences of your actions. 3. The Lion King is holding an animal conference. All the animals attend except one. Which one? The correct answer: the elephant. You put him in the refrigerator. This question tests your memory. You have got one final chance to prove yourself. 4. You have to cross a river in a crocodile country and don't have a boat. How do you get across? The correct answer: you swim. The crocodiles are all attending the animal conference. This tests how well do you learn from your mistakes. This was the book Are You Smart Enough to Work at Google by William Poundstone. We pit our minds against the world's best companies, and it revealed the extreme interview questions in the post-crash hyper-competitive job markets and uncovered the extraordinary lengths to which the best companies will go to find the right staff. The best selling author William Poundstone guides readers through the surprising solutions to over 100 of the most challenging conundrums used in interviews, as well as covering the importance of creative thinking. What your Facebook page says about you, and what really goes inside the Googleplex. But the real question is, how will you fare?